Alright, what is up everybody? So, I don't have what account we're playing in the title, which I'll update that in a minute. And the reason for that is because we are about to commit a crime. So, the only acceptable way to stream Septem is if off-stream you do all of Septem up until like Romulus, and you just stream Romulus, the Demon Pillar, Attila, right? Like, that's the only acceptable way to stream Septem. And I said I was gonna do Septem off-stream on the Bazette account, and I did chat, but I did not do as much of it as I should have. So we are not at Romulus, so we are going to be committing massive crimes against chat today. So the question is, can we actually make Icy stop dueling streams because Septem is so fucking bad?
Trust me, you're not that guy.
Yeah, I'm not that guy apparently. But yeah, we're at Spartacus and Boudica. Which is chapter 6 out of 15, by the way. So let's see though what the level of the advanced quests for Septem are, and that is the level that we will go to. Let's see here, advanced quests. Okay, it doesn't. How does it do this? Okay, it's 35. Wow, there's only one Septem advanced quest. There's 2 Oceanus. 4 for London. I guess that's 4 for America. 4 for Camelot. 2 for Babylonia. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, is that 5? I can count 1, 2, 3. No, 4 for. I guess is that Babylonia? Wait a minute. It's either Babylonia or Solomon. That might actually be Solomon. I got out of sync for a second there. Okay. So we can go... Oh no, that Bazette is NP5. And then we actually have another Bazette at NP2. I think it's NP2 anyway. Let's see. Now this one's just NP1, so it's 5 and 1. And also, when rolling for Bazette, it got waiver, so that was a thing. And then after the fact, we got Charlemagne, Roland, etc., etc. Apparently, we have pants. That's a thing. Okay, so we can go to 35. Am I really gonna... At what point do we stop using the dumb Bazette? Like, am I really gonna level... Probably the next one, right? We probably, because it goes to 35 and then it goes to 45, so we'll probably just use the 50. So we'll level her to 35 and then we'll probably stop. Because it's kind of silly that we've used this Bazette this much. But, you know. Don't want to be level 50, but we don't... Okay, let's see if we get a super. I should have given less XP, actually. Fuck! Well, I mean, that's only 5 levels over. It's not that bad because they recommend 35, so we're at 40. But yeah, I could have made that better. Probably I could have made it like 37 or something. Oh well, kind of close in power now. All right, George can just go to his cap. That's nice and simple. Am I gonna give him foe items over Ushi? I guess. We George in it. We might Grail George on this account. So chat. Over the years, Namco Bandai, as many call Bamco, has made quite a few Gundam Gacha games. And even though Gundam is a huge IP, you've probably never heard of any of them, and that's because they're all terrible. And they pretty much all shut down outrageously quickly. Like, it's shocking how badly they've managed that IP when it comes to mobile games. Right, it's not even hard, right? Just make a halfway decent game, right? And then you have all these units and characters to pull from all the different franchises in Gundam. So it's like, it's easy. But every Gundam game they've ever made... No, Gundam, I guess Gundam Battle Operation counts, but that that's a pretty different style of game because it's not on mobile, right? It's you know, console and PC eventually, right? So that's a different thing. That's done well. That's not shutting down. Anyway, but they're mobile games. Every like Gundam mobile game has just sucked and shut down very quickly. And it's normally because they just make the gameplay like horrible. And I've said for like years, all they needed to do was copy their turn-based games to be put out on PC and on console, and just put those on mobile, right? Like that's all they have to do. It's just literally copy-paste what they've been doing with their turn-based series and just put it on phone, and they just never have. But they announced like I think like last month that that's actually what they're doing. So that's going to be interesting because I like Gundam and you know, I play a lot of mobile games on this channel, so we'll have to try that. The one thing of like hope that their announcement gave me was, first off, he showed some of the combat and animations, and it really is, they're just taking the combat system and everything from their like console and PC games and putting it on mobile. But they said that every unit is going to be obtainable without using the gacha at all. Like, you're going to be able to obtain every unit through like doing stuff in the game, like in the regular games that aren't mobile games. It's just you can get the units sooner if you use the gacha. Like, they won't be available in game for like, you know, a month or whatever, but then you can roll the gacha to get them ahead of time, etc., etc. So that's kind of interesting. So I'm interested to see how it works. Now, I don't think they're really doing gear. That wouldn't work very well for the kind of game that those turn-based games are. They're going to have those like some gacha unlockables though. Like I'm sure like craft essences and things that like might give you a new attack or something, but I don't think they're going to do gear. But yeah, we'll see. They showed a good bit of it like on their website. It looks interesting, so I'll definitely try it. But yeah, their track record with mobile games in Gundam is really bad. But no, I don't think it has a gear system from what I've seen. They showed off a lot of the menus and stuff. I don't think it has one. Well, I think what they're going to do is they're going to make it really annoying to get some of the units, the popular units. Like, I mean, really annoying if you don't roll the gacha. And I'm sure they're going to have stuff for like duplicate copies, right? Like an NP5 system. So, right, like there's going to be plenty of incentive to whale, I'm sure. But we'll see. Yeah, from what I've seen, it does have a better UI than FGO, but that is an extremely low bar. I actually can't think of a game that's come out in like the last 5 years that has a worse UI than FGO, so that's the thing. Oh, wait a minute. I probably should level some other units to 35. Okay, this is a good pick right here. Now, because of super success and all that, let me go to 33. Okay. Now if I go to 35, if it fucks up, it won't go over by that much. I still think they have not hired a new lead. So Lost was talking to me about this, and some of this stuff is irrefutably like correct. But you know, Lost is an engineer, and he knows people in software engineering and stuff. But so, for a game like FGO, if you are a voice actor for it, you get a lot of publicity beyond just like FGO itself, right? Same for the artists. A lot of artists like line up to try to to work for FGO because it'll give them exposure beyond FGO, right? So they can literally get any artist they want really in FGO, and they can pretty much get any voice actor they want in FGO, right? They really struggle though to get good devs, right, on the technical side of things. And this is true for a lot of games, because one, the industry is just warped in the amount that they pay these people. And like if you're a software engineer on FGO, you get absolutely, it does not help your career outside of FGO like at all, right? It just doesn't, no, you don't get any recognition whatsoever. And then when you look at like the amount that FGO is paying versus like fucking cryptocurrency games, right? They don't pay as much. So why, if you're a top talent when it comes to the software side of things, why would you work for FGO? Like literally, why would you work for FGO? You have all these other companies that are maybe more scummy, but they're going to pay you better. right? Then you have FGO, which pays you pennies. Yeah, because you like FGO, or because you're not a top dev, right? You're a suboptimal dev, and you can't get a job at the high end, right? And that's like a lot of games right now where they're having that problem, is because they're just not paying the devs enough. So no, the devs are just going to other projects. But yeah, from what I've seen of FGO, they do not pay on the technical. I mean, seriously, they've been trying to hire a UI lead for years, and they haven't been able to get one. It's just like, what the fuck? And they've been, hiring for a good while now, and it doesn't seem to be going particularly well. So, and then I figure half the hires that they're getting aren't. No offense, but I doubt that they're like the industry leaders, right? And that's what they need with how popular FGO is and how much money it's made and how much potential there is with this game. They could so easily, just blow up even more than they are, right? Like, there's so much you could do with this game, and there's so much money to be made. It's worth it for them to like really put in the effort for like making the UI better and having better combat and better game modes and those kind of optimizing the under the hood stuff. Like, it's worth it for them to do that. But they seem to be unable to do that because they can't get the talent that they need. Because they need like the best UI devs in the industry, right? That's what they need, right, to fix some of this shit. And to like sort out some of their game modes and that kind of stuff. They need really good talent. Also, holy shit, I need Void Dust. All right, let's go to 33. See what happens here. Yeah, I know. Oh fuck. Well, it's fine. I'm using 35 as a guidepost, not as like a hard rule. I don't really care if I go a bit over it. What did I want to check? Oh yeah, mana prisons. I have fuck all. Okay, fantastic. I need to work on that. I need to actually play this account more. The thing is, it being 7 years old, it doesn't matter. And I mean that, it does not matter. That has nothing to do with anything. What matters is like your game engine, your code, right? And their game engine is Unity, which is not the best game engine. Like, it's not. But there are a bunch of other games on the market. Arknights uses the exact same game engine as FGO. I shit you not. Right? Arknights is using the same fucking game engine as FGO. So the age of the games for Arknights and FGO is irrelevant. They are using the exact same technology. It's exactly the same. Arknights runs like a dream. It has a great UI, everything runs very smoothly, it has quick loading, it does not crash, it's fine, right? FGO, same game engine, complete shit show, right? So that has nothing to do with the age of the game, right? Now, there are certain things that the age of the game can affect, right? So example, let's say you have a game that's running on Unreal Engine 4 versus a game that's running on Unreal Engine 5. Of course there's going to be differences and stuff like that, but that's not the situation that FGO is in. I mean, I really mean this, and it's because I know the industry pretty well. There are no excuses for the incompetence of FGO. There just are none, right? Looking at the money that they have, the game engine that they're using, right? That there's no excuse for many of the problems in this game, right? It's just incompetence and bad use of budget. That's pretty much all it is. Or just straight up not caring. Like, there is no, like, again, with Arknights using the exact same game engine and them making way less money than FGO, and then basically them being better on the technical side at literally everything, right? There's no excuse for this. Okay, I'm pretty sure the only person on my friends list is myself, so that's a thing. Let's see, what do we want to do? There's no story support here. I was just gonna go with story supports, but oh fuck, I'm level 35 and I just realized the recommended level is 18. Well, whatever. I don't think anyone really cares about Septem anyway, and I figure by the time we get to the boss fights we do care about, it'll probably be around 35 anyway. Yeah, I guess for me and Cairo, when we did the co-op account, let's see, it was level 1 in Fuyuki, it was level 10 in Orleans, so it was level 20 in Septem. So yeah, I'm quite a bit over. Man, I don't really have like a whole list of units I could slot that are of the correct level. I guess I'll just put something in the back. Or summon something not on my friends list. Look at all this green, chat. Look how long it takes to get through all my units if you set it to mix. Because you got 3 bars for each slot. No one's gonna slot any. Look at this. Everything is 90 or 100, like 94, 102, right? Okay, there's a 70. Bond CE Robin Hood at 777 with like that's not exactly optimal there. Oh yeah, when FGO came out, mobile gaming was a absolute shit show. Why am I leveling Proto Coup over Coup? Why am I doing this? I've done that before. And I know it is not a good... it does not end in a good place, right? I know where this path leads. And, yeah, we don't want any of that. Guess we'll end up leveling both. Thing is, chat's gonna want me to, like, level Valkyrie or some crap, but, we'll see. Alright, I still have very little team cost, I see. Do I have the quick one? Because that's NP up. That's the quick one. Should level that more. Okay, we don't even need CEs on the back. Level Baldy, yeah, right. But yeah, with the money that they have, here's the problem. I really think this is the problem. They're just not paying the devs enough. That's the issue. And so they can't hire the talent that will know how to fix the UI, right? Or that will know how to fix spaghetti code, or that will know how to make a good side game mode, and things like that. They just can't get the devs to do the job. I think that really is the problem. Because, like, anytime there's a problem in FGO, they don't solve it in a, elegant manner, I'll put it that way. Okay, I guess Spartacus is the one that needs to die first. Do I want a rainbow chain? I guess. So, that animation right there is like one of the only animations I don't particularly like of Bizet's. It's just kind of underwhelming, I guess. Like, I'd rather she just punch them in the face opposed to punching a ball. Okay, I actually got pretty fucked up there, but I think I can just instantly kill Spartacus. Why did I even bring Proto Coup? I have no idea. Yeah, I've said that for a long time, that FGO is like doing the world's worst job of retaining new players, and all they're doing is milking their veteran players. And that's not a recipe for success in the long run. Like, their new player experience is one of the worst on the market. Like, I mean that. I think FGO's new player experience is one of the absolute worst on the market. And the thing is, again, unless they hire better talent, they're not gonna even know how to fix it, let alone thinking it's worth putting the money into fixing it. Because unfortunately, the prevalent mindset in a lot of these companies, especially like Japan and Korea, is if they put in money into fixing the early game, they don't see immediate returns on that, so don't do it. But, you know, in the long term, you need to do it. Where what they're like is, well, if we put out a new character and we focus on a new event that focuses on people that already, you know, at the end game, will make money this month immediately, right? That is the prevalent mindset. But hardly anybody that picks up FGO makes it to Camelot. Like, almost no one does. I mean, the game is just so boring. Not only is it the early game boring, but it's outrageously tedious. Because you're having to do you have to do a million strengthening quests to just unlock like your third skills and things like that. That's not fun. The content, there's nothing to even do with these characters that you're leveling up, right? Like, if you're focusing on like getting your favorite characters upgraded and stuff, none of the stuff that you're fighting like matters, right? You're not getting to show off your 10-10-10 or your third skill and lock or whatever. It's irrelevant. It's like brain dead content. Then you get to what hard content there is, and you just get rolled because you don't know what you're doing, right? I mean, I see people quit this game all of the time on like Twitter and stuff like that, and a lot of people in our Discord will say that the only reason they got back into FGO is because they saw like videos and stuff of like the later game. I was like, oh, this game does get better, right? And it doesn't set your expectations correctly, in my opinion, right? Because the game is so face roll for like the first, I don't know, 30 hours, 40 hours, right? You don't get the mindset of wanting to take boss fights seriously, right? Anyone that makes it to the harder content is used to just face rolling everything. So then when they can't face roll everything, it's actually frustrating for them, or they just want to use blue cubes or command spells or SQ revive or whatever. They're not even gonna think about trying to figure it out on a more technical level, right? Exactly. But yeah, in order for them to fix some of this stuff, I think they really need to hire better devs. I mean, just straight up, they need better devs with more experience, and they need to get that stuff sorted out. But we'll see. I'm being all doom and gloom right now, but because the company has changed hands and everything, they've said in interviews that they are planning on changing a lot of like the structure of the company and all this kind of stuff. So we'll see. Maybe it will translate to good stuff. And Nasu even said that a lot of the changes haven't worked their way down the pipeline yet, because that's pretty typical. A lot of stuff takes, you make things like months and months and months in advance and all that, so yeah, it's going to be a while before we know. But really what makes me skeptical is actually what they said in that interview was pretty positive. I think they articulated a lot of the mistakes of FGO and how to fix them correctly. What worries me is just they're not paying devs enough, so I doubt they can hire anybody, because their job postings have been open forever and they've been unable to hire a UI lead and stuff like that. So I think they might have some of the right ideas on like what needs to be fixed, but I don't think they're going to have the personnel to know how to fix it correctly. That's my concern. Oh yeah, when you look at low-level accounts, yeah, when you see like low-level accounts that send you friend requests, very few you can tell most of them quit because they haven't logged in like a week and stuff like that. Like abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, their new player retention is just garbage. I mean, there's so many things that point to that, and like I just don't see any evidence that the game is growing. Like, actually, I see the opposite. I see loads of evidence that the game is shrinking. Because now they do stuff for what players are left, they do stuff to get more money out of them. That's why they did the coin system, right? So your dedicated whales now spend more per banner. So you have less people, but the ones that are left are spending more, right? And that's a common tactic. That's a very common tactic in the game industry. It's called a managed decline. And I think that's what they're doing. And I think that's not good, right? I think that's a really bad idea. But let me do a rainbow chain here. Anyway, yeah, a lot of evidence to me though points to the game shrinking. If you just look at like, its total app earnings, right? It only spikes when there's popular characters, right? The average earnings of FGO have gone down for a lot of the normie months, right? And the reason they earn so big when like, Morgan comes out is because people are going beyond NP5 for Morgan, right? So people are spending more. I just don't think that's a good sign. And you look at YouTube views, they've gone way down. Like seriously, I know this because I do YouTube stuff. And the only stuff that gets like views is like, the latest unit or, 3-turn farming with the latest support or something like that. But like the average views have gone down, the average, Twitch views have gone down, stuff like that. Like on most metrics, I think FGO is clearly shrinking, and that's just, they don't maintain new players at all. It's like, I really wish they would fix that though. I really wish they would put some effort into making the early game experience better. What they always do though is they focus on making it faster, and that's just not the answer. Anyway, let's murder some golems here. Somehow I managed to push through the early game, and I'm glad I did. Love the Babylonia Singularity, but to be honest, if FGO was my first Gosh game, I would have probably quit at the early game. Oh yeah, I mean, back in the day when it first came out, a lot of people didn't quit because the competition was not so good, right? So FGO actually kind of looked good in comparison, but nowadays it's, there's so many better games out there on all platforms, let alone mobile. 1 second, chat, I need to get water real quick. Imagine this though, chat. This is like my dream update. So they put out a patch, right? And they add, now I know this is gonna be copium, but they add story replay. But the reason they're adding story replay is because they've revamped Fuyuki, right? They're starting with Fuyuki. They've done like they've redone Fuyuki. It's better, right? And maybe they work in some of the elements from like the movie, right? So you got like the Emiya has his movie design instead of just like Shadow Emiya, right? Because that was just, it's just lazy stuff. So, they spruce it up, they make it a little more interesting, a little bit more engaging for new players, right? Obviously, it's still going to be easy because it's Fuyuki, your account's going to be trash. So, one thing I want them to address, I don't think they're going to, but they actually need to address the support system. Like, they really do. When the game first launched and you were doing Fuyuki, everyone else on your support list, game crashed, everyone else on your support list was around the same level as you, right? But now the only thing on your support list is level 90, level 100, 110, right? Stuff like that. And that's just like good luck making content balanced around that. So yeah, they need to do something about that. But anyway, so update, they had story replay, they redid Fuyuki, they made it, a bit better, less filler, that's the main thing, cut out the goddamn filler. And so they had story replay, so the veterans can see the new Fuyuki if they want to, right? And then obviously now new players when they get into the game, they can do Fuyuki. And maybe you do Fuyuki and Orleans together because Fuyuki's so short, right? And then a little while later you do, let's say you did Fuyuki and Orleans, so then a little while later you do an updated Septem, right? And then you cut out and you can do it kind of like this Road to Lost Belt 7 thing, right? It's not that big of a deal, right? The Road to Lost Belt 7 is not like a super major events or anything like that. It's kind of a in-between thing. So you do it like that, because a lot of people aren't going to really care about going back to Orleans or whatever just because they cut out the filler. But some people will, and especially if they redo some of the writing, right? They cut out the fillers, so you have to change some of the writing, right? And you can maybe clarify a few things, maybe make it less shit, and so people are going to want to check that out. So it's a nice bit of, extra content, like in between events and that kind of thing. And just, over time, you just keep doing it, right? You redo Septem, then you redo Oceanus, you redo London, you at least go up to Camelot, right? Yeah, I don't know if you need to necessarily do Camelot and beyond. Although I'd like it if they just did it for all of the story, because, like, when new content comes out, when it's relevant, they do filler because they want that content to last longer while it's relevant content. But once it's not relevant content, the filler is really bad. Like, it really is. So I wouldn't mind if they went through, even Lost Belts and took out a lot of the filler fights and stuff. They don't have as much filler, but they still have plenty. Yeah, honestly, I'd be okay if we just deleted Septem, but that's not going to happen, so... Oh yeah, Pokemon Go is still a thing. I think it still makes pretty decent money, actually. It's not like, top of the charts or anything, but, Alright, what's our Archer? I didn't level an Archer to 35, but, we'll be fine. Yeah, FGO's not dying. Definitely not. It's just not, it's not growing. That's the thing. Oh, fuck, this is Caesar. Whoops. I would say FGO actually is dying. Actually, I would. It's just, it's dying very slowly. Because again, anything in any metric points to the player base is shrinking, right? People will be on like raw copium saying, well, look how much money they made recently, so they must be growing. But that's bullshit. Like, the reason they made all that money is because the people that are left are spending more money than they used to, because you have systems like the coin system, etc., right? So they're getting more out of their whales and such than they ever have, right? And that's what like World of Warcraft does, right? World of Warcraft has the smallest player base it's ever had, but it's still making a decent amount of money. But that is still dying, right? It's just dying slowly. It's fixable though. It's totally fixable. There's really, and a lot of the issues FGO has are fixable so easily, and because the IP is so popular, I think if they ever did do like a big marketing push where they're like, hey guys, we like really revamped a lot of the systems, and they put out some trailers and whatnot, I'm sure they could get a lot of people to try the game again. The thing is, when they come back, you need to actually have them have a good experience. Okay, let's not have the golems kill David right away. That's a good way to lose the stage here. Because I'm pretty sure my back row is a travesty. Watch this incredible NP gain on David right here. Can he get 2 NP gain? Nope. Might have gotten it if he got like overkill, but we didn't actually do that much damage there. How come the golem is always hitting David? At least we had the defense up. Probably should have done that earlier. We'll just art chain. Should have put David earlier. Tower Fantasy is still so new that, you know, they haven't even... Because basically every game, and this is something people, they misinterpret this because people are dumb and they don't understand markets. So anytime a new game comes out, especially if it's a hit, right? It's like big on Twitch for a week and stuff like that. You know, New World, you know, and I know that one really did die, but you know, Tower Fantasy, Genshin Impact, those kinds of things. You know, really big hits. They're gonna get a lot of normies and like mainstream attention because they're getting attention because they have attention, right? That kind of thing. So Tower Fantasy was in that position, right? A lot of the big streamers played it. You know, blew up on Twitter for a while, etc., etc. So like everyone and their mom at least tried Tower Fantasy, but a lot of them weren't even intending to play it in the long run. They were just playing it a bit and they're going to move on to something else, you know, afterwards. So you have this initial boom of just an unbelievable amount of players, but basically no game is going to maintain that, right? So almost all of these games will drop off massively, you know, after the first month or so, right? So like Tower Fantasy, Genshin Impact, those games dropped off. Now it took Genshin Impact maybe 2 months or so. It took a bit longer for it to kind of die down. But then you kind of hit your where you stabilize, right? Like most of those players were never going to stay. They weren't really your true player base, right? So you see this massive drop off and people think the game's dying, but it's not. It's kind of just that initial hype, that, you know, honeymoon phase, if you will, or people just trying the game out, you know, phase. And once that dies down, you know, huge drop in players, but then you find like that stabilization, and then from that stabilization, sometimes they grow past that, right? So you do drop down massively, but maybe you drop down to, let's say, 500,000 active players, right? And you stick around there, but then you do some good updates, you get some good PR here and there. You might go up to 550, 600,000, right? And then maybe sometimes it goes down to 550. Yeah, that can fluctuate. And some games, over a period of years, they'll probably never reach that like initial launch window numbers. But some games, not a lot, but some games actually, like over the next 5-6 years, just grow, right? They have that huge drop off, but then they just keep growing and growing and growing slowly, right? Very slowly. So they never get those initial numbers again. But a very successful game can do that, or just maintain, you know, like that stable number that they drop down to, and, you know, then they just fluctuate a little bit, right? That's a game that does that is not dying, right? That initial drop off happens to every game, like no matter what. No game is ever going to maintain that like initial hype window. That's just not a thing. But a lot of people see that and they conflate that with like dying. We have like another game, because when you're dying is when, let's say you've consistently, for years, you've been at like, you know, 500k, 550k, you know, active players or something, and you've just stayed that, and now you're starting to go down to, you know, 400,000. And then a few years later, 350, and then 300,000, and 250, and you're never going back up. You're not, you know, you're just going down. That's when it's dying, right? And I think that's actually where FGO is right now. It is just losing players and never gaining them. And I very much think they can turn that ship around. I don't know if they will, but I absolutely think they can still. But obviously FGO doesn't give... you know, it doesn't give those kind of player numbers, but there's still a lot of metrics that you can see, just like it's, you know, activity on Twitter, Twitch, and you know, Discords, and you know, average earnings as well. Because even though people will point to, oh my god, you know, like the month with this summer event, right? It was one of the highest earning months for FGO in the last few years. Now, a lot of people conflated that with where it was the highest earning month ever in FGO. It's not. Right, like it was like the New Year's month with the summer event, right? So it's combining Arcade and all the different summer banners, which I think there were like 3, and you don't get individual numbers on each banner, so there's like 4 or 5 banners in that month, right? And it was like the highest earning month in like the last 3 years or whatever, which is noticeable, right? But it's not the highest earning month ever. But the reason why that made that much money is because there were more banners than normal, right? And obviously summer is always a big month, and so is anniversary, right? Like with Arcawade and all that. Although I suspect summer did better than Arcawade did. But anyway, that always is a good earner. But then there's the coin system. So the big Arcawade fans are going for like NP7 Arcawade and shit like that. And, you know, whatever summer units end up being the most popular, right? People are going for NP5 to NP10, for God's sakes. So you're just, your dedicated players, you're getting way more out of than you used to. But when you look at like the amount of money that FGO makes in the year, right? So you take all those, you know, more normie months, it's not actually, it's doing worse. Now that doesn't mean it's doing badly, right? It's absolutely not doing badly. But I don't see any indicators that FGO is growing. I see many indicators of the opposite. I don't think Arcawade did do insane, and I don't see any reason to think that she did. I think Arcawade is one of those characters that people have massively overestimated, and I've talked about this before. This has happened with almost every character from other Type Moon works. The hardcore Type Moon fans just think those characters are so fucking popular, and like people have acted like Arcawade is like the ace in the hole for Type Moon. She's not, and she never has been. She's not that popular. It's because Tsukihime is not half as popular as Fate. Like, not even close. I guarantee you Morgan blew Arcawade out of the fucking water. Right? Now, we're never going to know exactly because Arcawade came out the same month as, you know, 3 summer banners. Right? So when you look at the app earning reports, you're getting all of the summer banners. But I very much think that the majority of that money earned in that month was summer, not Arcawade. And yeah, my evidence is things like Karen, Miyu, Muramasa. There's this effect. I wish I had a better way of explaining this. It's a complicated thing, so I need to find a better like analogy for this. But it's where like with Miyu, right? There were dedicated fans that obviously wanted Miyu, and there's really not going to be any pushback against that. So you see people saying, "Oh yeah, that's going to be a thing. That's going to be a thing," and so you see it a lot on Reddit and Twitter and whatnot. And so you just assume that's like everybody, but it's not. Actually, there's more people that are like, yeah, Miyu's whatever. I didn't even watch the anime, she's whatever, right? So they're not against her being added, but they're not actually going to roll on her, right? And like Karen is a great example of that. People are constantly saying, oh, they're going to add Karen eventually. Oh, that's going to make money. Oh, she's so popular. And people will talking about, you know, that's all you would see talked about because she was all that was left, right, from that IP. So they had to talk about Karen. Karen was one of the worst selling banners in FGO history, and I'm not exaggerating, right? Even though you had all this, you know, talk about buzz around her on the internet, you'd see people bring up Karen all the time. She was one of the absolute worst selling units, period, right? Like, she's just terrible, right? Like, it was her in Galatea. They were some of the absolute worst selling units, period, right? And Muramasa had way more people talking about him for years, more so than Arcawade, right? He gets brought up all of the time. And it was like a meme that they weren't adding him, and you know. But when he got added, he was just whatever, right? He's sold better than Karen and you know, that kind of thing. But he didn't sell that well. He sold fine, right? But like nothing exceptional. Totally forgettable in the grand scheme of FGO. If you look at the like the app earning reports by the month and everything, you look at the month where Muramasa came out. It's just a whatever. It's like, oh yeah, you know, a little bit of money, right? Just nothing, right? Nothing special. And Muramasa made way more buzz, you know, than Arcawade did. I honestly do not think Arcawade made them that much money, right? I don't think she was a failure. Like, I think she definitely did better than Karen and Galatea and stuff like that. But I don't think Arcawade made that much money. Now, I think the people that like Arcawade are very dedicated. They're like those hardcore Type Moon fans that have liked Tsukihime for years. So they're very likely to like NP5 her and stuff like that. So I'm sure she made bank. I'm sure she did. But I wish we could see the numbers, because I am very confident like Morgan and Oberim and et cetera, blew her out of the fucking water. Like, I don't think it was even close. Because people are always like, oh yeah, Arcawade's their ace in the hole, when she never was. Their ace in the hole is just make up new waifu from the Fate IP, right? That's always what makes insane money, right? If you look at some of the top earners in FGO history, it's not Shiki, it's not Arcawade, it's not Shiro even, right? It's just fucking Jolter and, you know, Morgan and random, you know, Edmund and Oberim and all that kind of stuff. It's just new stuff from the Fate IP, right? That's the stuff that makes big money. Because I've seen so many people trying to act like Arcawade is the most popular thing because that month made so much money. But again, that was summer. And the evidence for that is pretty overwhelming because if you look at every year for FGO, every year, summer always makes a disproportionate amount of money. You know, some are 1, some are 2, some are 3, some are 4, some are 5. Summer is always a huge earner for them. And that's because there's a lot of characters, so it's very likely that almost every player is going to have at least one character that they like during summer, right? And then obviously people like, I'm going to shock you, but weebs on the internet like waifus in bikinis. I know that's crazy, it's a bit of a hot take, but you combine them adding a bunch of characters, right, a bunch of different rarities, and then, you know, swimsuits. Actually a recipe for success, apparently, right? Who knew? But yeah, I think the Summer Servants did way better than Arcoade, and I think it's just Copium trying to act like that Arcoade was a big earner. I don't see any evidence that she was. And good use of a voice line there. But anyway, hold on, let's actually take a second here to make our team a little bit more intelligent.
Filthy scum.
Alright, probably no, Bizette. Having to play the game, chat, imagine that.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
And yeah, they had 3 summer banners, so yeah, I mean, somebody rolled on something, right, in summer 3. Funny enough, I didn't. I don't think, did I roll at all that month? What do I think? Because I know I'm always looking for excuses to roll for 2. I think the last time I rolled, though, was Gundam. And I don't think that was in the same month. I think that was the month before. But yeah, I don't think I oh, Jufu. No, you're right. Yep, no, you're right. I did roll for Jufu. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, seriously, I don't think Arcoade did that well because I've seen a lot of people that were like, yeah, I didn't roll for Arcoade, I rolled for Jufu. Because now that I think about it, I just remembered, I have Arcoade. I don't even like her, but I actually have Arcoade. But I that's just because I was rolling for Jufu and I happened to get Arcoade while I was at it. But yeah, Jufu was decently popular. Arcoade is decently popular, right? I concede that, but I don't think she was anything special. I suspect Arcoade probably sold a lot like Muramasa. Like, very much so. It was like, yeah, a good, healthy chunk, right? It was a profitable month, but nothing record-breaking, even close, right? Like, I very much think that's where Arcoade was. So, a successful banner, but no Morgan, no Oberon, you know, nothing crazy like that. And we just look at how many people have her and stuff like that compared to Morgan and shit. Like, I think that the data supports that. But yeah, I actually wish Arcoade had released in a month all to herself, so we could have seen more accurate sales data. Because all the Arcoade fans are just conflating it with the summer stuff. So, and who knows? Maybe that summer did worse than normal. But I see no reason to think that, right? Every summer banner does insanely well, and I don't see any reason why this summer banner would have done worse than the prior ones, right? Especially because of the coin system, right? Actually, I would expect it to do better than the prior ones. How did, man, these bosses, like, I'm only level 27 and I almost one-turned him with David right there, and I didn't even do the attack up. Do you think a new quest for Lost Belt 7 would sell well? I mean, anything can sell well based on execution, right? Because like, there are times we've had alternate versions of a character that are more popular than the original. So depending on like how the design is, you know, how the voice acting is done, what the gameplay is like, what the role in the story is, that actually affects a lot. Because look at Morgan, right? Her first raid up was before her major role in the story was revealed because, you know, Time Gate City. And then after her banner was over, then she got a real role in the story, and then everyone demanded they bring Morgan back because now they wanted to roll for Morgan. So they brought Morgan back, and then she sold better than she did on the original banner, right? So, yeah, like, main story absolutely affects the popularity of characters, like, absolutely. So yeah, depending on how she would be used in the story, I think would affect it. Now, what I just said can apply to anything, and I mean this, chat. I'm not memeing. You could make an alternate version of Blood Axe and have it be popular. I'm not memeing, because like if the you know, gave him a good role in the story, gave him like you know, look at a lot of male characters are popular. Achilles is really popular, Gilgamesh is really popular, Emi is really popular, Ivan is apparently fucking popular. right? Like there's a lot of male characters, you know, Oberyn, all these. There's a lot of male characters that are really popular. Edmund, right? So you could make an alternate version of Blood Axe that can, you know, probably talk, right? Yada yada. Give him a big role in the story where he's a super Chad, and he absolutely could become popular. Like absolutely. But my point is, a character getting that kind of treatment is kind of rare, and it can happen to anybody, right? So, back to the question is, if we made Quetz again, is she likely to do well? And I would say no. I swear, I'm going to like remove emotional damage and the office one, not because they're bad, but because no one ever uses them well, ever. Now, although it's not sustainable, I'll say this, I shouldn't remove them because, like, that, you over here Coco.ioing, that is 20,000 channel points, right? You're gonna have to watch like 20 of my streams to refund that, right? Like so, I don't know, the chat can't maintain this level of degeneracy forever, right? So, we'll see. But anyway, I'm derailing myself. I mean, if you're really active in chat and you're always collecting your points, you don't need to watch 20 streams to get 20,000. You probably need to watch like 10 streams. But, you know, still, you know, it's not sustainable forever. Anyway, so back on Quetz. So I'm explaining all this like nuanced bullshit. But in truth, odds are, I think if they added Quetz again, it wouldn't be very popular. I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think Quetz is that popular of a character. And so if she got a kind of a typical you know, alternate version, and they'd have to do an exceptional job for it to be popular. Like, if I just kind of look at her popularity online and all this time, I don't think she would do badly. I think she would do better than Karen, right? I'm actually still surprised at how badly Karen did. But really, I think people just overestimate how many people that play FGO actually care about the other Type Moon works. Right? They care about Fate Stay Night and like Unlimited Blade Works and, you know, Fate Zero and stuff because they have anime and it's Fate and it was already popular, right? But most people have never read Fate Hollow. That's the only work Karen is from. Most people don't know anything about Karen. She's just somebody. They're like, whatever, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think her design was really anything special, etc., etc. So when you think about it, I can definitely see why she didn't do super well, but still, she was one of the worst-selling banners, you know, in the game's history, and that's kind of strange. But yeah, a lot of people haven't read Tsukihime. A lot of people haven't read the witch one that I can't never remember the name of. You know, a lot of people haven't read Notes. A lot of people haven't, you know, so like if they add, you know, Gun God, I don't think he would sell very well because no one's fucking read Notes. They don't give a shit. They're just like, okay, it's Chinese knockoff of Kurotsugu, right? That's what they're gonna see it as, right? Now, okay, Bazette did pretty well from what I've seen. I don't remember the exact numbers, but she did do better than Karen, and she's also from Fate Hollow. But there's way more at play here. So one, she's in a few other things other than Fate Hollow, right? But and also she's one of she is the most hyped thing from Fate Hollow, right? And also how do I put this? Punching things is pretty popular, chat, right? Like, you don't have to even have seen Fate Hollow or Ilya's Veal nonsense or any of that stuff to be like, you know what? The punchy thing, that's pretty cool, right? So she just has way more curb appeal than Karen does. I don't think Karen has like any curb appeal where Bazette actually does, right? And then Bazette is in other stuff, and people, yeah, she's in, you know, the Ilya, Prism Ilya nonsense, and she is slightly in some of the other, you know, Fate things, like she's in the anime a little bit, you know, they kind of hint at her being, you know, Lancer's original master and that kind of stuff. So, and again, Bazette though still, as far as I'm aware, didn't like break the bank or anything, right? Yeah, she did way better than Karen, but I don't think she was nowhere near Morgan or anything. Because, yeah, most people don't know that much about Bazette. Most people haven't read Fate Hollow. But again, Bazette has curb appeal, right? You don't have to have read Fate Hollow to care about Bazette. It's very easy. Yeah, people like suits, people like punching, you know, people, you know, she's just got a cool NP and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's a lot easier for someone to not know that much about the work that she's from. Be like, oh yeah, this is kind of cool, right? Now again, Bazette is nowhere near as popular as Morgan and stuff like that, you know, not even in the ballpark, but She clearly has more curb appeal than Karen did. Well, Caesar's about to die. Also, Bizet is way more normal. Because people are bringing up the like, was it Loft's father, right? Ku's granddad or whatever. Unlike Karen, that has no bearing on the character unless you're in stage 3. Right? Stage 1 and stage 2 are just Bizet. And I'm not just saying that. Like, if you read her voice lines, she even refers to herself as Bizet, right? She's just straight up normal Bizet in stage 1 and 2. And then she's kind of getting hijacked in stage 3. And with Karen didn't really get that kind of treatment where you could have both, right? You could kind of pick and choose which one you wanted. Karen is just she's pretty much just hijacked with a little bit, maybe more Karen in there than there is Rin and Ishtar, but like, it's pretty much a body jack entirely for Karen. Where you have Bizet, I think Bizet's way is done a lot better, where you get both. So, Luvia is a little different because although she is like 90% body jack, they have the deity that's possessing her. She is very similar to Luvia, right? Like really similar to Luvia. Now, not as similar as like some of the other, maybe characters out there and stuff. But yeah, you're still getting a lot of Luvia style, if you will, even if you're not getting Luvia, if that makes any sense. I actually forgot what Bizet's line for Ku is. I think it implies that Ku's making fun of her or something and she's pissed, but I can't remember. But I know she does have a Ku line. Okay, now we're just fighting trash mobs again, I'm pretty sure. Parvati is pretty much just Parvati, and she's just in Sakura's body. There's almost no Sakura. That's one of those. They're so random. I don't even get it, dude. I don't even get it. Like, Waver is basically 100% Waver. There's basically none of the servant in there. And then, you've got Bizet, where you get stage 1 and 2 is just 100% Bizet, but then stage 3 is like 95% the deity, right? And that's how they should just do it, in my opinion. They should always do it that way. But then you have Reigns, which is like 95% Reigns. It's not quite as much as like Waver, because Waver is just Waver, right? Where she's, I think, a little bit more influenced, but let's see. But then you get like Ishtar, which is like, 90% Ishtar. Actually, it's basically 100% Ishtar. It's just her personality is warped by Rin, right? But there's no, like, Rin has no control over anything. So yeah, they're just very inconsistent. And then Shiki is just straight Shiki, right? She doesn't even have a deity in there or anything like that. So right now, Kodamine in Lost Belt 1 is just straight up Rasputin, right? There's no Kodamine whatsoever, 0%. But then he gives the body back to Kodamine because he doesn't care anymore. Like, Rasputin's done what he wants to do, and he's like, okay, have fun. So since then, it's been 100% Kodamine. However, he's kind of been acting like he's still Rasputin because he's a shit. But it's not really clear where his loyalties lie. But yeah, it's just Kodamine now. But then when he's playable, who knows what they're gonna do? I mean, honestly, who knows what they're gonna do? Yeah, Fujino is just Fujino. But yeah, I wish they'd be more consistent with this stuff. But unfortunately they're not, and I feel like some of the really popular characters from Fate Stay Night, they intentionally don't want to use. That's not Bizet's line for Ku. I've seen so many people say that. That's stage 3 only. That's the deity. People say that all the time, but yeah, there's a different voice line when it's Bizet. Expectations for Gouda. So this is 1,000,000% my expectations for Gouda. Like this is absolutely what I think they're gonna do. they're gonna add that fucking dude from the previous Gudda Gudda event with pink hair, right? Even though he's only been in one Gudda Gudda event, he's just gonna boom get added. And they're not gonna add Shimbata, they're not gonna add Maxwell's Demon, they're not gonna add like the caster guy that I can't remember the name of, right? They're all those characters that have been in it over and over and over and over and over again, they're not gonna get added. Now, the good ending, right? Like that's the bad ending, and that's very likely. The good ending is, now they're gonna add that pink haired guy. I just think that's so fucking likely, right? He's getting added. But they might add him and other characters. Here's the problem. I think this is what's kind of fucked up Gudda Gudda. Now, this might get fixed eventually if they ever hire more staff, which again, they've been struggling with, right? They've been hiring like combat sprite artists and things like that forever. Because I think the holdup for adding new characters it's not this art, right? It's not this art right here. They have such an easy time hiring artists to do this kind of stuff, right? Artists line up to do this kind of art for them because it gets them a lot of publicity. The art that they're having a hard time with is this stuff, right? The in-game artists. And they've been hiring in-game artists for ages, and they apparently haven't been filling those roles. And actually, from what I've heard, they've actually lost talent because a lot of people quit because of the Sakura Wars debacle and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's been the holdup. So when they add Gudda Gudda, time is money. The few artists they have to actually complete these sprites, they have to dedicate to like the units that they think that they just absolutely have to add, right? So like the pink-haired guy or the new waifu that they're going to add, that's top priority. And there's no time left for them to make, Shimbata or Maxwell's Demon or whatever, right? So they just don't get made, right? Even though they're canonical servants and all these things, they're just not they're not getting made because they don't have the people to make them, right? Like I think that's been the problem for a lot of the NPCs, right? Is when there is a justifiable time to add them, to like give them a banner, they don't have the time to create them, right? So that's the kind of the problem with Gudda Gudda is a lot of the Gudda Gudda have you noticed something, chat? Almost all of the Gudda Gudda characters that don't get added are dudes. But then they'll do a new Gudda Gudda event and they'll add some waifu we've never heard of. Like, doesn't that seem kind of silly? Right? Over and over again for the Gudda Gudda events, they introduce some new waifu character that no one's ever heard of. Right? Like, and then all the male characters are still canonical servants, they're still there, and they're still not playable. Right? And what annoys me is a lot of these female characters that they just spawn out of the ether, right? They're not even popular, right? They don't even sell that well, and they're forgotten about in a month, right? Like now that's not true for all of them. Obviously, Nobu, right? Big Mama Nobu is crazy popular and stuff like that, But a lot of the Gudda females have been completely forgotten about in 5 minutes, right? And so the rate in which they add the NPC characters, yeah, they added Nobukatsu. That took them like 6 fucking years to do that. That's kind of my point. In 6 years, they added 1, right? And in that time, they added 1 million more male NPCs. Like, do you not see the problem here? The rate in which they add male servants in Gudda Gudda outpaces the rate in which they can make them playable by a lot. And in most of their playable units budget per Gudda Gudda event goes into creating a new waifu character that no one's ever heard of, right? They only add 2 or 3 characters at a time, generally speaking, right? And generally, like, maybe one of them is an old NPC, like Nobukatsu, but then 1 or 2 of them are normally a brand new character we've never heard of, right? So that's why we're never getting Maxwell's Demon, we're never getting the caster guy, we're never getting Shimbata, right? Because they're not keeping up like at all, right? Like again, the rate that they've added new ones surpasses the rate that they actually add the characters, and this happens a lot in FGO. And I think how you fix this is hiring more artists for God's sakes, and then also some of these characters they should just add as low rarity stuff. Right? Like you can add Shimbata as a 3-star for God's sakes if you need to, and just put it, and he doesn't even have to come out with an event that's like focused on him, right? Chen Gong got added for literally no reason story-wise, right? He just got added, right? Same for Zhu Fu, right? Zhu Fu just got added, and she wasn't even in the story at the time, right? So some of those characters, they need to just do that. And I don't think people would even complain. Am I wrong? I'm like, if they added Maxwell's Demon as a 2-star and he got added and it wasn't even a good event, right? You know, like how Chen Gong got added out of nowhere, right? For like anniversary. I don't think people would complain, right? Like they've seen enough of him in the story that if you like him or not, you're going to know that already. And now they just want him in the game, for God's sakes, right? Same for like Agravain, right? If Agravain got added as a 4-star and he was just kind of a side character in an event, you know, instead of being like a main part, like he's just like a real side character in like just a random event, right? But he's a 4-star and they just add him to the game. I don't think people are going to be mad, right? Because he's already in Camelot and all that kind of stuff, so that's fine. Now, down the road, if you see a good opportunity to use Agravain again, then by all means do so. Same for Maxwell's Demon, etc., etc. But yeah, I think a lot of people would rather they just add some of these characters just whenever, right? Like if you got some downtime, just add them. They don't always need to have story relevance. But I don't know, they did that interview when they were talking about Roland, and they were like, Roland was finished and they just never added him because they didn't have a story reason to do it. And they were like, oh, if we don't add him in 5 or 6.5, we're probably never going to add him, so we should. And it's like, that kind of logic scares me, because it's like, that's not a, they need to be more willing to do stuff like Chen Gong, right? They need to be more willing to do that, in my opinion. Because, okay, here's the thing. And I really mean this. FGO and other games, you do not want to add characters to meet a quota, right? You don't want to add a character because you feel like you need to add a character. And if your business model requires you to do that, it's a bad business model. And unfortunately, I think FGO does that sometimes. I think that caster chick, I can't remember the name of, right? But with the robot, you know, samurai, I think she was created just to meet a quota, right? And they've done that several times, where they make a character and they have no story, they're not used in any serious way, they're forgotten about in a month, and maybe 2 years later, they try to make the character more relevant, like Yang and stuff like that, right? They've done that several times, where they just pump out a character and they're just a generic, like, anime waifu archetype, and they just don't do anything. They're not inspired, right? They're not an inspired character, right? You do not want to do that. That is bad for games. That hurts your like integrity in the long run. You should only add characters when your artists and your writers are inspired. And when they're inspired, though, you need to fucking do it, though. And so I see what happens is a lot of times the writers are inspired to make something like Shimbata or Maxwell's Demon, but then they don't have the means to add it in the game because they can't fit it into like their budget for like making character sprites and all that. And it's just fucking stupid. But then they make up reasons, like, oh fuck, we have no one to add this month, and they just make up some stupid shit. Like this is just dumb, right? And it's because they don't want to add things like Roland, right? They didn't want to add Roland just whenever. They were like, oh, we got to add him when it makes sense in the main story. That's like what they were saying, right? Even though he had a finished design for ages. Like it was like 5 years before. Seriously, I think it took them over 5 years to make Roland, when they even said that he was like 80% finished, right? And we knew he had a design and everything because he was in Astolfo's interlude, right? This character art right here, this exact pose and everything, is in Astolfo's fucking interlude from like 5 years ago, right? But they just now added him. So yeah, I think the solution here is add like quota characters less and replace them with the inspired NPCs that you've already made, right? And then yeah, they need to have a better business model so they can make money through things other than the gotcha sometimes, right? Like selling skins, and you know, letting people maybe subscribe to the game to get a disproportionately high amount of SQ for the amount of money that they put in, and stuff like that, right? More monetization options, I think, would be very good for this game, because I've said this many times, right? I'd be happy to give FGO a bit of money, but I never do because I don't want to gamble. And so even though, you know, I like this game a lot and I'd be happy to support it, I literally don't have a way to support it, right? So they need to fix some of the nonsense like that. Who needs Bond on this account? I mean, obviously Bazette. It'd be someone that I want to get a passive for that I don't have a high NP rank on. I guess Charlemagne. Yeah, that's a big one because there's no guarantee we're going to get more copies of Charlemagne. And sometimes, I mean, you do want, you know, to give characters screen time and whatnot, because it does improve the amount that people roll on them. But that's not always relevant, especially for characters like Chen Gong and like Shimbata, when they've already gotten their story hype, and you already have like a fan base that's just sitting there wanting to obtain them. Now, sure, if you can work it out, where like if you can make it so Shimbata is playable during Gura Gura, and then put him in that story again in a prevalent way, that is obviously the best thing to do. But you know, if they just can't make that work, then they should just, you know, add him at all opposed to not adding him, period, right? Yeah, they need to do here's what I would do for FGO. I'd make it so you can subscribe to the game for $5, and then like if you daily log in, blah 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 blah, the amount of SQ that you get is way more than what you could normally get out of $5. I don't even know what $5 gets you in SQ, but let's say does anyone know how much SQ does $5 get you? I feel like I'm about to be depressed because I bet you it's not a lot, but let's say $5 gets you let's say 10 SQ, right? You make it so if you subscribe to the game, okay, 13. That's a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. Not that that's good, but okay, let's say not even 10. 12 SQ is like $10. It's like 6. Okay. I like how Chet is not even remotely agreeing on this. You get 5 SQ for $3.99, so it's about 6. Okay, I'm guessing it's like 6.5 or something. Okay, we'll be generous and we'll say 7. We'll say you get 7 SQ for $5. So what you do is if you subscribe to the game for $5, if you log in like every day for the month, or even just close to, like if you miss a few days, you should make it a big deal. But you give them like 70 SQ, right? Like massive value, you know, and maybe even more than that. Maybe you even get crazy and make it more than that. But make it like, 70 to 100 SQ, right, for paying $5. Now you can only do it the one time. You're not allowed to like, stack subscriptions, right? So you can't get, keep getting that kind of value. But you can only do it one time per month, and that's it. And you can get like 70 SQ for $5. A lot of people are going to do that. And you can also give a few other minor, perks, like, maybe some mana prisms every day, or, whatever the fuck. You do some shit like that, and you make sure when you introduce this that you don't change the amount of free SQ that you give out, right? You want people to see this as a net positive in every way, right? And then right now I think we get like 2 skins a year, sometimes less, sometimes more. But like I think on average we get about 2 costumes a year. And let's be generous, let's say 3. So what you do is you start giving out like 5 costumes a year for free. You bump it up, but then you start releasing like, 20 or 30 paid costumes every year, right? And you hire more artists to meet that quota, and you sell those for like $10 to $20. And then every once in a while, chat, this is kind of scummy, but like this is just, this is how you make the money, and also I think it's more free-to-play friendly than what we're doing right now, and also it means you don't have to add characters all the time. You do not want to be, you don't want to be forcing characters out when the artists don't have any inspiration, right? So every once in a while you add a skin where let's say, because they're on the screen, we'll make it an epic Atalante altar skin, right? And so it's really fancy, or they put a lot of effort into it, and she has new battle animations, right? At least, maybe not every animation is different, but like maybe 3 or 4 of her attack animations are new based on that costume, right? So it's like a really high effort costume, right? It's like almost a new character in terms of effort. Maybe not quite as much, but like, it's very high effort. And you make that like $40 to $60. Now, that's terrible value. $60 for one character really is not good value. For a costume for a character even. But it's a premium thing. And that's fine, because it is a free-to-play game, right? So I think that's an okay thing to do. So every once in a while you sell a skin like that's like very premium, it's very fancy. The whales will get off on it because they'll have all of them, and they can show off the animations on a YouTube video and on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. And that'll make them a lot of money. That'll make them a lot of fucking money. But then you still make sure that you still release free skins, like more than you actually did prior. And then you make, normal skins that are more like palette swaps, right? That are like $10, $15, and you put those out very regularly, right? And like the goal is you want it so like everyone's favorite character has 2 or 3 skins. So you get a new character, like, oh man, I finally got Achilles, and then they go buy their skin that they like, right? That is really good money making from the company standpoint, and it's fair. I don't think that's actually bad. Yeah, give Jack pants for $60. But anyway, yeah, I think that'd be very good for the game and it would allow them to make money without having to pump out characters all the time. That way you can make sure your artists have more time, and when they do make something, it's inspired and you don't have to do, you know, dumb shit. But yeah, I think that'd be better for everyone. I think we get more skins that way, we get higher quality skins that way. Because that's the thing, I want to see more skins in this game. There's so many costumes from craft essences and promotional events and stuff that I think people would just kill for in the game. But there's a reason we never get them. It's because they don't sell them and they can't justify, you know, the work to create the costume that they can't make any money off of when those artists could be doing other things, right? So that's why we never get them. Now that being said, FGO is so profitable, they actually could afford to do that stuff, and you know they could literally afford to hire more artists, and make more costumes and give them out for free, and then like not, you know, they'd still be a super profitable company, but that would eat into their profits and they'd make less money than they are now, and so they're not going to do that. Yeah, arcade adds way more skins because one, they have a different business model, and two, it is easier to make skins in a 3D game than a 2D sprite game, generally speaking. There's exceptions to that, but generally that is the case. But also their monetization is just really different over there, so. Okay, I'm surprised George is still alive considering we're fighting assassins and we did taunt and all that, but you know, very easy content. Okay, chat, what's your dream for this Guda Guda event coming up? Out of all of the... Okay, let me rephrase that. Out of all the Guda Guda NPCs that are servants, but are not playable, which ones do you want to see added the most? Right, like out of all of the... Because there's a lot these days. Like, there's quite a few. For me, it's Maxwell's Demon, and then Shimbata. It's close, I do like Shimbata a lot, but Maxwell's Demon is definitely my favorite. Those two actually seem to be the most popular right now in my chat. However, I obviously attract a biased crowd, right? Like, my viewers are more likely to be, I think, of that ilk, if you will. Okay, what chapter are we on? Because this... Chapter 8. There's 15 chapters, and we're almost done with Chapter 8, so we're basically on Chapter 9. So, Maxwell's Demon actually wears a white suit in Fate Redline. Which is... I don't even know why they decided to make it green in Guda Guda, but hopefully if they made him a playable character, they would just give him both. Because I do feel like Maxwell's Demon at this point is most likely to get added if they do something Redline related, more so than Guda Guda. Because he's a pretty major antagonist in Redline, at least right now. Yeah, that caster dude is pretty cool. And he's actually one of the oldest NPCs. Wasn't he in the... Wait a minute. When was he introduced? I'm thinking he was like the second or third Guda Guda event. But he was introduced very... I mean, Bobby is Guda too, so he's one of the oldest ones. So yeah, he really does deserve to get in. And he is really unique. I will say, like, he is really unique. Yeah, there's like that German Lancer. Yeah, he dies pretty quick. I think he dies in like the first fight. But yeah, Maxwell's Demon has had a fairly important role in Redline and is kind of built up to be a major antagonist, but who knows? But he is in it. I think we're getting ready to fight Waver. Oh god, this chapter is so long. I'm gonna look online real quick. I want to see... So this chapter's 5 arrows, and it's 4 arrows, and it's 5 arrows, then it's 2 arrows. Okay, then at the end there are a lot of really short arrows. So basically the meat of Septem here is the next 3 chapters. It's 5 arrows, 4 arrows, and 5 arrows. And if I get through that, then it's mostly just the boss fights and stuff. I wonder if we can get Septem over with today. That'd actually be nice. And then we can do the advanced quests. Yeah, that character basically existed so they could make Okita look OP, but then they didn't want to kill off an important character, so that's like why they created that character. He did have kind of a cool design though, regardless. Septem will never end, yeah. I don't think they would pull Jacques Demoli with Maxwell's Demon. Although I wouldn't have said that about Jacques Demoli either. However, the difference is Jacques Demoli is an arcade, because now we see a pattern. Because Jacques Demoli, right, was an arcade, and then they made it different in FGO. And then you've got Proto Merlin, who, although it's still pretty similar, you know, they still found a way to make it different in regular FGO. It's like they're just looking for reasons to be weird, essentially. But I don't think they'd do anything weird with Maxwell's Demon, because he's been in FGO, not arcade, right? He's been in FGO so much, and he isn't in Redline and Coho Ace and all that kind of stuff. So there's just no reason for them to do that, and they haven't done that with stuff like Mori and the other characters. So yeah, I think if the question for Maxwell's Demon is, are they going to add him? But if they do add him, I do think they're going to just add Maxwell's Demon. I don't think they'll do anything weird. What they've kind of implied is like, now even though he's like, so okay, how do I explain this? Maxwell's Demon is a canonical servant, but he is not easily summonable, right? Due to like the whole unlimited energy thing and whatnot. And basically what he has said, he actually said this at one of the times that he worked with us. I think it's in the one with I think it's Good of Final, like with Big Mama Nobu. He basically says when he's fading away that, you know, humanity needs to like he'll be summonable if humanity can like unlock unlimited energy or something like that. And so he's like, you know, maybe I'll see you someday. So what they've kind of implied, now, I will say that clearly that's not the, you know, people have found ways to summon him regardless of that, right? Because he's been summoned by different masters in like Guda and in Redline and stuff. So that people have found ways of summoning him without unlocking unlimited energy, right? And also they just had characters that are supposed to be difficult to summon that they just bullshit, you know, like Jufu, they just make up random nonsense and stuff. So they can make up literally any reason to make Maxwell's Demon playable. But something they might do to kind of stick with what they've said is have an event that's set in the future, right? Like some super futuristic event, and he's summonable because of that, right? They could do something like that. But I mean, really, they've set rules for characters to be summoned and then thrown it out the window, and they actually add them into FGO, and they just contrive some absolute bullshit. So. Yeah, he says something like that, and I feel that's bullshit because we've summoned stupider shit. Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? I mean, obviously, like, we could summon Ishtar, for God's sakes. I mean, some of the nonsense that we've summoned, it's just silly. But my point is that because they said that, they might have been, like, setting up, like, the potential of doing an event where you see, like, humanity in the future or whatever. But you know what would suck, chat? Imagine this. Imagine they do an event, and maybe it's, like, something kind of similar to Notes or something, where it's like, you know, humanity that's like super advanced and all that, and so humanity has, you know, arguably unlimited energy or something, or like, you know, close enough, and obviously it's a perfect time to use Maxwell's Demon in the story, and they just don't, right? Like they just don't. Humanity in Notes, it's like a future of humanity. It's like a timeline. It's not like the set in stone timeline. There's like, you know, lots of branching paths and whatnot. But anyway, I could totally see that though. They have a setting in a main story or an event that would be perfect for Maxwell's Demon, and they just don't do it. Because yeah, Agravain in Lost Belt 6. Can you all fucking believe that? I honestly cannot believe Agravain's not in Lost Belt 6. Right? I've read Lost Belt 6. I know what that fucking story's about on all the weird nonsense. And I'm still like, there was no reason that Agravain should not have been in that story. Like, that was so dumb. Like, I don't even get it. I don't get it. Because they've even said that they've said in the past they've been looking for, like, a way to add Agravain. And they just haven't. It's like, what the fuck? I don't think notes is an inevitability. Now I might be wrong, but I don't think it's an inevitability. I think it's just like a timeline, and it is a canonical timeline, but I don't think it's like the destined route. But I'd have to look again to be sure. Cause I do remember Nasu talking about that, and I don't quite remember what they said about notes. But of memory, it's a possible future, but it's not like the only one. I don't think it is important for a character to be tied to story, and the proof is in the pudding. Look at how many characters in FGO that were in day 1. And obviously they weren't tied to any story because, you know, the game must launch with servants, right? No one ever had a problem with any of those characters. Like, what's the problem with there just being servants? Like, and that's half the, chat, am I crazy? It's like, I think sometimes it's fun to have like your pocket favorite servant that hasn't even been in the main story yet, and they're kind of got their own unique thing going on. If they ever get used, then you're happy to see it, but it's like, you know, in Fate's Day Night, when the story starts, obviously Ku wasn't in the story before Bazette summoned him. That's like what Fate is about, is summoning these characters that you haven't even seen a lot of yet, and then you see more of them as you go. That's literally what Fate is, right? Like every fucking, you know, main, you know, flagship title in Fate, that's generally what they do, is you summon characters you know literally nothing about, and then you learn stuff about them, right? Now, I would agree that eventually you want to get around to using the characters in the main story, just because, like, why have them in the game if you're not going to use them at some point, right? But I actually don't like, oh, what a coincidence that every time we could summon a character, it's because they were just in the main story. And then half the time, the one that you summon, you're canonically able to summon at the... How do I put this? Because I think some people aren't going to get this, but this is absolutely the case. So, you can summon the Wonder Twins before doing Lost Belt 5. You start playing the game after Lost Belt 5, but you haven't done Lost Belt 5, and you just get them. And they accommodate that. They absolutely accommodate that. If you look at the My Room lines and stuff, anything tied to like Lost Belt 5 and stuff, they won't say until after you beat Lost Belt 5. And they do that for like so many characters, and it's because they're making sure it's like it's okay that they're canonically summoned before, right? So you don't need to have characters added all the time directly tied to when they have. I think that's really contrived and just kind of silly. Now, sure, it's good for marketing, right? I'm not a dummy here. Like, I get it. It's good for marketing, where you show off a popular character and then, oh, you can roll for them, right? Obviously, but they're not always going to be able to do that, and they haven't always done that because you have characters like Chen Gong and Black Bart and stuff that they just add, and yeah, like Yang getting added without story and that kind of thing. Now, my thing is, if you're going to add them without story, they still need to be a good character, right? You still need to have planned out a good character. And like if they have an interlude, give them a really good interlude and that kind of stuff. Because like the problem with Yang is not that she wasn't in the main story when she was added. The problem with Yang is she basically didn't have a character when she was added, right? She was a really vague trope, and they've never really flushed that out and done a lot with it. And that's been true for a lot of like the characters, right? Now that's not the case with Chen Gong, right? That's not the case with Chen Gong. Even though when Chen Gong got added, he was added for literally no reason, and he's just in the game all of a sudden. You know, he's a rather well fleshed out character, and he's pretty interesting and that kind of thing. And the way to solve this, in my opinion, if you want to just add characters, is just write good interludes, and they should be doing that anyway, right? And it's like embarrassing. Chat, I mean this. If you doubt what I'm about to say, Google Proto Lancer interlude and go read that on YouTube, right? Or go in your game, and if you've done it, you can go read it in my room. Go look at Proto Lancer's interlude. That shit is a travesty. And that shit should never happen. And for the old characters that already like that, they need to give them a new interlude. It should be a requirement that every character has at least one, preferably more, but at least one good interlude that is really done properly, right? Because it's just writing, right? There's not much dev work that has to be done. You don't need to make a bunch of unique assets, especially now that they have the class card servants, right? They use like the generic Saber class card servant to represent, Sir Ironside. Right, so you can use stuff like that to accommodate like the characters you might need for it, and just get the writers on it. Right, every character should have at least one good interlude, and preferably more. And all those characters that have interludes like Proto-Coup, and like for God's sakes, if you don't believe me, go Google it. That kind of shit is a travesty. Yeah, those need to be fixed. Right, they need to get a new one. Every character should have one good proper one. So if every character has a really good interlude, and it's not brief, right? You make a good, fleshed out, story, and obviously it's going to take a while to write all of this, but you just start working on it over time, and they absolutely have the money to hire the writers for this. That's a really good way of fixing, like, if you're going to add Shambata and he's not in a story at the time. It's a good way to fix it. So most of Billy's characterization is in Jolter's interlude, for God's sakes. Because, Billy is in Jolter's, interlude, and it gives him some actual character, and, obviously it's Valentine's Day scene, and then you've got Lost Belt 1. So yeah, if that's where Billy fans, can get any Billy. It's Jolter's interlude, Lost Belt 1, and Valentine's. That's it. That's that. Yeah, and see, if you had that, and he had a really good interlude, right, it'd be fine. But, he doesn't have a good interlude. Yeah, he's not in America, like, at all. He has no characterization there. It's fucking awful, and his fight scene makes no sense. It's just garbage. And, like, Billy's not as bad off as, Proto-Coup, but, yeah, it's not great. At least he has Lost Belt 1, though. Yeah, Billy's playing cards with Castor, Coup, and Mash, and he basically, if I remember correctly, Castor Coup is like accusing him of cheating, and Billy's like, Mash deserves an honest game, implying that Coup doesn't. But yeah, he's like, I won't cheat because Mash is here. And I think Geronimo is I don't think Geronimo's in that interlude. I'm thinking a different one. But yeah, Coup, Castor, and Billy are in that interlude a bit.
Yes.
Oh, it's totally fine. It's totally fine for characters to get characterization in other characters' interlude because it can be natural and make sense, right? Like having the different characters interact and stuff. Actually, it needs to happen, right? It'd be unnatural if it didn't. The problem is, like, Tesla, for example, is always a joke in, his own interludes and stuff, but then he got serious stuff in, I think it's actually Napoleon's interlude, not Scatty's. I always think it's Scatty's, but I think it's actually Napoleon's. And it's because Scatty is in Napoleon's interlude a lot, right? Because Napoleon is from Lost Belt 2, right? But Tesla gets a really, like, a lot of characterization in that one, right? Like the whole, like, I really, like that shit's awesome. But yeah, it's not his story. And that's fine. It's okay for Tesla to have an awesome moment in someone else's interlude, but then he needs to have, his own, shit. Now, what you don't want to have happen is stuff like Romulus's interlude. That stuff needs, where it's all about Nero, right? Like, Romulus does nothing in his own interlude. That's fucked up. So here, for Napoleon, from what I remember, there's nothing wrong with Napoleon's interlude, but he needs to have two, right? Because I get that, like, Napoleon would feel that way and everything about all this stuff with Scatty. So I think it actually makes sense for his character to kind of be that way in that interlude, but he needs to have another interlude. Yeah, you can have some classical French stuff and whatnot, right? I think you could have so much more fun with interludes. And first off, they should make the gameplay more memorable, right? Like, okay, so the dream is you maybe have one interlude that's really easy that anybody can beat, you know, when they first get the servant. And then maybe a second one that's a bit harder. Not like, it doesn't need to be like Lost Belt 6 fluffy hard, but you know, something like, you know, the Tristan interlude where you got a little bit of meat on its bones, you know, you can have some actual fun with the gameplay. And you know, some of these, the ones that call for it, you can make them a bit longer, right? Again, you don't need to make unique assets for them. You can use sprites that already exist, monsters that already exist, those generic class card servants, right? That way the devs don't have to like make new assets. They can just make, you know, gimmicky fights and break bar fights and stuff with assets that already exist, so it doesn't take a lot of time. But you can have little fun epic adventures and all that are, you know, more than 3 nodes and stuff when the story calls for it, right? I think making good interludes like that will make the game feel a lot more like an RPG and then make them replayable. So have fun boss fights from time to time that are actually worth a damn, and you know, interesting content and some good writing, and then you can replay the interludes if you want to. So you can have fun with the gameplay and have just if you like the story and stuff. So like, why not? Like, why not make it more like a, you know, flushed out experience? You know, I'm not sure I've actually seen Langling's interlude. I've certainly not read it. There's only a few interlude fights that are, like, good. I mean, there's the Tristan one, right? That one's actually worth a damn. I guess you get the million HP Gilgamesh Dragon. There's a couple other ones. Like, there's, like, the Thickcaster. That one's, like, got some boss fights that are kind of interesting. Actually, I think Lasagna is more interested in replayable content. I think they haven't really gotten around to it yet, because again, they have just the worst company structure imaginable, and they don't have enough devs, but at least devs know what they're doing. But I actually think they are interested in replayable content, because other games are doing it, and you got, like, they made it, DW, not Lasagna, DW made advanced quests, and they were not replayable. And then Lasagna came in and made them replayable. Now, most of the advanced quests are trash, and they're so gimmicky that there's no replay value to them. But I'm getting a little bit of hope because of the Banana Oni advanced quest, right? Like the Banana Oni advanced quest was pretty good, and the Darius one is pretty good, and kind of the Hector one, kind of. So we have like at least 3 of them that are good. So. And then have some degree of replay value to them. So as they add more, I think we might get more fights like the Banana Oni one that there's more reason to go back and play again. So I don't know, they might actually, the advanced quest could end up being kind of interesting, so we'll see. But yeah, I'm giving Lasagna a lot of leeway right now because, you know, a lot of leadership is changing, they're trying to hire, and they straight up said that they're restructuring like the way the company operates and stuff. So, you know, I think things are going to be slow for a while, but I think there's a chance they're going to turn the ship around. But the real holdup to me is if they're capable of you know, hiring good talent. It's one thing to hire 5 new artists and a new software engineer, but are they any good, right? And from what I've seen of the industry, what Lasagna is doing is not going to result in them getting good talent. They don't pay enough. And like that's why they haven't been able to hire a new UI lead. I mean, they've been looking for one actively for a really long time now, and the UI desperately needs the help. So, but let's say they finally hired a new UI lead tomorrow. Let's say they finally hired someone. They might not hire a good one, right? They might just be settling, and the new guy doesn't know how to fix these problems, and these, you know, it's just shit, right? Or even if, let's say they finally hire someone and they hire a good one, right? They actually hire a really good UI lead. It's probably going to take months for, you know, real change to work its way down the pipeline. So yeah, it's going to take a while. Okay, this is not Waver and Alexander yet. But I think that's soon. Actually, I would like them to just add Hijikata as an advanced quest with no buffs. And the reason is that'd be a good playground for just like a straightforward nuke fest. And we could use 1 or 2 of those, in my opinion. Now, by all means, you can add another fight. Oh, okay. Well, Berserker on Berserker violence. But, you know, you don't have to use Hijikata specifically for that. If you wanted to add a harder version of Hijikata, how they added a harder version of Banana Oni, that's totally fine. But, you know, he's one that could be used as kind of a straightforward, you know, murder it fight, and we could use one of those, I think. Man, I can't believe I just did that much damage. Jeez. Can I win right now? Maybe. If I crit, yes, but probably not if I don't. Nope, I'd have to double crit. Close though. Okay, now we win. That was really easy. See, chat, no one is gonna do this, and like most people are gonna do this fight, and they're gonna summon a friend's level 90 Gajuna or something like that. Because that's all that's on their friends list, right? And they're gonna beat that fight in like 1 or 2 turns, and not, it just, that's not good, right? Like, this is so boring, right? You wanna have a good boss fight in Septem every few chapters, right? And again, it needs to be scaled for newer players, so you don't want Gwaine in Septem, but, you know, give people something to sink their teeth into. And also, they need to massively incentivize... So, okay, there's 2 things you can do if you want to fix the support list problem, right? 'Cause let's look at this, right? So, let's look at the average person, right? Level 100, level 100, level 120, level 100, level 90, level 90, level 90, level 90, 90, 90, 80, 100, 90, 90, 90, 100, 90, 90, 90, 104, 99. You're seeing a theme here, chat? You know, all of this stuff is going to trivialize the early game. And no new player... So let's say you make the boss fights designed around people summoning stuff this powerful. Your fellow units are not going to be that strong because your account's so new, right? So there's a couple of things that you can do to address this, right? You can do incentivizing story supports, right? So like right now, I'll get 50 FP if I summon a normie, or I get 200 FP if I summon a story support. That's not much of an incentive, right? So you could do things like add, you know, maybe you get a random bronze mat, right? Maybe you get 500 FP, right? You can do a few things to kind of incentivize it. Also make the story supports better. Yeah, at least give them their 3rd skill. But anyway, so you can incentivize story supports, so people are rewarded for, you know, doing stuff. And also, again, make the game more fun, because right now people just want to get through the main story as fast as possible, at least the early stuff, up to maybe Camelot. But make it so it's worth their time. It's worth their time to like smell the roses, you know. And don't make people feel like they need to rush through the main story as fast as possible so they can play the latest event. You know, people need to, they market this game. If you look at the ads for FGO, they market it as an RPG. But you need people to just not feel rushed and be happy to just take their time enjoying each story one at a time, right? And so, yeah. The other thing you can do, now there's a lot of problems with this. This is what Arknights does, and it works fine in Arknights, but Arknights is way better. Arknights is a million times better at like a smooth curve, right? Like my friend Kath was playing Arknights recently and streaming it, and you can kind of just see there's a pretty smooth curve on the average power of the player's own units versus how much harder the content in the main story is getting, right? FGO is not like that at all. So for example, what Arknights does is your friend support's level is roughly tied to the highest level unit that you have. So until you get a maxed out unit, your friend support units aren't maxed out. But that works fairly well in Arknights. That wouldn't work very well in FGO, and the reason is FGO gives you a free max ascension. When you make a new account in FGO, you can instantly max ascend one character. And this is what I'm talking about. FGO has always aimed to like help people blitz through the story. So you max out one of your own units to max ascension, and then you summon your friends. Let's see what you know, like this 120 Musashi. Like seriously, if I friended this guy, right, I have my one free max ascension, and then this level 120 Musashi, and I just beat everything with that, and it's super easy, and you face roll it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. That doesn't get anybody. Everyone's gonna do that naturally because everyone wants the path of least resistance, but they're gonna be bored and quit the game. So you can't really do what Arknights did. because of that. The free max ascension messes it up, and the people will get mad if you remove the free max ascension. So what I think they need to do is the only out I see is super incentivizing using the story support. Don't force it, but super incentivize using the friend support, and then have story replay. So if you want to go back and then do that boss fight with your friend's unit just for funsies, you can. You don't want anyone to be like, oh man, this would be so fun if I could solo it with Ku, but then I'd miss out on this free loot. So what you do is, okay, well, I'll do it the first time with the story support, and then I'll go solo it with Ku afterwards because we have story replay. Because we're not heathens here, chat. Anyway, so yeah, that's the fix to that. And then obviously make the story better. Don't have all this filler crap, so it's not a slog. Right now, I think everyone sees the main story as a slog. Right? You don't want that. You want everyone to see the main story as like a fun experience. And so if you're struggling with a boss fight, it should be fun. And also, chat, if you're stuck on a boss fight and you're trying to beat it with the story support, you should get all of your AP back if you fail. By the way, Arc Knights does that too. So if you're fighting Fluffy and you're getting wrecked, every time you fail, you should get your AP back. I think that's another thing that really incentivizes people to just nuke the story as fast as possible, is because if they fuck up, they're losing AP. And nobody wants to lose AP because that's the human condition, right? People don't want to feel like they're being super inefficient, and they don't want to feel like they're wasting their time. So people will seriously do something that will make them enjoy the game less to be more optimal with their AP. Don't lie to me, chat. I bet you a lot of people in my chat have done that. Like, people have done something with the main story or whatever that they did not find fun, but they did it because they didn't want to waste AP. I guarantee you there's people in my chat like that right now. Yeah, and you gotta watch the story every time you reset. Yeah, it's fucking painful. But yeah, they basically need to accommodate for how people actually behave, right? They need to not make people you should not be stressed. The main story shouldn't even take AP. I actually really think, felt that way for a long time. The main story should not cost AP. So you should be like, okay, let me use my AP real quick. Let me do the event stages, or let me do the farming, the daily farming, do QP dailies or whatever. Use up my AP, and then while my APs are generating, I'll go do the main story, because that doesn't take AP. That's 1000% how it should be. Because then if you're failing the stage, you're not losing AP anyway, and you're not gonna care. You're like, I've already used my AP. Now I can just have fun, right? So if you're like dicking around and you're trying to beat a stage with 3 stars, you're trying to solo it, or you're trying to use your favorite character, you're not gonna sweat it if you're failing, right? And again, this accommodates for like the human condition where people are going to be worrying about, efficiency and that kind of stuff. I'm gonna be right back. I need to get more water. I kind of blew through that really quickly. What's your favorite interlude? I'm gonna come back and scroll up and see what people say. All right, I am back. All right, let's see what people got when it comes to interludes here. Oh yeah, and Q's is pretty good. Yeah, that one's actually written by the Fate Strange fake writer. Passion Lip, Canis. Wait, Canis has an inner. Oh yeah, of course she does. Yeah, she's got. I don't really like that one though, because it's about cooking bread, and then just like what's his face thinking about if you fought those bosses without help. It's kind of silly. I don't think I've read Asclepius's interlude. I'm gonna have to fix that. Yeah, I think Enkidu's actually might be my favorite. But I'm not sure. I'd have to sit down and think about it. But yeah, I do like Enkidu's quite a bit. Lobo's... Everything with Lobo is good. Who doesn't like Lobo? I'm gonna have to go look up Asclepius's interlude. I don't remember that one. I don't think I've read it. And then Tristan's was pretty interesting, especially with the Morgan foreshadowing, but then at the last second, apparently, Nasu decided to, you know, scrap Morgan and do Lost Belt Morgan, and now Tristan's interlude makes absolutely no sense, so that's a thing. Yeah, I don't remember if it was Moriarty's interlude or Sherlock's interlude, where Moriarty tells you that Sherlock is sus. I forget which one it is. I do remember that interlude, though. Oh, David's interlude. I like David's interlude. It's a little short, and the part of it that matters, you know, it's like there's some like wasted time with it, but I don't mind David's. That one's a pretty big feels bad. So, especially because of David's interlude, I think David is like the most underused character in 1.0 ever. He should have played a much bigger role in the main story. He doesn't have to be like super front and center, but the fact that he wasn't used more, I think, is a travesty. Because, you know, he's Romani's, you know, Solomon's dad. Like, that's kind of relevant. Yeah, David's interlude is pretty short, but it is good, and I'm glad he at least did that, you know, for the character. But I wish he had, you know, done more. But I do like that one. But yeah, it is short. I think part of why David was so shafted is because they didn't want to give away the thing. But I mean, you could figure it out pretty early on anyway. And I've seen this a lot, and I think it's just bad writing. Arknights does this, FGO does this. I see a lot of anime and video games do this. Oh god, they're trying to be Star Wars. I see this a lot. You see a lot of video games and whatnot. They're trying to have a Luke, I am your father. Chad, I just spoiled Star Wars for you. But they're trying to have that moment, right? And they think they're gonna have that moment, which they're not. Like they're not gonna have that moment. And so what they'll do is they won't tell you something until 5 seconds before the whole shtick is over, right? They do this a lot. Like, for example, it's not like Nasu did not make up the Guadia thing last minute. You know, he clearly had it planned from the beginning, but they don't do anything with it. And it's like, it would be so much better, because like all this stuff that happens with Guadia's character, like, you know, kind of learning more about emotions and stuff, that would be a way better, and like his feelings about like Solomon and stuff, if they like played that out throughout the whole story instead of it all happening in 5 minutes right before he dies, right? And like they just do that a lot, where they have something, but they're trying to keep it a secret. Like, they don't want David to give away the Solomon thing, but it's like, it's not that big of a reveal anyway. It'd be better if we learned about it sooner and then you play off of it more. So you have interactions with David and whatnot, and maybe David knows but other characters don't, and things like that, right? There's just way more you can do with characterization and stuff if you don't just like wait until the last 2 seconds. Yeah, and the Alien God has been like that, maybe to a lesser extent, but like very much so. And I've noticed Nasu is really bad about that, in FGO especially. Like, he just does everything in the last 5 seconds. And it's just like, that's not particularly good writing in my opinion. I just unplugged. I was like, where's my sound? But I actually unplugged my my earbuds, which I had plugged in, so whoops. I mean, I don't think it's really bad if we know that Romani Solomon pretty early on. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's bad that you learn who Guadia is pretty early on. Like, when you actually know the basic pieces on the board, having like the stuff play out is gonna be more interesting, right? Because otherwise nothing matters until the end. Like when you have a vague idea about what Guadia is about and like what he's trying to do and why he's doing what he's doing while he does stuff and like because we should be interacting with him more than we do. We should fight him more than just in London and then in Solomon, right? So like knowing like what the character vaguely, at least half of what they want to do and why they want to do it, I think can add a lot more to their actions throughout the story. When you don't understand why the fuck this character is doing what they're doing until like the end, it's not very good. And like Arknights is really bad about that. Like you don't know anything about Frost Nova and like Patriot until you've already killed them, and it's like, okay, great. And of course there's like certain elements to things that you can keep a secret and, you know, reveal things as you go, but what Fate does a lot is tell you literally nothing until the last 5 minutes. And they just do that like over and over again. And like I see that a lot in like mobile games and stuff, and they're trying to have these big plot twists, and it just doesn't really work. Okay, we have very little crit chance here, but we'll get plus 20%. Guess we'll do the defense down. I actually completely forgot that you fought Leonidas in Salem because he plays like such a minor ass role in the story, as does almost every antagonist in, I just said Salem, I'm at Septem. It's all the same. Yeah, Fate is trying really hard to have like these big twists, and I feel like it falls pretty flat most of the time. You know, if I was just gonna NP, there was no point in punching him in the face, but he still has the most HP, so it's still the best thing to do. The thing is, you gotta understand, Guadia's plan is contrived around, like, what the story is. Like, if you want you to know who Guadia is, like if like the halfway point or whatever, you just change the plan. Like, do you realize how arbitrary most things in Fate are? Like, I cannot stress this enough. Look at FGO specifically. Up until FGO, summoning servants was incredibly difficult, and having more than one servant was even more difficult. And it required, you know, generally very specific circumstances to just summon a servant. And then they're like, hey, we want a story where you've got like 1 billion servants. And so they just made a bunch of bullshit up. I mean, like, literally, they just made a bunch of bullshit up to justify FGO. And it's the same thing for Solomon's or Guadia's plan, right? Most of like the mechanics behind it and why they are the way that they are is because that's what they wanted it to be, to fit the story. If you're gonna learn about Guadia sooner, you just make it different. Right? Like, it's not really a big deal, right? Like, there's just so much stuff like that in Fate where they make up stuff to service what they want. And it's like, it is the easiest thing ever to just modularly change that stuff out because it never had any depth to it in the first place. Right? Most of the depth in Fate comes from like the character motivations and that kind of stuff. Right? Look at Fate Stay Night. I mean, it's Heaven's Feel is a giant plot device that they just convoluted. If you wanted it to play out differently, you just change the plot device. Like, they literally could have done anything with the Shadow that they wanted. They could have justified or not justified anything. Like, literally anything. Right? They just make that shit up. Right? And like, Fate is loaded with that kind of just bullshit, you know, just like plot device nonsense. And FGO is absolutely no exception to that. Yeah, there's some nonsense with Hyde. Like, his Saint Graph is like messed up in Chaldea, and you're not summoning like the prototype version. But the real reason is because there was no official design for Hyde's prototype version, his werewolf form. There was no official art for it, so they couldn't put it in FGO. I'm serious, that's the reason. That's also the reason they didn't use Lancer Vlad, is because they didn't know what his NP was supposed to look like. And they couldn't be bothered to read APOC back then. I'm so not kidding, by the way. If you look at all the Day 1 APOC characters, it's really obvious that they didn't read the book APOC, and they always made sure to characterize the characters in a way that they couldn't accidentally say or do something that would go against like their characterization in the book. That's why like Atalante says nothing in Oceanus, and that's why, you know, everyone has like Manus enhancement in Orleans. So if they act in a way that's out of sync with APOC, it's okay because, oh, they have Manus enhancement. Everything APOC related is like that. Like their bios are unbelievably vague. Their role in the story is always done in a way that it couldn't step on APOC's toes. It's because they didn't read APOC. Like, because like Nasu wasn't really involved in FGO back then, and the devs that were doing it back then didn't want to read APOC. It's all fucking obvious, dude. Like every APOC character is magically like that. And then every character that had a design, I'm not kidding, like every character that had a design that didn't have official art, like the werewolf form for Hyde and the vampire form for Vlad and stuff like that, miraculously, for some reason, you don't summon that version of them, and they find some bullshit game thing to get around it. Every time, right? It's not artistic integrity, right? There's not like a legitimate reason that Jekyll and Hyde is that way. They did it because it's an excuse, right? Like FGO, it's actually shocking to me how many FGO fans don't believe what I'm saying right now. That they think everything that happens in FGO is purely like Nasu verse lore, and it's all, you know, horse before the cart, right? And everything's legit and playing out logically based on Nasu's will or something, right? Which is just absolute nonsense. Like, and even you know, Fate Stay Night is, you know, cart before the horse, not the other way around. You know, Fate is pretty heavy-handed when it comes to use of like plot device and making up bullshit rules to justify a one-off thing and things like that. They do it all the time. All the time. Fate is horrible when it comes to internal logic. But it's crazy to me how many people act like the Nasu verse is like this perfect storytelling. Like, dude, I remember there was these people on Reddit that were trying to like discredit me, and like everyone in this circle believed like this goes without explanation, because to them this was such proof that I had no idea what I was talking about. They were like, he doesn't think Fates Tonight is written well, which it's not. But because they think just saying that Green Boy thinks Fates Tonight is not written particularly well, that should discredit anything I say, because to them it is such a given that Fates Stay Night is this amazing piece of literature. You know, with fucking, you know, Rin's defenseless anus, right? It's this godly piece of literature, right? It's fucking ridiculous, right? Like the Fate community is pretty stupid in my opinion, right? Like like when it comes to like the it's a vocal minority, right? Obviously, but the vocal minority of, I think, of the Fate franchise is, dude. Like I just saw a video. I don't remember what video it was, but I just saw a video, and I've seen this kind of comment so many times, where someone will ask, well, what's the strongest servants or even the strongest beings in the Nasuverse? And then they'll get a reply, and it'll be the most upvoted reply, like hundreds of upvotes. And they'll say stupid shit like King Asan and Ort and stuff, and it's like, it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it literally says in notes that Ort isn't the strongest of the ultimate ones. So you're gonna make a list of the top 10 strongest Nasuverse things, and the only type on there is Ort. When in Ort's bio, it literally says it's not Ort. No, Jesus Christ, it's not Art. That's like another thing. People will unironically say it's Art. How the fuck is it Ark? Right? Nasu himself has even said like Ark is trash against like any servant, because like Ark's whole thing is her parameters are like based on what the juice Earth gives her. Now, first off, Earth is not like the strongest celestial body anyway. So already she's not the strongest thing. But what it does is it makes her parameters slightly stronger than her opponent, right? That's all it does. That's not very good, because that does not account for, and this is what Nasu puts it, that doesn't account for like items, right? So if she fought Ku, right, the Earth would give Arkawade power to make her slightly stronger than Ku, and slightly faster than Ku, and slightly tankier than Ku. But it doesn't do anything about Ku's, you know, bulg or his runes or any of that shit. And those things are way more dangerous than Ku's raw stats, right? So she's just gonna get bulged and die. And right, and bulg does damage based on, you know, it does more damage the tankier the opponent is, right? So she's just dead. Right, so she just loses to Ku for of all things, let alone Gilgamesh with his 5 billion items. Like Shiro could beat Arkawade. I'm not even kidding. Shiro could literally beat Arkawade, right? Because she's going to barely have higher stats than Shiro, and then Shiro makes a bunch of bullshit items that she has no way of dealing with, and boom, she's dead, right? Like Arkawade's nothing special. Like she is good if you're fighting like things that are just based around stats, right? I mean, that's literally what Nasu said, right? And like Gilgamesh was actually the example that Nasu used, because I mean, Gil's kind of abnormal because he's got like a billion items. But anyway, most people will say like King Hassan, which I have no idea why. There's nothing about King Hassan that makes him super crazy powerful. Now, he's a strong servant, don't get me wrong. But for some reason, people have this idea that King Hassan is just like the strongest thing that's ever existed. And people mention Ort, and sure, Ort is very, 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 very powerful, right? But it makes no sense to list Ort and no other ultimate one, right? Like, even if Ort is going to be in your top 10, then you have to put in other ultimate ones, because Ort isn't the strongest ultimate one. And they've said that multiple times. And like, even says he's probably not the strongest thing for Mercury, because he's probably not even for Mercury, but that's a different thing. Yeah, Tiamat's pretty strong. It's kind of hard to say how strong she is, though, because she never fights anything like her, right? Like, she never... And then when you do beat her, it's in, like, completely bullshit circumstances. So it's really hard to say how powerful, like, she actually is. Now, Nasu says that, you know, she's a primordial deity, and primordial deities are just stronger than, like, regular divine spirits and deities and stuff. So she's basically stronger than like every, you know, regular god. But like it is impossible to size up like Tiamat to like Ort. And that's the thing with a lot of stuff in the Nasu-verse. There's really no way to actually size them up to each other. And like Nasu does this on purpose. So if he writes a story, okay, let's say that Nasu's not gonna write this story, but let's say Nasu writed a new visual novel around Tiamat. Right? Tiamat's going to be the main protagonist or main antagonist, either one, right? So if he does this, and I guarantee you, if he did that, he is going to like make up a bunch of bullshit. Now, to be fair, there's a lot of room to make up bullshit because they've never really explained how like Tiamat's authority works and stuff, and like what it really means to be a primordial deity, and like she didn't even have her brain and all that. So there's a lot of room to make up a bunch of bullshit for Tiamat. Sure, but whatever he makes up, it's going to be made up based on what that story needs, right? So let's say Tiamat's the main antagonist or main protagonist, and it's a new story, and it's set in Babylonia or whatever, so it's like true, pure, proper Tiamat. It's not like some, you know, weird filtered version or whatever, right? She's going to be, and let's say like Ort is a side character, then he's probably going to have Tiamat beat Ort. Right? But where if it's the other way around, where maybe it's like a Tsukihime story or a Note story or something like that, right? And Ort is like going to be a really, really important part of the story, and Tiamat is like some side afterthought, you know, like, you know, almost cameo appearance, then Ort's probably going to be way stronger than Tiamat, right? There is so much stuff like that in the Nasu-verse, where there is so much wiggle room to just bullshit stuff, and they'll just make stuff up for the individual story. And then, like, for example, let's say Arkawade is going to be used as a cameo or a side thing in a Fate story, right? Opposed to, like, being a major centerpiece in, like, a Tsukihime story. They're just going to bullshit a reason for her not to be as powerful as important for that story. And they've done this, and it's crazy to me that people act like this isn't how Fate operates. When this is all Fate does. It does this shit constantly. Like, literally non-stop. You look at all the stories in FGO, you look at Fate Stay Night, you look at Tsukihime, etc., etc. That's all this shit is like making up excuses and making up new bullshit to make whatever is prevalent in this story to be more important in that story, and the side stuff's not as important. And then and later on, when it's the other way around, they just make up other nonsense. That's non-stop what Fate does, right? Like, that's like, or what the Nasu-verse does. And really, I've just stopped caring about like the technical side of the Nasu-verse because of that, because they've literally just retconned everything every 5 seconds, and then they retcon the retcons when that's in their way, and there's no legitimacy to any of it anymore. Like, literally, Atalante Alter could fucking beat Guadia in a story 5 years from now, and it wouldn't surprise me. Right? Like, obviously, she'd never be able to do it when Guadia is relevant, but 5 years from now, they'll just make whatever the fuck up. Like, oh, Guadia is summoned this way and that way, and so he's not as strong, and blah, 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 blah. None of it fucking matters, right? Like, literally none of it matters. They just make up anything to justify what they want. Like, what basically what Nasu wants is whatever character he's working on at the time needs to be the most important thing at the time, right? And he'll just make up whatever he needs to make up for that to work. And it's so fucking stupid. Why are we talking about Goku right now? The thing is, like, odds are, first off, Shiki would never know to act that way around Goku, and also Goku would kill her before she'd have the opportunity to say anything. If for, like, let's be honest, if for whatever reason you put Shiki and Goku in the same universe, there's no reason for them to fight each other under any circumstance. Like, there just isn't, right? Like, Goku's gonna be fighting some fucked up alien that can blow up the earth in a punch. I'm not exaggerating, by the way. Like, they have multiple characters that can do that. And Shiki's gonna be hanging out in some random city that has nothing to do with any of this, and she's gonna be killing a zombie with a power level of 5. There's no reason for those two characters to interact with each other under any circumstance. They just never would. And if for whatever reason, Shiki was like some kind of threat where like Goku thinks he needs to kill Shiki, she would probably be dead before she even knew what was happening. And he'd probably kill her on accident. Because he'd probably think she's going to be like as strong as like at least, you know, meta cooler, but you know she's not, and he would accidentally turn her into you know, a pancake before he even realized, oh, is unbearably weak, right, compared to, you know, in terms of speed and all that kind of stuff. They'd never even have a conversation. But yeah, in any kind of legitimate no plot armor scenario, they would never even talk to each other, right? Like literally, she's going to be hanging out in the city, and Goku's going to be fighting aliens that can blow up the planet. Right, and Shiki would never try to fight those things, right? Like, cause she would just die, right? Because, like, can you imagine if, like, Shiki tried to fight, like, fucking, you know, Frieza? It's not gonna work, right? Like, it's literally not gonna work, right? Like, I mean, Frieza is so much faster and stronger. I'm not even kidding. Frieza's henchmen, right? I don't mean, like, Zarbon. I mean, like, the dudes, right? Like, the Frieza dudes would body Shiki. Maybe she could kill one of them with her mystic eyes if they were stupid and like let them hit her, you know, let her hit them, right? But then the rest of them are like, oh shit, don't let the knife hit you, and they're all gonna like spam their little shitty energy blast that can like actually blow up mountains. I mean, Raditz can blow up a mountain with a palm blast. Raditz can blow up a mountain with a palm blast, right? So Frieza's dudes will literally murder Shiki like so fast that she would never even get to fight, you know, Frieza. Doesn't, like, you're not gonna hit her with the knife at any point, right? Because like they're so much faster and strong. Like literally Raditz could kill Shiki, right? Like yes, if Shiki could somehow hit Raditz, she could probably kill him, but she'll never do that. So, dude, seriously, even Raditz, his feats of strength are ludicrous. Right, he's moving so fast you can't see him. He's punching through people through buildings when he's not even trying. He fires a generic palm blast that he wasn't even super serious about, and it misses and it blows up a mountain, right? Shit like that. And that's fucking Raditz, dude. So yeah, generic Frieza soldiers would actually murder most of, you know, the characters like Shiki, right? Like that, not a goddamn chance. Even if you could cut an energy blast, like, you gotta understand, like, the energy blasts in Dragon Ball Z are normally moving at a speed that a human can't see, right? So you won't even know what's happening, right? And even the Frieza soldiers have a high enough power level that they are just so much faster and stronger than Shiki that she would never be able to touch them with her fucking knife, right? Like, no fuck, they're so much stronger than a regular human, right? So even if by some miracle, if she stopped a blast, which she probably won't be able to do, but I mean, I buy that she could cut the blast if she hit it, but she's probably not going to be able to hit it, right? But even if you stopped one blast, like, okay, you stopped one blast, I mean, like, whoop-de-doo. When do we fight? I'm sitting here thinking, but when the fuck do we fight Wafer and Alex? Because there's only 4 chapters left, and we're like this far in. Always like it every time I talk about Arcawade, there's always Arcawade stands like, she's the strongest thing ever! And it's like, no, she's not. She is strong, but like, Jesus Christ, there's so many things so much scarier than Arcawade. And her powers are like super, or how to put this, it's like she's rarely going to be able to fight at her maximum. Because that's like, she doesn't really get her powers from herself. So, yeah, I swear, Arcawade stands and King Hassan, and I love King Hassan, don't get me wrong, King Hassan's awesome and everything, but King Hassan, I think, might be the most exaggerated character in the whole Natsuverse. People have this idea that because he has, like, now he does have the ability to give the concept of death to things that don't have the concept of death. He does have that ability, right? That does not translate to you being able to kill anything though, right? People hear the concept of death and they think that means therefore you can now kill anything, right? That's not what that does, right? That is absolutely not what that does. A lot of things that lack the concept of death, that's not what people think, right? It's more like they're an entity that doesn't necessarily have like a soul. They're not really alive in the sense that most things are alive. And so things that would, you know, do insta death, like death eyes and things like that, they won't work on them, right? Because they're not alive, right? And basically King Hassan can make it so things like that will work on them. Now, yes, that's dangerous. That's a big deal because there are a lot of powerful beings like Ort and stuff that don't have a concept of death, right? Because they're just not really alive. Now the thing is, Ort is defeatable even when he doesn't have a concept of death. It's just outrageously difficult to do it because you basically have to like evaporate, like a Dragon Ball Z villain, right? Like that can regenerate, like Cell and, you know, Majin Buu and shit. You basically have to obliterate it, right, to get rid of it. It's not really dying, but it's not a threat anymore, right? Because it's gone, right? And it's very difficult to do that to things like Tiamat and Ort and stuff. So it's going to be a lot easier to kill it if you give it a concept of death, because then more conventional stuff will just kill it without you having to like evaporate every, you know, little, you know, speck of it. And also Ort and a lot of these other things they're physically so strong, right, that it's very difficult to kill them or destroy them in that way. So yes, King Hassan has the ability to give the concept of death to things that don't have it, and that is nice. But that does not translate to, oh yeah, and therefore, you know, I can, you know, cut Aya in half. I mean, you know, like that's not a thing. And like, honestly, King Hassan, also people conflate King Hassan being summoned as a grand with regular King Hassan, right? And I'm telling you, this will just never end. And this is the same thing with Arcawade and stuff. People will conflate certain things and act like it's like the universal thing with the character, right? People have this really annoys me because this will never end with the Type Moon fans. They think, I don't know why, but they think that certain characters become so powerful that they become a grand servant and they're just like inherently a grand servant. That's what they think. That is not what the grand system is. And like Natsu has talked about it several times, that's just not what the grand system is, right? You either get summoned as a grand and then you're more powerful while you're under the grand system, or you're just summoned as a regular servant like through the Grail War and other means and stuff, and then you're not that guy, right? You're not that guy. So it's like that people think that like King Hassan is like this really powerful entity, and because he's so powerful, he is a grand servant, and he's just always a grand servant. That's just not how it works, right? Like if he was summoned, you know, in a Grail War, he would be a regular assassin and he wouldn't have all that extra power and stuff. But if you summon Arash as a grand archer, he is going to be way more powerful than the Arash that we have seen, right? In like Fate, Blue Fragments and that kind of shit, right? And so people have just conflated that a lot with King Hassan, with like his grand stuff, with his regular stuff, and they just think he's always this crazy, you know, super strong entity, which he's just not. But even in his grand state, he's not going to be like the strongest thing ever. And yeah, he's strong. Like, sure, if you're going to do like top, you know, 1,000 entities in the Nasuverse. He's certainly going to be on there, and he'll probably be in the top 100 even. But yeah, he's absolutely not in the top 10, right? There's just so many like world-breaking things that he'd never be able, like, yes, he might be able to slap the concept of death on them, and then he'd be able to do nothing else beyond that, and he would just, you know, evaporate. Like King Hassan versus Zeus. This ain't happening, right? Like, at fucking 35% power, at least Lost felt Zeus, right? Like, at 35% power, he had an anti-solar system attack, right? Anti-solar system? Like, what the fuck is King Hassan gonna do about that, right? Alright, don't worry, guys, I gave Zeus the concept of death, right? And, like, even as an assassin, right, King Hassan is really nothing special because he's only invisible to the people he's not trying to kill. Right? Like, that's not actually that threatening, right? So if King Hassan is trying to fight Zeus, Zeus can see him. He's not even stealthy against Zeus, right? This is not great, right? Like, this is not great. Now, again, King Hassan has okay stats, and he's got a really, you know, EX rank battle continuation, and, you know, he can give, you know, concept of death to things that don't normally have it and stuff. So, yeah, he is a very powerful servant, absolutely. Like, I would never argue that he's a weak servant. But trying to act like, you know, he's just gonna, like, kill Enkidu and kill Ozzy and kill Gil and kill Ort and Zeus and like, no, like, this is not happening, right? Like, get a fucking grip. Like, even King Hassan isn't going to be able to beat Tiamat in Babylonia on his own, for God's sakes. Yeah, actually, it is funny. He does sneak up on Ozzy in his temple, and I don't really know why. That doesn't actually make sense when you read the character material books. But welcome to the Nasuverse. Most things don't actually make sense. Very few things will actually follow the logic of the you know, whatever they set in stone. It just goes out the window immediately. Yeah, I'm sure Ozzy wasn't on guard, you know, when he's in his temple. That's fair enough, but I mean, still, the thing is, King Hassan isn't even slightly stealthy to his target. He has no presence concealment against his target. No, he's just there. He's completely visible to his target. He's just a guy walking around, essentially. So yeah, I don't really get how he snuck up on Ozzy, but again, they throw their own stuff out the window so fast. But you could never make a top 10 list of the strongest thing in the Nasuverse because there's too much vagary. There's too much like vagary bullshit where like we don't know like what half of like what a deity's authority even does, right? And like they just the story just contrives so much nonsense. There's way too many. Like, I mean, seriously, there's no way to know what would happen if Ort fought Tiamat, right? Especially if it's like full power Tiamat and everything, and she's got her brain. We have no fucking idea, right? And there's so much stuff like that in the Nasuverse. It's like what? How powerful is 100% Zeus? I don't fucking know. We don't even know how powerful 35% Zeus was, right? And you want to try to figure out like how full power Zeus is going to be against like type Jupiter or something like. Good luck, right? There's just not enough information to go off of. And then half the information that is out there is so goddamn vague. And then even for servants, like normally servants have a bit more information about how their abilities work because of like character material books, but not all of them, right? Like even Ku, right? Ku's got a lot of like hard stuff set in stone about like how Bolg works with like mana costs and like the damage scale up and all that kind of crap. But like we don't even know what his runes do. We know what like 3 of them do. Wow, right? We don't know what the fuck the other ones do. And they're probably never gonna tell us, right? And then you got Anastasia. Oh my god. Anastasia is like the best example of a servant that we have absolutely no idea what she can do. Like, who else here has actually read her character material book? Every goddamn ability she has, if you read the description of it in the character material book, it is the vaguest shit ever, right? It's like she got like a castle level phantasm, and it doesn't tell you what it does at all. It's just like, yeah, she can do this, and it does something, right? Like almost every ability she has is like that. And yeah, there's a lot of servants where they'll have at least one ability where it's like super vague what it does. And it's like, they also do a bunch of stuff that's not even in the character material book. Like, for example, and some of this is fair, but you're never going to predict it, and also they can just decide not to do it. Let me think of an example. I need an example of like 2 servants that have like a history in their own legend, but maybe haven't met in Fate. Chat, throw some names at me. We need like 2 characters that like something happened between them in like legends and stuff, but they're not, maybe one of the characters not necessarily in Fate or whatever. No, Bunyan, that's literally nothing. Like, there's no connection with, you know, I need like a character that like really hates another character, or someone killed someone, you know, or like someone charmed someone or couldn't charm. Oh, okay, I got it. You guys are giving the worst examples ever, by the way. Okay, so like Mev, right? Obviously Mev failed pretty miserably at charming Ku in the actual stories and stuff, right? Like that didn't go very well, right? Now, so even though Ku, he has magic resist, I suppose, but Ku doesn't have any like abilities directly aimed at charm. But it's pretty easy to see if they like used Ku in Mev in a main story, and Mev tried to charm Ku, it wouldn't work. Even though in the character material book, there's nothing that really points to that. You can easily justify that with like, you know, obviously, you know, she failed miserably at doing that in the legends, it's just not going to work, right? They don't really need something on paper to do that. But the thing is, that kind of logic can apply to all kinds of characters, and they use that kind of logic from time to time. But they can also just not, right? If they're like, okay, we have this conflict where like this noble phantasm should really beat this other noble phantasm, but we don't want it to do that, so we're just not going to mention this, right? Like they can easily do that. And Ku is another good example because his, you know, runes, most of which have not been detailed. And Nasu said that like maybe he can beat Hercules, but it'd be tough. So let's say you have a story where you need Hercules to win, right? Like maybe because Hercules is supposed to be the main antagonist and Ku's a side character, so Ku needs to lose, so then the main character can fight Hercules later, or whatever, right? Like the story needs Hercules to win, right? So you can just have, you know, Ku do his best, put up a fight, but it doesn't win ultimately, and he just doesn't use any weird runes that, you know, fuck with Herc or anything, so, you know, you can justify Herc winning, right? But then, you get a different story where like Hercules is just a whatever side character, and then Ku's the protagonist, or Ku's the main antagonist, or whatever, and then so Ku needs to win, right? Then you just have Ku, you know, try really hard and do some crazy stuff with runs that, you know, counter Herc really good, and then, oh, Ku wins, right? You could just bullshit it like that. And you could do that with Tiamat versus Zeus, right? You could be all, oh man, Zeus has these certain abilities and they're so powerful it can even beat Tiamat. But then you could also be like, oh no, Tiamat's primordial deity, where Zeus is just a chief deity, and so, you know, Tiamat's authority just trumps Zeus's, and then so Zeus's stuff just doesn't even work, and then Tiamat wins. Like, it is so easy to bullshit this stuff, right? And what's crazy to me is like Nasu will do exactly what I'm saying all of the time, right? He will just bullshit nonsense like that I just did right there with Tiamat and Zeus, and then people eat it up like it's the most like logical, legit storytelling ever. Where it's just it's so nonsense, right? And then people are trying to make top 10 lists of the most powerful things in the Nasu verse, and then half the characters don't even have their abilities detailed in like a concrete way, and it's just nonsense, right? But regardless of that kind of like vague tomfoolery, oh great, we don't have a story support. But anyway, regardless of like the vague tomfoolery, there's just a lot of people, when they make those kind of lists, will just make mistakes that are just like irrefutable, right? Like the note says or is not the strongest of the ultimate ones. And then so if you're going to make a list of the strongest 10 things and Ort is on the list, that and the other ultimate ones aren't, that doesn't make any sense, right? And thank you, Frenzied Chaos, for the 37 months, dude. That's a really long time. Yeah, Prime sub. Hard to keep a streak going with that, but I appreciate it. Yeah, God, every time I see someone make a list like that, it has like 1 billion upvotes. And this is what I see people do, right? So I'm gonna use an example that maybe is a little controversial, but it's the only analogy that comes to mind really quickly, and I think it's a good analogy. And I've seen a lot of biblical scholars even use this as an example, and historians and things like that. So if you take the Bible, right? The Bible is so big, and it was written by so many different writers with so many different perspectives, and you can say something is literal or not literal or spiritual, right? And some of the writers thought it was spiritual, and some of the writers thought it was literal, right? So it's just all over the place. There's so much information in the Bible and so many different stories going in so many different directions with so much vagary in it that you can make an argument for anything. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be counterpoints to it, right? And it doesn't mean that there aren't going to be like problems with it, but you can cherry pick certain things in the Bible to make an argument sound good to somebody, right? And it's really easy to do that in Fate, right? Like if I wanted to make a top 10 list, I could actually intentionally make a bullshit list that I know is incorrect, but I could make it in a way that sounds legitimate, right? Like with Tiamat, you can bring up the primordial deity stuff and the authority trumping other authorities and shit like that. There's so much like tomfoolery like that it is so easy to make a case that sounds like, oh yeah, this character really is something crazy. You're just omitting so much information from all the other characters, and some of that it can happen on accident, right? Because you have a lot of people looking at the Nasuverse and they're just cherry picking the characters they like or they're interested in or in the stories they care about, and they're not looking at all these other characters with all these other toolkits with all these other abilities because there's so much stuff. You're never going to make a good top 10 list in the Nasuverse. You're never going to do that, right? There's way too much stuff, and there's way too much like vague stuff that you haven't, like, do not bullshit yourself. You have no idea how like Tiamat's, authority aura is going to interact with like Arkawade or Zeus or Morgan. You have no fucking idea. And you know what? I don't think Nasu does either. And if it ever came up, Nasu would just make it up as he went based on what the story needs, right? So it is so bullshit. And what I'll see is people make these top 10 lists and they'll give like a sentence justifying why X or Y is more powerful than the other thing or whatever. And it's just cherry picking logic and ignoring so much context that it's bullshit, right? It's utter bullshit. So I could probably make an argument for why Ku is the strongest that some people would believe. But it would be wrong, because like even though Ku legitimately has some good stuff, right? Like how Bolg does more damage the tankier the opponent is, right? That's really good, right? And the cause effect reversal makes it ridiculously difficult to not get hit by it. And you got all these runes, and he's got like runes in his armor that activate automatically. He can stop mystic eyes, things like that. So there's a lot of points I can make that point to Ku being very powerful, but that doesn't mean that like he can beat Gilgamesh, right? How the fuck is he ever gonna get to Gilgamesh to use Bolg in the first place, right? Like, or there's just so, like, or Zeus, right? Like what the fuck? Right, or fucking chaos, right? Like half that shit's not even applicable, right? And I'll see that people will bring up stuff with King Hassan that's not even applicable. It's like, what does it matter if he can give something that the death, it has a death that normally doesn't, the concept of death that doesn't. If the enemy is so powerful that he can blink and blow up the planet, right? It's like, whoop-de-doo. No, you can't dodge Bolg. The best you can do is not get hit in the heart. Which is very unlikely, but if Bolg does, not land its metaphysical, D20 roll, you get hit. You just don't get hit in the heart. Which is still really bad, because it's still cursed and all that other good stuff. But really, what if you read all the stuff surrounding Bolg and Ku and Fates Tonight and stuff, like, not getting hit in the heart is actually crazy fucking rare, even if you have a high luck stat. Like, it was really, really lucky that Artoria did not die. And that's why Ku is so surprised. But Artoria still gets, blasted and it still fucks her up. But, obviously there's some characters out there like, Berserker Lancelot that have really high luck stats and things like that. Hey, let's be honest, plot armor is the most powerful ability anyone can have. Doesn't matter if you're Gilgamesh, doesn't matter if you're Edmund Dantes, doesn't matter if you're King Hassan, doesn't matter who the fuck you are. Plot armor is the strongest thing possible. Like there's no better thing to have than plot armor. I mean, seriously, look at what they have contrived in some of the stories to justify characters winning. Right, we've got Zig beating Karna, for God's sakes. right? So luck, how luck works in the Nasuverse, this is really weird, but this is how it works. So if you're a regular human, right, you're not like connected to the Grail or any of that kind of that nonsense, you don't have a luck stat. Now when you die, right, the various things that happened in your life, you could add up and see like if you were, you know, more or less favorable on things that were outside of your control, and we call that luck. Now in real life, right, there is no luck, it's cause and effect, right, everything's cause and effect. But that you don't, a human doesn't live long enough for their average, you know, cause and effect luck, if you will, to equal out to be 50-50. It doesn't work that way. If let's say you live for 70 years, the various things that are relatively outside of your control, which did happen because of cause and effect, but from other things and beings and people out of your control or your knowing, right? Those various things that like fall upon you that we would call luck, you can easily have more good things happen to you or bad things happen to you in your 70 years, right? And another person, it could be the opposite, right? And so when the Grail summons like a servant, right, the Grail enforces a lot of like rules, like a game, right? And the original Fate Stay Night was inspired by Dungeons and Dragons, right? And Nasu has fucking said that, right? Fate Stay Night was heavily inspired by like tabletop games, right? So the Grail is basically, just like in a game, right? You can play a board game in real life, and you can have a luck stat, and that affects your dice rolls and stuff, right? And that's arbitrary though. Like you're enforcing those rules on the game, right? You're kind of creating luck in that way, right? But the Grail does that. I'm not kidding. The Grail literally does that based on the luck stat of the things that it summons. And they've said this in like character material books and stuff. Based on the luck stat that the servants have, that their luck stat basically has an aura around them that will slightly make things more favorable for them or slightly less favorable than them. So let's say you're fishing with a low luck stat, right? That aura around you is going to slightly affect things that will make the fish less likely to bite around you. Maybe it just like kind of pushes them away a little bit, or you know, makes a weird smell or whatever. It's just going to affect the world in a way. And so a lot of the abilities, right, in the Grail War are not like, they're not real. They're created by mana, right? They're not like Bolg that is created by like for coup. That's not the real coup, right? It's not the real coup with the real spear Bolg. It's not, right? It's a copy from the Throne of Heroes. It's made out of mana, and those abilities are like following these rules, kind of like in a board game, how you're making rules. Like, oh, you need to roll a 15 or higher, right? In order for you to pass this strength check, you need to roll, you know, a dice, and you need to get or multiple dice, and you need to have a total number of 15 or higher, right? You're enforcing those rules. A lot of the stuff connected to the Grail is basically just following rules like that, and the Grail gets to, or whatever summoning system, it's not always the Grail, but it gets to like basically forcibly, you know, make those things happen. So the Grail gets to dictate, you know, if Bolg hits or not. So you basically do have a metaphysical dice that is rolled, and their luck will basically affect how good. And I'm serious. They've actually talked about this multiple times, like with like Caesar's luck NP and stuff like that. But basically, you have a luck check, right? You literally have a luck check that has to happen. So like, let's say they never tell you what it is, and it's because of plot armor, they're not going to. But for like Caesar, and in order for the swings to stop, you have to, every time a swing happens, a luck check happens, and eventually, whenever you pass the luck check, the swings will stop, right? And so that obviously means it's not like set in stone. It's not like your luck is either high enough or not high enough. Basically, let's say the check is you need to roll a 30, and you're rolling 2 dice, right? And so the first swing happens, you roll the dice, you didn't roll a 30. So another swing happens, you roll the dice again, you didn't roll a 30. So another swing happens, you roll the dice again. A 30 does happen, and so now the next swing doesn't happen. That is, I'm not kidding, that is how Caesar's MP works. And whatever you need to roll, air quotes, not necessarily rolling, but like whatever, you know, the check is, the check is easier or harder based on your luck stat, right? And so Bolg is like the same way. So let's say, and again, they never give you numbers and they're never going to, but let's say Bolg hitting you in the heart for like an average luck or no luck or whatever. Let's say the odds of it hitting you in the heart are like, you know, 999 times out of 1,000, right? So it's almost always going to hit the heart, right? But then let's say you've got a luck you know, that might drop it down to like massively to where it's like, you know, 200 times out of 1,000. So now you're massively favored, right? Now they're never going to give you any of the fucking numbers on any of this shit. They basically just say you have to be outrageously lucky and it's, you know, very unlikely that you won't get hit in the heart, but, you know, it can happen. And even if you have no luck stat, I think theoretically it can happen. It's probably just some bullshit, you know, statistic like, you know, 99 out of 100 or 999 out of 1,000 or whatever. But, you know, they're never going to fucking tell you what it is. But anyway, so having a luck stat basically just changes whatever the check is and it becomes more favorable. And then if you pass the check, Bolg will just, you know, not hit you in the heart and hit you, you know, in some other spot like your chest. And, you know, you're not, you know, guaranteed to fucking die, essentially. By the way, Ku's son did not pass the check because he got Bolg and it hit him in the heart, so, feels bad. But yeah, the luck stat is basically like this aura around the servants that just slightly affects things. And so Clown Boy, by the way, Clown Boy working with Ku is so scary because Clown Boy has like an ability that makes it so the opponent will always fail their luck check. Right? They will just always fail it. Now, a lot of luck checks won't kill you. Right, it'll just be like, oh, you get, you know, hexed or you're slower or, you know, Caesar swings again or whatever, right? But with Bolg, if you fail the luck check, you always get hit in the fucking heart, right? Which is, and then you got all the, you know, damage scale up and the curse and all that, so, you know, you're pretty much dead. So, yeah, you really don't want to fight Ku and Clown Boy together, because also Clown Boy's got a bunch of other really nasty abilities and traps and stuff. That are actually, I gotta say, the Mephi Boy is surprisingly strong. When you read his character material book, he is surprisingly scary. But yeah, he is abnormally scary if he's working with Ku. That is just a really fucked up combo. Look at all these no story support stages. Yeah, he is pretty good in gameplay, but he's very like niche in gameplay, right? He's got a very bizarre use. He doesn't have like general gameplay. So I'm pretty sure how Edmund would work is he would get no favorable or unfavorable issues with Bolg, and there's nothing about his escape thing has anything to do with Bolg. Like his, you know, get out of traps thing, like that just has nothing to do with Bolg. So he wouldn't be able to do anything about that. But because he has no luck stat, I'm pretty sure it'd be like if you know, just Bolg with absolutely no interference. So that probably would be very bad for Edmund then, because he wouldn't have any negative stuff, right? If you have like bad luck, like E-luck, that makes Bolg even more likely to hit you in the heart, I would presume. With no luck whatsoever, it's just like the raw generic stuff, which that's probably not going to, you know, be very favorable. However, Edmund might be able to resurrect from it. I'm not really sure, because Edmund's resurrect is a little weird, because technically it doesn't like bring him back from absolute death. It brings, but like, just because you get smacked in the heart, you're obviously going to die very quickly after that. I don't know if they would count that as just boom, he's dead and he can't resurrect, or if like, you know, he has a few seconds where he's technically dying and then it can resurrect him. Because it basically brings him back from the brink of death. That's basically what Edmund's thing does. Honestly, it'd be one of those vague bullshit things the writer could just do whatever they want. Actually, Avalon doesn't beat Bolg. It's just if you're already in Avalon, Bolg couldn't hit you. People always say that and they base it on literally nothing. Like, they literally base it on nothing. It's like, basically, if you're just walking around in Bolg, or walking around in Avalon, Bolg can't hit you. And it wouldn't even be able to target you. Because you're in the, like, the thing about Avalon is you are in the land of the fairies, right? You're not there, right? So there's nothing for it to hit, right? Like, you're basically ethereal, right? So Bolg wouldn't even be able to target you, right? You would never even be able to initiate the attack in the first place. Like, if you look at how Bolg, like how it works in order for you to be able to initiate it, you would never even be able to do it, right? It would never even happen. And even if you somehow did do it, it wouldn't be able to get to you, right? Because like the Avalon like barrier is like immune to like all forms of like magic and even like true magic and shit. So even if you somehow could do Bolg, which you couldn't, but even if you could do it, it wouldn't be able to target you. And then if somehow like you could like throw, you know, the thrown version of Bolg doesn't do it, but if somehow you could throw Bolg, you know, way off into Avalon, it wouldn't do anything. But that actually does not save you from Bolg like most of the time, because I swear it's really weird. Most people just fundamentally don't understand what Bolg is. right? They hear cause and effect reversal and they don't know what that means, right? So the thing about Bolg is it has hit you before the attack has started, right? It has already inflicted the damage on you. It has already happened before the attack has actually happened, right? Because in real life, cause and effect is a cause happens. Like let's say I take a sledgehammer to my table, right, and I swing it and hit the table. That's the cause, and the effect is the damage to the table, right? That reversing it is the table just gets damaged, and then a swing from the hammer happens later just to, you know, justify it, right? The swing doesn't matter. Even if the hammer misses the table, it doesn't matter. The damage already happened to the table. The table is just damaged, and the swing is superfluous. You know, it's a formality, and that's like basically the wording that they use. The swing of Bolg is a formality. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter if it hits you or not, because the damage is already done to you, right? So if you hear like Ku say Bolg and then you activate Avalon, it's too late. You're already dead, right? So it doesn't matter. You'd have to do it first, right? And there's several things that if you did it first would stop Bolg. But if you're already blasted in the heart, you're already dead, right? It's already over, right? So activating Avalon's too late. So it's like Avalon can beat Bolg, but Bolg can beat Avalon because it's a very bizarre interaction with, you know, Bolg being very, you know, quick to activate and all that kind of stuff. Actually, Guts doesn't save a lot of people. Guts doesn't work how like a lot of people think. Basically, what Bolg does is it does more damage based. So okay, it does a flat amount of damage based on like its NP rank, right, which is like B+. It just does a normal like NP amount of damage, and then it does more. It does that damage plus damage based on the vitality of the thing that it's hitting. And so the stronger it is, the more damage it is, right? And it's always enough to be fatal because like the more health you have, you can never get enough health, right? Because it keeps scaling with you, and then it'll always do that extra damage based on, you know, the flat damage. So it's always exceeding the tankiness of the target. So even if your endurance stat was, you know, A triple plus or EX or whatever, and you had battle continuation, you're still dead. Like you're still just dead. Now you might be able to, you know, battle continuation will allow you to like maybe stagger around for a little while, and not, you know, collapse immediately, but you're dead, right? Like you're fucking dead unless some kind of very serious intervention comes in. Now if you had Avalon and battle continuation, then you might be able to live because battle continuation might prevent you from, you know, instantly dying like it does when Ku stabs himself, and then you might recover because of Avalon, right? So like a combination there could work out. But if you're just sitting there with high endurance and battle continuation, you're still toast. Because yeah, like, and actually Nasu basically says Bolg is exceptionally good at killing outrageously overpowered beings because of that. Because like some crazy dragon or, you know, crazy world-ending apocalyptic monster, if it has something resembling a heart, you know, like a core or whatever, you know, Bolg will work on it, and then it will scale up to how tanky they are, and then do more damage, and then it will kill them, right? So, and it's good, and it's kind of like that because Ku is really good at killing monsters and whatnot. And what's really scary is it's implied. Now they've never super detailed it, but it's implied. Loth, you know, Ku's dad, basically has Ku's technique, but way better because it works on everything. Because Ku's only works on the melee like barbed to death thing. Because this is another thing people fuck up with Bolg. All that crazy, funky, cause-effect reversal nonsense that Barbed to Death does is not actually an inherent thing to Bolg. It's actually a technique Ku made up, like manipulating the curse and stuff on Bolg. Bolg does not normally do that. If you look at the other versions of Bolg, none of them do it. Even Scats doesn't do it, right? Like, the Bolg does not normally do that. And it's kind of implied that Ku is following in his father's footsteps without even knowing it. And, like, you know, Papa Loth basically has an even better version of that technique because it says that Ku created that technique. That whole cause-effect reversal nonsense, Ku made that after the fact, like after leaving the Land of Shadows to basically better accommodate his own fighting style, essentially, is what it says. And I presumably he's kind of like, you know, like father like son, and he just doesn't know it, right? Because Loth probably, you know, has his spear, and he made a technique like that. and it's probably way scarier. What it sounds like is he basically has the cause-effect reversal just all of the time, right? All of his attacks are like that. If he throws it, if he melees, you know, he's just constantly doing that kind of thing. So that's horrifying. Like, good luck fighting that. I don't know if he would have like the damage scale up thing, but it wouldn't surprise me if he does, and that would just be crazy. I would love it if we got to see Loth, by the way, in FGO, but probably never going to happen. But see, they can always bullshit this stuff too, because like Loth, right? Even if you make him Ku but stronger, you know, but he's still going to be like a normal deity, right? So what you could just do, let's say you have Loth fighting Tiamat, right? Let's say Tiamat comes back. You know, Tiamat ran round 2, right? Insert your meme titles here. And so Tiamat's the main antagonist again, and this time it's like real Tiamat, right? She's not like Beast Tiamat, this is like real Tiamat. We've gone back in time or some nonsense, right? And she's got her brain, and so she's stronger than ever, right? You know, again, insert your memes here. So yeah, Tiamat's bigger and badder than ever, and then so you got Loth on our side, and he does the cause-effect reversal, which you would expect to kill Tiamat, but it doesn't work, right? And they can just so easily justify this. It's easy, right? Because you can be like, okay, well, you know, Tiamat's got the primordial deity status, and you're fighting her on Earth, right? And, you know, she's like the, you know, mother of Earth and all this stuff. You know, super mama. So she, you know, and Tiamat, legitimately, Tiamat does get a bunch of insane bonuses when she's on Earth, because Earth is like her, you know, her home turf, right? So they'd be like, you know, they could just be like, oh, because of her authority, right, you know, Bolg doesn't work, right? Like, it can't do the cause-effect thing because it doesn't have the authority to do so, because even though Loth is a god, you know, Tiamat is a primordial deity, right? And so they can just say that, right? They can just make up something like that if you just want it not to work. And they can do that with anything. They can do that with any power in the Nasuverse. And it doesn't have to be with authority and stuff. And they've done that. They have literally done that. They've had all kinds of, like, crazy hex, you know, hacks powers that, like, you know, do crazy shit, and they just have it not work in a certain circumstance because of some convoluted nonsense, right? They just do that at any time, right? So yeah, like, nothing ever, you know, is a sure win, because it's so easy for them to just make up nonsense. So like, even with Loth, you know, being obviously stronger than Ku, I would presume anyway, they could easily put him in a story and just have it do nothing, right? And they can do that with anybody in the non-super. I mean, if you look at some of the logic that they've used to justify, like, holy shit, look at Lost Belt 6. I think this is the best example I can think of, like, off the top of my head. Look at Lost Belt 6, right? So it's a different, like, you know, it's like a singularity inside of a lost belt, right? And it's kind of like become its own world line. It's like a you know, very whack circumstances. And that's fine and everything, but nothing about those whack circumstances actually would translate to some of the things that they actually do in Lost Belt 6, right? Like, something that they say, and they do this to kind of justify some of the characters winning and losing the fights that they do, is that because in this world line, servants aren't really needed, that if servants are summoned, they're not as powerful. So like when Tristan is one of the only normal servants in Lost Belt 6, he's like not as powerful there. And so, you know, he loses. That doesn't make any sense. At what point have they ever said in the Nasuverse that servants are going to be stronger or weaker based on if the timeline needs them or not? Now, they have said if, like, if it's possible to summon them at all or not, right? So, for example, in a lot of Tsukihime timelines, human history, this doesn't even mean anything, by the way. This is the same kind of vagary I'm talking about. In a lot of Tsukihime timelines, human history is not strong, and so servants just cannot be summoned, period. Right? That's what they say. Now, that's already vague bullshit to begin with. Like, what do you mean human history is strong or not? Like, in the Tsukihime timelines, the history is pretty much the same. It's not like people in the Tsukihime timelines aren't aware of, like, King Arthur and stuff. It literally makes no sense. But anyway, them saying that, they didn't even say the servants would be weaker or stronger. They just said you couldn't summon them or not. Right? It doesn't really mean anything, right? So why now, all of a sudden, in a timeline where servants aren't necessary, are servants weaker? They have never said anything like that. And if you look at it retroactively, I bet you can find timelines that they've already established in the Nasuverse where servants aren't as needed, but they're not any weaker. They have never ever even hinted at servant strength being tied to the world line, like needing servants or not. Because most of the world lines never need servants, even if they are summonable. They don't even normally get summoned very often. Servants getting summoned is outrageously rare in most world lines, right? They don't normally get summoned, period. Right? So they just made that up, right? The Nasu just made that up because it sounds good, right? That's like an easy way for them to justify, you know, nerfing servants and making the other things that aren't servants stronger and making it sound like it's justifiable, right? Because the fans eat that up like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But no, it doesn't. That doesn't make sense at all, right? Like, at what point have we ever established that, like, if a servant is needed or not has anything to do if they're powerful or not? Right, that is, and again, not only has it never been established, it doesn't work retroactively. If you look through all of the timelines and all of the times a servant or a counter guardian has been summoned, that logic has never been applied. It clearly is not being applied because there's all kinds of timelines that characters should now be way stronger and weaker. And so they just made it up, right? They just made it up, and like that. It's not like the end of the world for them to make that kind of shit up, but the second you start making shit like that up, you lose any validity of like being more than just like anime schlock, right? It's like, I think we all know what I'm talking about. Look at all these seasonal anime, they don't really have good internal logic. They have plot armor everywhere, right? Fate likes to try to have its cake and eat it too, and that's mainly, especially the fans. And it's not really the fans' fault though, because, you know, Type Moon from the beginning, you know, they always put out character material books. The bios in the visual novel of Fate Stay Night, you know, gave numbers and details to the stats and the NPs and stuff. So they invited the fans to take it seriously. They did, right? Like, you cannot really blame the fans for this. But the fans are the ones that, like, you know, that at this point take this stuff seriously, where Nasu clearly doesn't, and he's actually joked about that, like in that interview at the end of Fate Strange Fate. Yeah, Nasu does not take this shit seriously, and he just like makes shit up now. I think what happened is he took it seriously at the beginning, and he wanted it to be like D&D at the beginning, and he wanted things to work under the hood and stuff, but then that got so in the way of like writing what he wanted to write that he just doesn't care anymore. And he jokes about that with the Fate Strange Fake stuff, like he does. So yeah, Nasu don't fucking care. He doesn't care about what the character materials say anymore. He doesn't care if like if this character has a higher strength stat than this other character. He doesn't care, right? He just writes what he wants for the story, and he'll just make up bullshit to justify it, right? And I don't agree with that, but that's fine. It's fine to do that, and a lot of writers do that. I'd actually say the bulk of writers do that. But once you do that, right? Once the writer does that, you can't have your cake and eat it too anymore, right? You can't put out these character material books and like try to get people to take it seriously anymore, right? Because you're not taking it seriously, right? Like at this point, I mean this. I do not take the Nasuverse any more seriously than fucking Gundam Wing, right? Gundam Wing is notorious in like the Gundam fandom for being like very inconsistent with like the logic, its internal logic. Like we'll show off like a beam cannon in one episode, and it'll be demonstrated to be X powerful, and then another episode that beam cannon will suddenly be stronger or weaker for no fucking reason. And like like Gundam Wing is so bad about that, it's insane, right? It is so inconsistent, and it's because the story is just putting the cart before the horse when it comes to internal logic, and you know, it's more about, you know, getting the characters where they want and the ideas to be put forth, and they don't really care about like the internal logic, right? And that's a choice by the writers. You can choose to write a story that way, but yeah, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. And the fans, for what I've seen of Type Moon, want to have their cake and eat it too at this point, right? Where I'm just like, you know, this is bullshit now, right? I mean, like seriously, like Type Moon stories now are bullshit. They are no better than like seasonal anime and shit like that with plot armor and everything else. They are just making contrivances up to justify nonsense. The only real difference is like Nasu tries to like justify the bullshit. Like a lot of anime really won't, right? And a lot of anime will do crazy plot armor stuff, and like they'll have one character be shown to be like have an attack that's like, you know, 10 out of 10 on power, and this other defense is shown to be 7 out of 10 power. But then for some reason, for this one fight scene where it needs to be different, that attack is now a 9 out of 10, and that defense is now a 10 out of 10. Right? You guys know what I'm talking about, I'm sure, that watch anime, right? There's a lot of anime that does that, and with no justification. Literally no justification, right? They will just do it, right? Where what Nasu tries to do is he will bullshit something like that, right? The power level of things will be super inconsistent all over the place, and he'll just make up an excuse. right? Like he'll say the thing in Lost Belt 6, oh yeah, servants are weaker because blah, 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 blah. Right? And then that logic that he used won't hold water, generally speaking, right? But he'll make up some, you know, vague bullshittery to try to make it sound good to the fans that are trying to take it seriously, right? But yeah, at this point, I don't even care, really, anymore. It's like, you know, it's kind of fun to theorize based on what information is there, but like, it's just so obvious that what information is there will be thrown out the window at the drop of a hat. And then reinstated, and then, look at Gwaine! Holy shit, look at Gwaine, right? I mean, his NP has always been shown to be this ginormous AoE, right? And it's always been, and it's in its character material and book and stuff, that's like what's noteworthy about it. That's the special thing about Gwaine's NP, is it is a much larger blast radius than, you know, a typical AoE NP. That's like its shtick, right? And like one of Bolg's shticks is it has like a way lower mana cost, you know, relative to its rank and things like that, right? It's just like a special thing that it does, right? Like a special thing that Gwaine's NP does is it has an absolutely outrageous blast radius. It's not just anti-army, it's a larger blast radius than other anti-armies. That's the thing. It's like an outrageous blast radius, right? And it's also shown to, you know, come out of the ground, you know, flame out of the ground, that kind of thing. You know, like you see like the big seal and, you know, erupts in flame. It's always been shown to work that way. But then in Fate Last Encore, all of a sudden, where if it worked that way, it would kill Nero. So all of a sudden, it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. But it's not like from that point on, Gwaine's NP now all of a sudden works differently, because they have it work as like a generic blast, right? It's not like from that point on, it's always been then shown to be a generic blast. It hasn't. It immediately, in other canonical sources, immediately went right back to being, you know, coming out of the ground and being a huge blast radius and all this stuff, right? They just changed it to just accommodate what needed to happen. And now, I don't think Nasu has ever been asked about it, but I'm sure if he ever was, he would just make up like, oh yeah, you know, Gwaine can choose, you know, because of blah, 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 he can manifest it in this way and blah, 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 you know, and even though they don't, you know, he only did that to, you know, have Nero not die. But what's funny though with the Nero thing is even with the way that they changed Gwaine's NP, it still doesn't work. There's still literally no reason why Nero should have survived there, right? Like with her endurance stat and everything else, there is no reason why she should have been able to survive essentially an Excalibur blast to the face by just holding her hands up, right? There's no reason. There is literally, even though Gwaine's NP is now working in a way that she can like frontally face it like that, there's no reason she would survive that. There's nothing in her entire toolkit that justifies that. And if just for some reason she just does. Oh, and there's a crack in the earth and so she falls and somehow that means she's not murdered. Somehow. Fuck it, right? So even though they changed the way Gwaine's NP works just to somehow make it like visually kind of look like she should be able to live, she still shouldn't be able to live, right? So that's just, you know, it's just like ever since FGO and Fate Last Encore and stuff, it is just so obvious that there is the internal logic in the Nasuverse is trash. Like, I mean, it is just trash. It means absolutely nothing. So yeah, people trying to take it like super seriously now, I kind of just laugh at because it's just, it doesn't work anymore. There's so many plot devices and plot armor and plot holes and everything. It's just everywhere. And then Nasu will justify them with like this vague bullshittery that like sounds good but doesn't really work. And I've said like they've done this with Gilgamesh from the beginning, right? Like yes, Gilgamesh is cocky and Gilgamesh will hold back. That is a canonical thing. That doesn't justify like some of the absolute nonsense they have happen with Gilgamesh, right? Like that's like saying, you know, okay, Gilgamesh isn't going to go 10 out of 10, therefore he can lose to a mouse, right? That doesn't work, right? That's like a vague thing that sounds good at a glance, but doesn't hold up under scrutiny, right? And that's a lot of the stuff that happens with like the Nasuverse. And I wish it wasn't the case, because I like stories that have internal logic. and as they move forward, actually respect their stuff. Thank you, Carlos, for the 17 months, dude. I really appreciate it. Hold on a second. There we go. We do have a Paimon emote, so I gotta gotta do that. Anyway, but I have noticed almost no stories that are on-running series will ever, in the long term, respect their ground rules, and it's because their ground rules will get in the way. Because a lot of times, stories that become big and have like mini books and mini anime and mini video games and all this kind of stuff, they weren't planned on being that from the beginning, and so they'll have ground rules and stuff that get in the way of like whatever new story they want to tell. It's a lot of things are not designed with future proof, like built in, right? And so because of that, it is just so frequent. Like, I mean, Gundam is another one that's a lot like Fate, where they put out manuals and specs on models and stuff. And I mean, they put hard numbers on stuff in Gundam, right? They'll put like power generator outputs on mobile suits, like how much energy their reactor can generate, how much how their thrust capacity, their acceleration speed. They literally will put these numbers out. They'll put out like sometimes armor strength and like they'll put like a number on like their beam cannons and stuff versus other beam cannons, how powerful they are. Chat, for my viewers that don't watch Gundam, right? So they put hard numbers on stuff, probably more hard numbers than Fate does, right? They put like real hard numbers on a lot of stuff in Gundam. My viewers that don't know anything about Gundam, do you think they actually stick with these specs? Do you think the anime and stuff actually follows the specs that they put out? No, yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, they absolutely do not. They are definitely worse than Fate, I would say, most of the time. Right now, it varies because there's different writers and there's different, some people take it more seriously than others and stuff. But overall, they are so fucking bad about it. Like it is crazy how off spec they are, right? With like the actual numbers that they put out, right? So they'll do all this hardcore stuff, and the fans will make theory videos about like, oh, this mobile suit lost here because of this, and this, and all that. It's just nonsense. It's kind of like, it's like, I remember I've watched like the Star Wars fan base over the years, right? Even before Disney, like before all that nonsense, right? Like, so like Lucas would put out like vague information about something like on a toy or something, right? And then they would stick to that, and then eventually Lucas would just throw it out the window and just make up something else, right? And then the fan base will like try to like be an apologist for it, right? And they'll like make it, oh well, because of this and this, the established lore is still correct because in this circumstance there's this thing and this thing. It's just gymnastics, right? It's just bullshit gymnastics, right? And like I see that a lot with Fate. I see that a lot with Gundam and Star Wars and stuff. These franchises just don't care, right? They care about putting the popular thing on the screen and having that be the main character, and so this has got to be important now and blah blah blah. It's very rare that franchises actually give a shit about making any sense with internal logic, and it's because it requires a lot more forethought and planning to have a franchise that is consistent, right? And can also make new stuff. You can do it. You absolutely can do it. It's just it requires a lot of competency, a lot of planning, a lot of communication, and a lot of forethought. And a lot of writers don't have that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think a lot of writers are actually good at planning, like at all. I think a lot of writers are kind of just winging it as they go. And they care so much more about like having a character moment, and if it doesn't make sense with the context, they'll just force it. That's most writers, like even professional writers. I don't think hard numbers are boring. I think it depends on what it is, right? So for example, if you're into like tabletop games like like Warhammer and things like that, hard numbers are very good, right? And in certain stories and universes, it can't, like, I think mechs especially, a lot of fans of mechs right? Especially like not super mecha, right? Because super mecha is kind of different. But a lot of fans like mechs, like Mech Warrior and like the Mech Warrior games and stuff. And if they made an anime out of Mech Warrior, it's gonna be the same thing. You want the specs. It's interesting to see, yeah, this mech can do this thing, and this mech is cool because it has these unique abilities, right? So you don't want a mech that's all about, you know, anti-beams and it dies to beams. That's fucking stupid. And I'm sorry, a lot of these people talk about like soft magic systems and stuff. This shit is just an excuse for incompetent writing. That's just what it is. You have a lot of writers out there that do not want to do their due diligence. Like I see this a lot. It's like you have these fucking writers that know nothing about, let's say, sword fighting, right? They know nothing about sword fighting, and they want to have a story that revolves around sword fighting, and then they don't want to at least do basic research and like talk to people that know about sword fighting to then incorporate sword fighting in a tangible way. Because here's the thing, when you want to break the rules, you need to know the rules first. The best stories that I've seen, and I've seen some indie writers that do this. I've seen some indie writers that will put their money where their mouth is. Like they'll be like, you know, talking about, you know, historical arms or whatever, and they'll say like how you can, you know, represent the real stuff and have, you know, your magic too, right? And they can make stories that incorporate that stuff, and it's fine. What normally happens is just laziness. You'll have these writers that they don't want the reality of like how swords work or how armor works or how, you know, a tank works. They don't want that to get in the way of their story, and they don't want to understand the rules in the first place to then break them logically to have their cake and eat it too, right? Some writers do. They're very rare, but I think most writers are just fucking lazy. They'd rather just use plot armor. They'd rather just make up some nonsense than actually research things and understand things and have wisdom. The best writers, in my opinion, are outrageously wise and have a lot of life experience. And so they know what the rules are, so they know how to break them without it being stupid, right? Because when you don't know what the rules are and you're breaking the rules, you end up doing stupid shit like writing a serious story, right? It's not a parody, it's not a comedy. You're writing a serious story, and you end up doing something so criminal that you're doing something like having a character holding an axe by the blade and using the shaft as the weapon, and you're doing that unironically, right? You'll make mistakes of that level in other fields, like with, you know, building construction, or, you know, how fucking traveling works, or how fucking carts work, or whatever it is, right? That level of bad storytelling is not good. That's just crap. And a lot of times when you see people trying to justify like soft magic and blah, 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 it's basically that. They're just trying to justify horse shit that, you know, has no planning, has no forethought. You know, that's just bad fucking writing. You can absolutely have a world with mystery and flexibility and magic and all these things and still have the universe make fucking sense. Now, you don't have to explain everything, right? A universe doesn't always have to give hard numbers to everything. You can make it a mystery. But the writer better have fucking hard numbers, always. A writer should never have just soft bullshit in their head. Now, for example, a writer needs to have hard numbers in their head on like how fast someone is, or how skillful someone is, or how intelligent someone is. That way they're consistent, right? So let's say you're gonna have a main character. You need to know how intelligent that main character is, so you don't have them acting inconsistently throughout the story. Now you don't have to tell the viewer that the main character has an intelligence of 50 out of 100, and as the story goes, they get smarter and they become a 65 out of 100. You don't have to tell the reader that, but the writer needs to fucking know that, right? Because otherwise you're going to do inconsistent things on accident. You're going to have the character portray high intelligence when they shouldn't, and then as they get smarter, they're going to get stupider and shit like that. The writer needs to be keeping track of things. The writer needs to be thinking about, because the reader is going to pick up on things without knowing it. If a reader is reading a story and a character is showing inconsistent intelligence relative to like the experience that they're gaining throughout the story, they are going to notice. They may not be able to articulate it, but they're gonna fucking know, right? If like you are sometimes showing the enemy foot soldiers as being outrageously competent, like maybe early on in the story, you want it to be kind of like a horror thing, where the enemies, it's like maybe a fantasy setting, and your main character can't fight the bad guys head on, and they have to hide, and it's like they got to do stealth, and it's very oppressive and that kind of thing, and they're moving around at night and stuff, and so the enemies are shown to be just so much stronger, and they're shown to be competent, and they're good at tracking. You know, maybe they're like beastly, you know, like werewolves or something, and like they can smell, and so it's like a whole thing. Like that's a big part of the story. And then later in the story's not really about that anymore, right? Like maybe like the characters become a lot stronger, or maybe this is a sequel or a prequel, and it's about a different character, and they can fight these characters head on. It's okay if then the characters can then beat these antagonists head on, but then you need to remember that those antagonists can like smell really good, right? So if you have like a quick moment where like those bad guys are like, oh, they lose track of the main characters, and you know, but they should obviously be able to smell them, but they just can't. That's just shit. That is just shit writing. And like, I'm so tired of like fans acting like, you know, it's like viewers expecting too much out of the writers, right? It's like, oh no, you shouldn't have, you know, hard numbers and blah, blah. No, you absolutely should. Again, you don't need to tell the viewer that these werewolf tracker, you know, bad guys, you know, have a smelling status 75. You don't need to do that, right? But the writer needs to know, oh yeah, these guys, they have, you know, competent, you know, tracking abilities, and they can smell really good and pick up on these kinds of stuff. And you need to maintain that forever. It's just shit writing if you don't. I have no sympathy for this nonsense. The only time I think I will give this a pass is if it's like a story that is like really, like, how do I put this? Really artsy fartsy. It's not, it's like, how do I put this? It's like not, it's abstract, right? If you have an abstract story, like, you know, it's from a just ground up, it's an abstract story, right? Then I don't really mind if things are very, you know, play it by ear kind of thing. But other than that, I don't think there's any excuse for any story to have soft systems, right? I think you have an excuse to not tell the viewer the hard numbers, and I actually think a lot of times it's a good idea not to tell the viewer hard numbers. But the fucking writer needs to know what, you know, what can do what. Otherwise, you end up just doing inconsistent garbage all of the time, and you just give yourself like lazy outs, like, oh well, all of a sudden Gandalf can do this now, and it's just, that's just lazy. That's just bad writing. Like, writing is hard, and in my opinion, to be a very good writer, you need to be a very wise person. That's the thing. That's what, writing is hard, and I think most writers suck at it. I mean that. I think most writers get into it when they're pretty young, and they put the cart before the horse. They're getting into writing because they want to put like all their, you know, ideas out there, be it philosophical or be it what's the thing everyone hates? Political, right? Like, you have all these writers getting into it because they have political ideas, or they have, you know, whatever it is, religious ideas, or just they like the hero's journey or whatever it is, and they get into writing because they want to do that stuff, and that's fine. But then they don't want to do their due diligence. They don't want to get the wisdom that they need in order to portray things. Like, you gotta be, for most stories, you gotta be fucking, you know, pretty damn intelligent as a writer. Because, for example, let's say you want to have a story about, you know, X philosophy versus Y philosophy, and you have X philosophy, you have to be able to understand Y philosophy. You need to, on a deep level, right? If you're gonna have a character that's like motivated by greed, like extreme greed, you need to understand what an extreme greedy person thinks like. You don't have to be an extremely greedy person yourself, but you need to have the experience and wisdom to know what an extremely greedy person acts like and thinks like and what motivates them. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to write that character very well, right? Let's say you have a character that's very cutthroat, right? You need to know how a cutthroat thinks and acts to a certain degree in order to write that. And let's say you're a writer and you're a Scrooge, but you need to write a character that is very generous and giving and stuff. You need to understand what motivates most generous and giving people. And even if you want to, let's say in your worldview, you think being overly generous is a bad thing, you're not going to be able to articulate that very well unless you actually demonstrate it in a way that rings true for people. Even if those people don't agree with you entirely, if they're at least going to see part of your perspective, you have to actually, you know, give good examples. You have to actually have characters that aren't straw men. And I think most writers today, all they know how to do is make straw men. I see that all the time. Whenever I watch like any mainstream media or a movie or something, they'll have whatever political view or whatever, you know, message about like hope or, you know, working hard or whatever, and all of the other viewpoints in their thing are just fucking straw men. It's like baby shit. It's like a teenager gets out of, fucking high school, and they're gonna try to tell me about like, philosophy of Buddhism or something. And it's like their knowledge of it is so pathetic. It's just shitty writing, right? And that's what I see in most writing these days, is most people just have absolutely no idea what the fuck they are doing. And it's like, there are plenty of exceptions, especially with indie writers. You have a lot of indie writers out there that are like, very experienced people, and they absolutely know how to like walk a mile in someone else's shoes, because they have, and so they have the wisdom and to create a character that is not like themselves. That's not just a shitty caricature of, the other viewpoints and whatnot. And that's what I see a lot with like soft, systems and stuff, is you have these writers that they don't know anything about swords, spears, and tanks, but they want to have their world full of them, and they want to have conflict as the central thing in their story, but they don't want to do any due diligence of understanding what the fuck a spear does. You want to have a goddamn story that revolves around combat and like your hero being in like a medieval setting or whatever, that revolves around combat, and you don't want to understand how a spear works. And I'm supposed to defend this? I don't fucking think so. You don't have to. I give people plenty of leeway in stories. You don't have to be like a one-to-one replica of real life in your goddamn story. You don't, right? Like that's half the point of a story, right? But you don't want to do things that are so broken that they don't ring true, right? You can't have a sword win a range battle with a spear when you portray throughout the whole story that the spear and sword user are of equal skill, right? That's just stupid, right? I'm not gonna buy that, right? So there's a degree of, hard systems that you just have to have in a story outside of, again, something that's abstract. And I cannot think of a single example of where you should not have some degree of hard systems, right? You need to be like, okay, my main character is roughly of this intelligence. They are roughly this fast. They are roughly this strong, right? You need to have some numbers in your head. And if you're gonna have if the story is gonna be about becoming more intelligent, like gaining wisdom as you go, right? If that's like part of the story, then you need to have an idea of how smart is the character from the beginning, and how smart are they going to get. You need to know that, right? If you're gonna use a fucking soft system for this, it's just gonna be inconsistent drivel. And I think it's the same thing for magic. You need to have a vague idea of like, okay, how strong can magic be? Right? And like how strong is it going to be at the start, how strong is it going to be at the end, right? So you have a reasonable power scale here, right? You don't have to be a super stickler and tell the audience that this is an 89 out of 100 spellcaster. You don't have to do that. But going back to the comment about hard systems suck, I really disagree with that, because if you are going to make a story where you do tell the audience hard numbers, that can be a good thing. And that, not always, but I think that can enrich a story. Like again, let's say you make a Mech Warrior. So Mech Warrior Battletech, right? It's based on a board game, and it's based on video games. You got Mech Warrior video games, you got Battletech board games and stuff, and that's using the Battletech universe. And they've always had hard numbers and that kind of stuff. And most of the fan base likes that. And a lot of mecha fans like that. A lot of people like, this mech is tanky, this mech is fast, this mech is a mixture, this is physical based, this is beam based, right? They like that, and that's interesting. I think that is interesting. And if you're going to make a good story in the Battletech universe, you should be trying to tell a story that is going to appeal to the people that find that stuff interesting. You should not make a Battletech anime if you're gonna I want to appeal to people for a hero's journey, and I want to use Battletech as window dressing. That's fucking stupid. Don't do that, right? You are specifically picking something that is going to be most interesting if it's using hard numbers, right? And then you represent a story using those hard numbers, because tactics are interesting, right? And what I see a lot is you'll have writers that want you to believe that like a character is a tactical genius, but the writer knows nothing about tactics. And so they have this air quotes tactical genius spewing like vague bullshit to sound smart. Like they're so smart about tactics, and they're saying stuff that is like anyone that actually knows anything about the art of war is just gonna laugh at, right? Like this is why hard systems are good, because they prevent you from being a jackass, right? The thing is, you have to do some goddamn research first. Because yeah, you have shit, it's weird to me that anyone would think like hard systems are bad, because basically what hard systems are is internal logic. That's all hard systems are. They're just having internal logic, right? So removing internal logic, I think, is always going to make, well, not always, but I think it is normally going to make a story worse. And again, you don't have to give the audience the hard numbers and that kind of thing, but I think inconsistency is always a good thing. And when it is done properly, which is very rare, but when it is done properly, I think it's some of the best storytelling you can have, because you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have the hero's journey and still have internal consistency, right? You can do these things, but it requires wisdom. And unfortunately, in the world we live in today, wisdom is a very rare trait. I'm just gonna put it that way. I think we have a deficit of wisdom these days, and you have more people getting into writing than ever, and they ain't wiser than ever, and I think we have more hack stories than we've ever had. The thing is, a lot of writing what you know still has a lot of hard things about it. For example, let's say you survived a car crash, okay? Right, and you want to make a story about like maybe the trauma of that, maybe the other people on the car ride died, maybe survivor's guilt, lots of things here. Okay, there's still a lot of hard facts about this that if you fuck up are gonna make your story worse and less believable and sound like you're making it up and it's not gonna be relatable and stuff, right? Like if the car crash is so ridiculous, no one could possibly survive it. Right, now this is an outrageous example, but that's kind of the point. It's like if the car gets turned into a pancake, but then you live, this is pretty dumb, especially if the universe is not like a cartoon and it's been shown that other people die in those kind of circumstances, right? This doesn't work very well, right? And if like the characters behave in a way that's not consistent with the way they've been behaving before, you're not gonna portray the like different personality types. So let's say the main character is dealing with survivor's guilt. If the characters around them, maybe the antagonists, are behaving in an unrealistic way, you know, to play off of like survivor's guilt, that's not going to ring true for people, right? So people have got to have wisdom, and what I see a lot is people basically trying to use mock truth as an excuse to just write dog shit, and to just like exaggerate and to make straw men out of the things that they don't like in life, or out of the people they don't like in life. And that's not doing anybody especially yourself. It's not doing yourself a good service. Right, one of the best things you can do in life is realize things aren't black and white, and that things are complicated, and people are complicated, and it's difficult. Writing is hard as fuck. That's why part of why I don't want to be a goddamn writer. Writing is hard as hell. The amount of experience that you need to acquire is pretty staggering, and and some stories are more simple than others. But yeah, writing is hard. So yeah, I don't want to fucking do it. And the people that can do it well, I respect a lot, but I don't have any sympathy for like the mountain of like basically fan fiction writers out there using excuses for, you know, why their stories are so outrageously inconsistent. Actually, I think things like Twitter and stuff are a big part of the problem. Twitter and TikTok and those kind of social media platforms do not teach people nuance. It teaches people to be very tribal and to be very black and white and very extremist, and to not understand and to get to know people. That's like a lost art, I feel, today, is sitting down and actually getting to understand someone that's different from you. And even if you don't agree with them, at least understanding what is motivating them. Because what you'll find a lot of times when there's someone you really don't like, someone that has like the opposite political view from you, or religious view from you, or whatever it is, oftentimes when you really get to know these people, even if you still don't like them as a person, right, and some of their actions are illogical or mean or jaded or what have you, a lot of times what motivates these people are relatable things like wanting to protect their family, wanting to, you know, put food on the table, shit like that. Now, not everybody, and there's some deranged people out there, absolutely, but when you actually talk to real people and not caricatures of people, you start to realize the motivation behind these people isn't what you think it was. A lot of like social media platforms make it so easy for you to only see the worst of your opposition and only the best of your compadres, that you end up thinking your opposition is something like demonic that it isn't. And you don't even realize what motivates them. And so then you go to make a movie or a book or a fan fiction or whatever it is, and then when you try to represent that kind of person, you make their motivations cartoonish. You're making them these cartoonish villains because that's what you think they are. You don't realize what's actually motivating these people because you haven't gotten to know them, right? And that's why writing is hard, because you have all these writers trying to represent all these walks of life, and they don't know these walks of life, and they don't even know a person that is that walk of life, and then they're trying to make a story, you know, representing these people or showing these people, and it just rings outrageously false, right? And yeah, it's just, again, you need fucking wisdom. That's not how society works. Well, maybe it does now, but you know, social media has made it, I think, a million times worse. And I think people used to, for example, when humans had to be a bit more tribal, right? If someone in your tribe didn't see eye to eye with you on every little thing, you're going to be a lot more forgiving of that because you need their help to fend off this fucking bear trying to eat you, right? Where now it's so easy for us to get into camps about things that don't really matter, right? Like humans have always been tribal and have always divided themselves into camps based on, but normally off serious ideas and stuff, things that actually affect if you're going to survive or not. For now, we're making tribes based on just stupid bullshit, and you got fandoms arguing over, you know, if Ruby's good or not, or, you know, religion, or if you're left or right leaning politically, and that kind of stuff. These things are not actually that important. That is not a fundamental thing about, you know, society. But yeah, I think, like, putting out stories that are very one-dimensional, right, or two-dimensional in, like, the way they portray people and experiences, I don't think is good. And I think that is doing a disservice to people, and people don't learn that way. What you do that way is you're just going to appeal to the people that already agree with you, and the people that don't agree with you aren't going to, you know, learn anything. Where a true sage, right, someone with true wisdom, is normally able to teach people things that don't even agree with them, and may not agree with them after the fact, but they at least learn something, right? I don't see any benefit to portraying your opposition as a cartoonish caricature, right? I don't think that's really ever useful. And as someone of at least moderate intelligence, I find it insulting to my intelligence to act like I can't follow a story if there's nuanced viewpoints in it. Like, no, I am smart enough that I can handle, you know, characters of that, you know, it's not like, oh, black and white and that kind of nonsense, right? I'm not that fucking stupid, thanks. Okay, let's get to FGO. I don't really care to talk about this anymore because we talked about it before and it's actually kind of boring, so fuck it. Okay, so we're doing this. You're just making up, you're just saying shit that, like, sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't, right? Like, most of, like, ancient societies were worrying a lot more about not dying to tornadoes, droughts, and famine, you know, and that kind of shit, more so than, you know, worrying about, like, morality, right? We're not in those situations anymore. Because we have plenty of writers in the past that are capable of writing things well and not making things cartoonish and whatnot. So we already know that writers are completely capable of telling good stories that also have a degree of nuance to them, right? Now, of course, not every story, and of course you're going to have your black and white stories and that kind of thing. But the fact that it's people are getting more extreme, not less. That's my point. It's not like I'm saying that every writer is expected to be this sage of wisdom and every story is going to be super nuanced and deep. Of course not. And sometimes people want a story that's not even about the characters. Like, that's something that I think people fuck up too. When you watch a Godzilla movie, you're not wanting the hero's journey for the human characters. You want to see monster fight other monster and city get smashed. The whole reason they shove all these stupid human characters into Godzilla movies is to pad the runtime, because they don't have the budget to make it a 2-hour monster brawl because they can't afford it. That's actually the reason, right? So of course there's a place for, you know, things that aren't deep and interesting. Of course, right? People like, you know, all kinds of how do you put it? Shallow things, right? You know, and that's fine. There's absolutely a place for that. My point is the amount of stories that have, you know, wisdom to them, I think, are decreasing, not increasing. I'm not saying that all of them need to be that way. Now I'm not talking about this anymore And if people keep trying to argue with me, you're going to get timed out, because I get tired of when I say I'm not talking about something anymore, and then people want to be like, well, I'm going to keep making points about it. It's like, no, you're just hogging chat at that point. Like, I'm not saying, you know, my way or the highway, but if I'm saying we're not talking about this anymore because it's bad for the stream and we're going to talk about other things, that's it, right? Like, I'm not saying, like, you know, I'm right. I'm saying this is not the time to be talking about this anymore. Okay, so I swear though this is Waver and Alex because, you know, it's the perfect class combo, so. So Alex needs to die first. I figure Bizette is actually going to be kind of busted here. Do this, and Carmela doesn't get her bonus damage. We'll do, I feel like the Berserkers are too good. Alright, you know what? We'll do Roland. We're not going to counterclass the Rider. And Lonely, thank you for the 33 months. Let's see, who's gonna die first? Probably Bizette. So then we want a Rider. So we're gonna kill Waver with George. I am probably over-preparing, but we'll see. Nero support solo. I actually doubt she could do it. She doesn't have her third skill, so I suspect she would get clobbered. You know what? We'll try it real quick. I'll make this team. And then we'll switch, like we'll make a different preset. So, are you actually sick, Arjuna, or are you talking about something else? I'm actually sick? Damn, that sucks. We are getting to that season, though. I haven't been sick in a really long time, but I always take it, even before COVID, like, I've always taken it very seriously not getting sick. Because when I do get sick, I normally will get a sinus infection, and it can get really, really, really bad, so I try super hard, just never get sick in the first place. Like, I always try to be very mindful about washing my hands and not touching my face, and I generally don't go to, like, the movies. And like, you really could not pay me to go to a movie theater. It is such a likely way to get sick, and I don't find it fun to watch movies with a bunch of other idiots with suboptimal, like, video quality because it's being blown up so much and everything. I just don't. It's weird to me that people act like some movies are only good if you watch them on the big screen. I've never felt that way. I think that's nonsense. Like, I can appreciate, even if it's a spectacle-based film, I can appreciate that just fine in my own time, where I can, you know, go to the restroom and not miss part of the film and things like that. And I can get my own popcorn or any other snacks that I want. Yeah, even when I was a kid, I've never liked going to the movies. At most, I would maybe like going to see the movie itself, but the actual experience of going to the movies I've always just found obnoxious and inefficient and not actually that good for absorbing the media anyway. It's like, oh god, I have to go to the restroom. Well, now I have to miss, like, you know, 5 minutes of the movie or whatever. Like, nothing good about that, and like the movie, you know, quality is normally not as good on the big screen. It's like, you're just stretching the film. It doesn't... The resolution doesn't look good that way. Yeah, and like, if you want to, like, you know, this is what I hear people say. This is a very common... I've heard more than this defense, but this is a very common defense for the movies that I hear. Is, if they don't go to the movies, they won't sit down and just concentrate on the movie, right? They'll, like, have it on their second monitor and they'll work on something else. But that's a you problem, right? That's having a bad attention span, right? If you really like something, you can, and I've done this a few times, I find that's something I'm really interested in, you know, I'll watch it on my monitor, I'll turn the lights off, right, and I'll just focus on the thing, and, you know, that's that. You know, if I really care about it, I will watch it that way. I don't need to go to a movie theater to, like, babysit me to make me do it that way, right? And I'm certainly not going to risk getting sick for it. I think anybody that, because sickness, even like the common cold, affects people differently, right? And especially if you are someone like myself that is very prone to getting, you know, sinus infections. And then some people will get very bad sinus infections, and some people will get mild ones. You know, it's all over the place. But I think a lot of people that when they get sick, you know, they get super sick, right? People that are like that, your priorities, right, for those kinds of things get very clear, right? When the consequence for, you know, getting sick is so much higher, you're like, yeah, I can live without going to the movies, you know, pretty easily, right? So yeah, I doubt you're gonna find many, like, movie theater buffs and whatnot that get, I mean, just so sick, right? Like, when they get sick, they get, you know, because, I mean, some people, and I'm one of these a lot of times, when I get sick, a lot of times I'm sick for months. It's not great. Now, over the years, I've gotten, like, as good as I can. I've worked with my doctor to get as good as I can to, like, not make it as bad, but it's still pretty bad. So if you're someone like that, or even worse, you're probably not gonna be too keen on going to the movie theater, regardless if you like the experience or not. Okay, these only have 60k. God damn, that's nothing. Alright, well, let's try to get our NP. No rainbow chain for us here. You know what? We'll just be a gorilla. One thing I really dislike, and I've known people like this, is they'll be the kind of person that when they get sick, it's very mild, and they'll get over it very quickly, and that's fine. But they will then behave like getting sick is never a big deal for anyone, and they'll be very uncareful about spreading the sickness and stuff like that. I absolutely hate that, because, you know, I'm someone that when I get sick, it's really, really, really bad, and you know, it causes a lot of trickle effects that are, you know, a real problem. And so I have no patience for people that are like, oh, you know, just suck it up, you know, no big deal, blah, 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 and like encouraging people to go to work when they're sick, which if they're, you know, like back when I worked a regular job, you know, that would get me sick, and, you know, no sympathy for that kind of crap, dude. Like, and then I on so many levels, right? Like, it's not even that they lack empathy, it's like they might have the empathy on a level where, like, you know, they don't want to see harm to other people and that kind of stuff, but they actually think, because they think everyone gets sick the way they do, right? Like, yeah, they have enough empathy to, like, empathize with people with, like, very basic things, like, yeah, obviously if your kid died, it's really traumatic and things like that, but, you know, with something like being sick, they actually think that, you know, their experience is everyone's experience. And it's because, like, I guess with things like children and those kinds of things, it's very easy to see the importance of it or whatever, where a lot of people may have never been around someone that when they get sick gets crazy fucking sick, right? Yeah, I think if you don't believe in sick days, that's, like, actually dangerous. Like, that's actually dangerous, because not only do you have some diseases that are more dangerous than others, but there are people that are, you know, immunocompromised. This is not like some, you know, in the recent days, people have been acting like that's like some made-up buzzword by, like, fake news and shit like that. Like, no, there are people that are immunocompromised, and when they get sick, they can die, right? And I've actually been related to some of those people, and so yeah, and it's just really frustrating when you have people that act like, you know, it's no big deal. It's like, yes, it's a big deal. Like, when you're sick, stay at home, you fucking psychopath, right? Like, and just, you know, do your due diligence, like Jesus Christ. But yeah, I don't know, people are just fucking crazy these days, dude. Okay, don't need the battery, we'll do this. So Bazette is about to explode, but I think we'll be alright. We might actually be able to kill these guys here. In my experience, I can get sick very easily, but because I take so many precautions not to get sick, I mean, I haven't been sick in like 4 or 5 years, I think. I mean, thank goodness, but, I mean, it'll happen at some point, I'm sure. But, yeah, it's been a really long time. I'm surprised we're doing 32k. I mean, she's only NP1, although I guess we have double attack up and quick up. But she's just level 40 NP1. Surprised she did that much. Well, this run is pretty casual. They're not doing like what we normally do. But like when I do like the 1 to 3 star account or the co-op account or something like that, because like the point of this account, it's not even to play through the story really. I'm just doing this to get out of the way. It's more to like get to the bosses that I actually care about. Like fight Gwen again. We'll try to fight Gwen with Bazette. Right? Actually, once we get to the hard bosses, we'll pretty much just try to fight everything with Bazette and see how it goes. That's kind of the idea. But, you know, I don't care about doing Oceanus and stuff, right? Like, Oceanus was actually very difficult on the co-op account, right? Like, it was actually very, very difficult. But, you know, that's an account with, like, that in mind. Where this, I'm just getting through the story just to get to the stuff that matters later, really. But when you do an account that is handicapping itself, or, you know, is 1 to 3 stars, or, you know, whatever it is, for the early game, the issue is definitely the lack of skills, because, you know, you're sitting there with, like, one skill, and it's just you have no options and that kind of thing. But then later in, like, if you're doing 1 to 3 stars, as you get into, like, you know, Babylonia and Lost Belts, and especially the later Lost Belts, then the stats are a really big thing. The hardest restriction that I've ever seen that I've done, and even in relative to like other people's runs and stuff, is it's 3-star craft essences. That is just the hardest thing ever. Like it is, they're so fucking bad. Like I'm telling you, if you do now, technically this is not what I did, even though I've not used Grails, but I technically allowed Grails. I just never have used them. But if you do 1 to 3 stars, no Grails, and then 1 to 3 star craft essences, that is one of the hardest experiences like possible, and it's just bullshit. I mean, it gets to the point that it is just bullshit. Although I don't think it'd be as bullshit if you played like that one account as your main account, right? Like if you were actively farming, because there's not as many 1 to 3 stars, so you're gonna have all the best options. Like my 1 to 3 star account doesn't have all the best options, and when it does, a lot of them they're not maxed out, right? If your only account was 1 to 3 stars, 1 to 3 star craft essences, like, and that's all you were doing, right? You're gonna have all of them at 10, 10, 10, right? And you're gonna have all the niche options, you know, that kind of thing, and that would help a lot, right? Like that would help my 1 to 3 star account. If it was in that situation where all of them were 10, 10, 10 and stuff, that would really, really, really help. But it gets to the point where the CEs are just so bad. You have no craft essences that give you much damage or much speed. You have no K-scope. You've got no like heavy hitters. You got no Black Grail. You got no Art of Death. You are so pushed on damage and speed that, I mean, it's awful. I mean, it is fucking awful. It gets to the point where it just becomes so RNG in order for you to get enough value out of your team for you to win that it's not great. Like it is not great. I'm really glad that I got as far as I did with the 1 to 3 star account, and it didn't really feel like RNG until Lee. I feel like up until Lee, most of what the 1 to 3 star account was dealing with was completely manageable just based on skill and like knowing what you're doing and making a good setup. But from Lee on, it has just felt like absolute RNG, right? It just feels like this doesn't work unless you get really lucky. But I'm gonna withhold judgment because I haven't been farming. You know, I don't have a lot of the units at 10, 10, 10 that I should. So I might play that account from time to time and just get it super prepared and then come back to it and see, does it feel any better, right? Because where it's at now, I'm just like, if I'm gonna beat these fights, it's just gonna be through resetting and doing it over and over again, right? And that's just not any fun, and that's not clever, it's not good tactics, it's just kind of bullshit, so. And also, there's no practical reason to do 1 to 3 star craft essences. I mean, the most free-to-play of free-to-plays out there have a bunch of gold craft essences, right? So there's no practical reason to do it. It is interesting to an extent, but chat. So they're making that Gundam Gacha game, and I'm looking forward to it because it's heavily based on the G Generation series, which can be pretty good, and they're trying to take it more seriously than their previous games. And they're saying, you know, they're trying to make it very free-to-play friendly, and But these said this like straight up. These said all mobile suits will be obtainable through in-game means without even using the gacha, but you can get them like months in advance through the gacha system and stuff like that. So I'm interested. Like I'm interested. But I'm wondering, because they're obviously going to make low rarity like the grunt suits, and I love the grunt suits. You got to understand, if there's something I love, it's grunt mobile suits in the Gundam franchise, right? So that's obviously going to be their low rarity stuff, right? And I like doing low rarity stuff anyway, right? I'm already big on doing that. So this is like a match made in heaven. Their low rarity stuff is going to be grunts. I love grunts, and I like doing low rarity stuff. So I'm gonna like on my main account, I'm probably gonna be like, let's do like grunts only, and then like if there's repeatable content, I'll go back and do it then with my like the Gundams that I happen to like or whatever. But I'm hoping it's a good game because I'm gonna try to just be that guy. You know, I'm gonna be you know, the mass production suits like only for like at least the first time that I do stuff. I think like from the get-go, I'm gonna try to do it that way. And yeah, I'm interested to see kind of where that goes. It's called SD Gundam Eternals. They don't have a release date yet, but they've got a website with a pretty good amount of information and like showing what the battle map looks like and what the combat animations look like and stuff. And if you've played their console and PC games, the G generation like turn-based games, it's literally that. I mean, and they even said, because like in past they've kind of done like light versions of it. Like they really dumbed it down for mobile, and it never did well, and people hated it. And the number one complaint you've gotten is they need to just make the actual PC version on mobile, and so that's what they claim that they're going to be doing. And it looks like they're telling the truth from like the videos and screenshots they've shown. That does seem to be what they're doing. So hopefully it's good. The question is, will it have difficult content? Will it be balanced at all? Like. We'll just have to see. But I'm definitely gonna play it day one. I'm gonna try to play if it comes out in Japan first, I'm gonna play the Japanese version first, right? I'm gonna be all about it because I love Gundam and I play these kind of games on my stream anyway. So obviously I'm gonna be jumping on it. But if it sucks, it sucks. So, but we'll see. I hope it's good. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to do like low star stuff in that game and grunt only stuff in that game. Although it might not be practical. If it is truly that easy to get all the units, then it won't be very practical. Like, people are going to be using Gundams constantly anyway. Hold on, I saw a comment talking about like a decade ago, and I can't find it now. Fuck, chat, why did you have to move so fast for a second there? Okay, hold on, let me pop out my chat window so I can make it like way bigger. Someone said something about Gundam a decade ago, and I don't know what the hell he said. I can't find it. I think they were talking about Gundam from like a long time ago or something. I can't find the comment. Well, lost to the void. If they're still here, you can repost it. See you, Red. Chat, I wonder if MASH is gonna do any damage here. I would hope so, because she has all the fucking cards against enemies with 3,000 health. Fantastic. Too fast for the old man, yeah, apparently. Wow, MASH really did not, do a whole lot there. Chat, I wish we had replayable content in this game. Because if we had replayable content and there was no new content, I would just be like, hey, let's go fight, the good bosses, right? Lee, Mothman, Gwaine, Fluffy, even Zeus, Demeter, right? And you just try out different units, you try out different setups. I could do the 1 to 3 star account with 1 to 3 star craft essences just on my main account, right? Instead of having to do it on an alt. That would be really nice. But yeah, we don't have replayable content because they hate us. That is strange. Now, I don't mean that as like an insult, but that is strange. Having built Gundams but not watched any of it. Now, obviously, plenty of people like model building that aren't into Gundam, obviously, but I would think then you would just buy models that aren't Gundam. There's nothing wrong with that, but I can't even imagine how that would come about. Although I guess Gundam does take up a lot of the model building market now that I think about it, because Gundam is so big in Japan that they're probably the most popular models. Anyway, it's not like model planes are super popular these days or anything like that. And yeah, I guess you could just run into a Gundam store because those exist in Asia. Not in North America, unfortunately. They're never going to let you farm lures. They're never going to do that. We don't even need it that much, though. They've started to give out lures so frequently that lures really aren't the problem anymore. It's definitely like mats and QP these days.
Yes.
I'm really curious how the new Gundam show, it comes out next month. And they've been trying to market it and all that, and it's got seems to have a massive budget and things like that. I'm really interested to see how it does, because I think they want it to be a good entry point into Gundam. They're trying to, like, you know, revitalize it and everything, so I'm very curious. Is it going to have good writing? Is it going to have good animation? Are people going to like it? Is it going to be popular, or is it going to be under the radar? Like, it's going to be interesting, because it's been such a long time since they've done, like, a flagship full-on series. You know, all the stops, you know, the Iron-Blooded Orphans was the last time they really did that. So I'm curious what's going to happen, especially with, like, the modern internet and everything. I'm curious, is it a success? Is it a failure, right? Because I think that's what happens to a lot of people, is they see how many Gundam shows there are, and they're just like, nope. But the thing is, and I wish almost all Gundam fans know this, but a lot of non-Gundam fans don't know this. You can just start with whatever, right? Most of the Gundam shows have nothing to do with each other. They're designed to be self-contained. You know, if you just look up one and see if it's like, you know, a well-received one, just watch it, right? Like, you can just watch Iron-Blooded Orphans, and you don't need to watch any other Gundam show. And you don't even have to watch one after it. You can just watch Iron-Blooded Orphans and no other Gundam show, and that's totally fine, right? Or you could watch Gundam Seed and no other Gundam show, and that's totally fine. Or 8th and S Team, or you know, whatever. Now, there are some Gundam shows that are, like, designed like the original ones, like, literally Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta Gundam, Charge Counterattack. You know, these are designed to be watched chronologically and stuff, and it is going to be a fucked up experience if you don't, but you can just not watch one of those, and it's totally fine. But yeah, I think they want the new Gundam series to just be like, hey, you can just watch this, right? That's what they want it to be. I don't know if they're marketing, I mean, they're trying to market it that way, I feel, but I don't know if the message is going to get out there. I think a lot of people are like, hey, yeah, Gundam is that thing not for me, it's for Gundam fans, right? I don't think Gundam really struggles when they don't just copy-paste, because, like, I mean, Iron-Blooded Orphans was incredibly popular, and it's very different. Iron-Blooded Orphans is outrageously different from, like, the original Gundam and stuff like that. And, like, it was really popular. Like, the most popular Gundams, like, for the flagship series off memory is, obviously the original run from, you know, back in the day, right? Like, that was obviously very popular. But then Seed, 00, and Iron-Blooded Orphans. And I'm pretty sure Seed and Iron-Blooded Orphans beat 00 quite a bit, ultimately, in terms of, like, DVD sales and ratings and blah, 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 blah. But, like, Seed and Iron-Blooded Orphans are pretty big juggernauts in their success. At least the original Seed, obviously not Seed Destiny, but, you know, we don't talk about that. Oh, God. Okay. I really don't recommend watching in release order. I can recommend watching in release order up to a point, but holy shit, there's a point where you need to not do that. If you value my opinion at all, don't watch any of the following Gundam until, like, you just are, like, feel like, you know, watching random bullshit, or maybe you've already caught up on Gundam or whatever. Don't watch Victory Gundam. Don't watch F91. Don't watch Gundam X. Like, there's a whole era in there that, oh boy, yeah, and you're gonna hit that really hard for a while. if you watch in chronological order. If you watch in chronological order, it's fine up until like Char's counterattack, then fucking stop. Right? Then go watch like 8th MS Team and 0083 and stuff, and then just you for the love of God, don't watch Victory Gundam, don't watch X Gundam, don't watch F91, right? Like, oh my God, don't do that. But most of the really bad Gundams are not popular, and like a casual viewer really shouldn't stumble upon them. That's the thing. Like if you're a casual Gundam viewer, the stuff that's going to be before you is like Gundam 00, Gundam Wing, Gundam Seed, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and all of these are self-contained. You can just watch them in a vacuum in any order, no matter what, and it's totally fine. Right? It literally doesn't matter. So. Wing is a strange one. I love it and hate it. I love it because I will say it has like an amazing soundtrack. It's got a great aesthetic. I like a lot of the mech design, like a lot of the grunts look really cool and stuff. And it does have some cool plot points, and like the climax is really interesting and everything. Well, oh boy, it's got a lot of problems. It's you know, it's some of the worst internal logic I've ever seen in an anime. It's got horrible plot armor, and there are okay, so there are certain characters in Gundam Wing that like they're there to like represent certain viewpoints, and they're written well enough that it's fine, right? But there are especially I love the dub is really good in terms of like what voice actors they cast, but some of the writing in the dub is kind of like missing the mark and is like kind of shit sometimes. But anyway, so you know you have certain characters that are like there to represent certain philosophies or ideas, and they're written well enough that it's totally fine. But there are some characters in Gundam Wing that it's like a high schooler got out of philosophy class in high school, and it's so bad. It's like Relina. Like Relina is written so badly. It's painful. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't recommend Wing for, even though I like Wing, but that's because I can ignore all the parts in Wing that are terrible, right? I can sit down and watch Wing and just and like skip over the Relina drivel bits and shit like that. Hi Cairo. And I can just enjoy the mech designs and like the character arcs that I actually care about, and the good episodes, right? And I can just skip all the shit, because there's a lot of shit, right? So if you just try to watch Gundam Wing in its totality, it's not the best, right? You kind of have to cherry pick it for the good bits, right? So I don't really recommend it for a first watch. I would say, like, for a first Gundam series, I say Gundam 00 is fine, Gundam Seed is fine, it kind of depends on if you like drama or not, but Iron-Blooded Orphans is really, really good as the first one. 8th MS Team is fine, 0080 is fine. I mean, most Gundam shows are just completely fine as the first one, really. But, yeah, to keep it simple, I generally stick to, like, the mainstream stuff, right? Like, the flagship stuff, like 00, Iron-Blooded Orphans, Seed. That's probably honestly, those are the three I would always recommend, and then which one I would recommend is based on the person. If I'm like, okay, they're not gonna like the drama and the slow burn of Seed, I'm not gonna recommend them Seed, they're gonna want a more compact, get-to-it story, I'll probably recommend them like Gundam 00. Right? If I think they're not gonna like what the characters are about in 00, or it's like, it's too simple or whatever, then I'd probably recommend like Iron-Blooded Orphans, right? And if I think they're like a slow burn story, and like build up and some drama and stuff, then I will recommend Seed as the first Gundam, right? Because like my mother, right? So my mother wanted to get into Gundam of all things, and I knew my mother is totally fine with drama and she likes slow burn, so I was like, okay, Gundam Seed, right? That's clearly the one to go with, and she loved it, right? But I've got some friends that I know they're gonna fucking hate it, and I'm like, nope, I'm gonna recommend, you know, Iron-Blooded Orphans instead, right? Stuff like that. So yeah, from what I've seen, Iron-Blooded Orphans kind of has been the go-to for most Gundam fans out there. Most of them recommend Iron-Blooded Orphans for the first one. The only reason I'm hesitant about Iron-Blooded Orphans as a first Gundam show is because obviously you got like child protagonists, and that's a huge turnoff for some people. Now for some people they don't care at all, but yeah, the whole kid protagonist thing is a little dumb, and like some people are not gonna like that, especially like adults, like older adults, if they don't watch a lot of anime. That's a really big turnoff, seeing like a try-hard, you know, kid character like that. So if that's like a super normie, I won't recommend that. And that's true for a lot of anime, honestly. But But yeah, that's like the one thing. And also season 1 of Iron-Blooded Orphans, which is totally fine. It has good action and, you know, that kind of thing. It's nothing special, right? Season 2 of Iron-Blooded Orphans is what's really fucking special, right? So there is that. Oh yeah, I forgot Age even existed. I don't think I ever even talk about Age because Age was this weird thing where they tried to like appeal to kids instead of boomers, and it did not work out very well. What they do now is they do these like kind of lighthearted, kind of low budget, you know, the Gundam build fighter stuff. That's what they do for the youngins these days. And then they do like the normal shows for the adults pretty much. So almost everyone I know, their favorite character, and I think it's not because they're necessarily the most popular characters, although they are popular, but everyone I know personally that watched Gundam Seed, I think every single one of them, their favorite character is Athrun. Like, I'm not sure there's any exception to that. I need to ask my brother again, because he watched the whole damn thing, even Destiny, the poor bastard. But yeah, I know quite a few people, like in real life, that have watched Gundam Seed, and I think every single one of them, their favorite character is Athrun, and then they give an honorable mention to Mu Laflaga, and like Cairo is the same thing, I'm pretty sure. So that now, again, those are popular characters, but I think that's partially because of like the crowd I run with, I think. But yeah, I don't know a single person in real life that they're I know people online, but none of my real life, you know, friends or family, none of them, their favorite characters Kira or Lacus or Kagala or any of that. I don't know. I don't think I know a single person. I'll have to double check with some of my my friends, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So G Gundam is the only Gundam show that is a super mecha, right? And for those that know the difference between mecha and super mecha is, that'll tell you everything you need to know. Oh, hi Romulus. But yeah, G Gundam is the only super mecha. It's also completely self-contained. I do not recommend it as a first Gundam show unless you like super mecha, just because you're getting such an insane, bizarre, warped take on Gundam that I'm not sure that's a good idea. But if you love super mecha, then it's obviously the one to go with, so. Alright. Yeah, that is true. Athrun did get all of the attention from the bitches. That is true. I just remembered that. Also, so I know several, every female fan that I know of Gundam Seed, their favorite character is Athrun, and they don't like Kira. Like, every single one of them. And I know it, like, at least 6 or 7, so... it's still a small sample size, but that is definitely a thing. You know, I may regret the way I'm playing this stage right now. Yeah, it is such a good idea in Gundam to just pick up one at random that is not chronological. Like, that is the only ones you need to watch chronologically is if you want to get into the original Gundam. Then you do need to watch Mobile Suit Gundam, then you need to watch Mobile Suit Gundam Zeta, and then you don't have to watch Double Zeta, because it's kind of weird, but it does like finish a character arc for like a side villain if you care about it. You could skip it though, and then Char's Counterattack. Those are the only ones you need to watch chronologically, and then I actually recommend you stop watching chronologically after that, because it'll get fucking dumb. I really like Double 80. You know, it's not perfect because it didn't have like the world's greatest budget, so like some of the fight scenes, like with Scarlet Team, you know, they got really shafted and it's, you know, really stupid, but overall, Double 80 is so, you know, unique in comparison to all the other Gundams, and you know, I think it's just a good story. It's a good bite size. It's only 6 episodes. It's very short, but yeah, I really like War in the Pocket. And 0083, when I watched it as a kid, I didn't like it. I thought it got too weird by the end. And I was like, whatever. Now that I'm older, I'm like, okay, it has amazing animation. Like, it really does. 0083 is, it's hand animation for like 95% of it. and it's kind of incredible. I mean, like it's like jaw-dropping gorgeous with a lot of the fight scenes and stuff. It's still kind of weird though. Like it's kind of dumb, but it's good. I mean, I mainly like it just because Gato's cool and the fight scenes are amazing. And other than that, though, I don't really care about Double 83. 8th MS Team, I think it's a very good one to watch in a vacuum. If you have never seen a Gundam, you just watch 8th MS Team, it's totally fine. Just the first 2 episodes are a little dumb. Just remember that. The rest of the series, the first 2 episodes of 8th MS Team are really fucking like dumb because they're trying to set up a love story that like is not even in the rest of the series really, and it's just it's nothing like the rest of the series. So just bear with it for the first 2 episodes, and then once they actually kind of get the ball rolling, it's good. It's very grounded. It's set on Earth, and the first 2 episodes are set in space, where the rest of the series is not in space. And it's just, yeah, the first 2 episodes are weird, but it's pretty good. It's very self-contained. It's got a pretty unique like aesthetic and everything. It's got some oddities, right? It's got some weird fan service and that kind of shit. But the mechs are cool, and it's got some really good fight scenes and everything. So yeah, 8th MS Team is a pretty good one. It just has a couple of moments of dumb, but welcome to anime.
Yes.
But yeah, 8th MS Team is a good one. Just bear with the beginning, and yeah, you're fine. So I should have done Mash's invulnerability skill there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we're, okay, chat, we're gonna call this one a loss. So, we actually lost a fight in Septem, but it's because that's one of the few fights it's actually kind of a fight, and I kind of went into it. I didn't realize we were this far. Okay, we'll stick with the story support thing. That's fine, although we'll try not to use it. Because I don't want to use Nero, that's the whole reason. Well, I mean, we want to use Charlemagne, so... Yeah, we were probably going to lose that straight up, though, because we were going to get NP'd right there and everything else. And all of our units that were left were pretty useless. Alright, it's time for the boys. The lads. Give me the... I need to level that one. Why? 2 Bazettes because the 1 Bazette is in P5. And then I leveled her to 50 like day 1 without thinking about it, and now I don't want to be level 50 for this early content, so... Yeah, the second you say the 1 character is in P5, most people don't need any more context than that. Because, like, Zaw's got, Canis at, Super Grailed and all that, and he's gonna eventually, like, have a side one, and, Say Stan's got the, like, 90 NP2 Say, and then, like, the NP5, 120 Say, a lot of people do that, if they're beyond NP5. So apparently there's a theory with Gundam Thunderbolt that it's not actually set in UC, and it's like an alternate UC, and people have that theory because the tech is so much more advanced, but I think it's kind of just growing pains and like animation quality and that kind of thing. So it is weird though that it's set in the 1 year war and all the tech is just like insanely powerful. It's like, what the fuck? I don't know if we'll ever get 120 Bazette, because I don't know if I'd play this account enough to farm that much. But the point of this account is once we get to like the real bosses, Gwaine and on, we're gonna try to use Bazette as much as possible. There's not much point right now though, because it's fucking Septem. So he might be an archer, but if he saves us from the NP, it's completely worth it. This is why David is so good, the fact that I'm actually bringing him to a Lancer fight unironically. Do I have the Knif TG or Sunlight? Looking like that's a no. So we'll do the defense up. And then Mash can have Cope Scope. Look at me taking this like halfway seriously. I imagine we have like no team costs left. I can bring a 2-star. Alright, good enough. Look at this man. I don't do sort by rarity because there is just so many 5-star craft essences that are completely useless. I do level because you generally level the ones you actually give a shit about. I find like sorting by level is the easier way to like filter out all the bizarre bullshit ones that, you know, are from like an event or whatever, but the effect is crap. Okay, our AoE NP should be plenty for killing the lads. This fight actually would be tough day one, because Septem was the last content that was available day one, so you probably wouldn't be level 30 day one, because on JP, they didn't have like the dailies for XP and stuff like that. And there's no AoE. There's no AoE Saber day one. You've got Caesar, Gilius. Yeah, for low stars anyway. There's no FP summon because Fergus wasn't until Fergus was America. So yeah, there was no way that the average player was going to have something like, you know, Charlemagne. Because like Fergus could kill these chimeras too, right? If you set Fergus up well. You know, if he was like level 30 or whatever, you give him the attack up, and you know, maybe you've got like a buffer for like a charisma or something. Like Fergus could do it, but yeah, Fergus did not fucking exist back then, so. But we get to do it nice and casual here. Yeah, all this invulnerability. Dude, I'm so looking on like low key. I'm kind of the most excited to use Roland on this account. Like, I think that's going to be a good time. The reason this game survived at the beginning was because the competition was a joke. I mean, it was all stuff like Idolmaster or whatever. Like, I mean, there was just no competition. And then Fate was starting to blow up, because if I remember correctly, I remember they started marketing FGO, like it wasn't released yet, but they started to make trailers and stuff for it, I think pretty shortly after Fate Zero. And Fate Zero is when Fate became a big name, right? Fate was only a big name in like the visual novel niche, and now that's quite a niche, right? That was not a mainstream thing. But Fate Zero was a big anime, right? It wasn't the biggest anime ever, in retrospect, but at the time, I mean, it made waves. So Fate started to get some pretty big attention there. And it was either there or after Unlimited Blade Works, because Unlimited Blade Works just got even bigger, right? But I can't quite remember where it was. Let me look. Let me see where this was. I'm gonna look at the release dates for like Fate Zero and Unlimited Blade Works. So Fate Zero release date. Please give me the anime, not the book. Wait. This is not telling me if it's the book or the. Okay, I think this is the book. It's telling me, yeah, it's telling me 2006. That's not right. That's the book. Okay, hold on. I'm not that old. Okay, yes. The anime is 2011. Okay. I'm pretty sure FGO is 2000 and, by the way, I knew Fate Zero from the book, so. Anyway, I'm pretty sure FGO is 2015, I think. So let's see what Unlimited Blade Works is. It's 2014. Okay, so it's coming off of the heels off of Unlimited Blade Works. So you had Fate Zero making like the groundwork for Fate to become more popular, started to put actual eyes on it, because it really didn't have a lot of eyes on it until then. And then Unlimited Blade Works was a pretty damn big success, right? Like it made a lot of waves. you know, it has a lot of detractors too. And I mean, I'm kind of one of them to an extent with some of the adaptation changes and just bad writing from the original. But anyway, you know, it made waves one way or the other, and a lot of popular characters and stuff. And so there were a lot of eyes on Fate, and I remember they started to put out trailers. Like they did a trailer for Darius, like an anime trailer for Darius and Mephisto, and I think Scath and all that, and Joan of Arc doing the intro. And so there was a lot of eyes on it. And mobile games back then, this sounds crazy, but in 2015, mobile games were not half as popular as they are now. Right, and they were all total scumbag stuff. You think they're scummy now? Holy shit. Everything was so scummy back then. So anyway, gacha games and stuff like that were just not nearly as popular. It was all like idle, like management stuff, that kind of thing. And so it had a lot of hype going into it. It came out and it was kind of a disaster, actually. Like, I remember when FGO came out, it was not a smashing success. A lot of people were like, wow, this is just another cash grab. You know, it's so predatory. The story's terrible, which it was. I mean, seriously, the story in early FGO is absolutely horrible. And it didn't do that great, but, you know, it survived, and it had its followers. And it just started to pick up steam a bit around America. Time Moon got more involved. The writing started to get better. They started to fix some of the predatory nonsense. And I'm a classic case. You know, I kept eyes on it from day one. I looked at it day one. I'm like, wow, this is typical mobile game schlock. So I didn't play it. And I saw the story was terrible. Most of the Fate type part, because back then, you gotta understand, there's a lot of casual Time Moon fans now. But back then, there really weren't, right? Most people that were like looking into FGO were, you know, pretty into the franchise. Yeah, there was the anime crew though, but if they weren't into mobile games already, they weren't gonna be too into it. Anyway, and everyone's saying like, yep, this is definitely not, you know, up to standard, and it's just cash grabby stuff and yada yada. And but I just kept tabs on it. I looked at the new servants, and they get added every once in a while. You know, I saw Edmund and Billy, and like, oh, it's pretty cool. But you know, it just wasn't any good. But when it started to get better, people started talking about it getting better. Some of my friends who played it were saying it was getting better. And I saw the big thing was when I saw they added the boss fights in Camelot, and that they were real boss fights, and you actually had to try. And I saw a lot of people failing. That's what really got me going, was when I saw a lot of people complaining on Reddit that they were getting wrecked. And I'm like, they're probably just stupid, but like that's my kind of shit, right? I want to have to actually try. So, and I heard about the Grail system, so I remember I was pissed. Yeah, SD players, seriously. Yeah, God, that SD game, you know, it's actually hard, but it's a completely fair game, and it's not like that hard. And Cairo, I saw a bit, like, if you look up SD Gundam solos, almost every solo video is so bad. There was a guy that was failing against the Shamblo, or whatever, the mobile armor, and he was using a level 80 Unicorn Gundam, and he was fighting the normal mode version of, he wasn't fighting hard mode. He was fighting the level 26 version of the boss, and he was spamming medkits and just getting like, there's, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, dude. And that's most videos for that game. Anyway, but yeah, as I saw that, you know, FGO was getting better, that's why I tried it. I never would have tried it if it never got any better. But yeah, it just kind of survived those early days because Fate was popular enough. Cairo, you need to make a solo video for that game. You gotta at least make one. I'll definitely make a video for that. This is the Demon Pillar. I don't remember this Demon Pillar's mechanics, but yeah, I'll make a video for that boss at some point. I just hope though FGO can turn it around, because you know they've been having some problems, but I legitimately have hope. I mean, that interview that the you know, they did articulate a lot of the problems, and even said that they need to change and update and stuff. So I just hope they can hire the staff that they need, and they can do it, because that would be awesome. I don't have a lot of like cavalry class stuff right now. I guess I'll just throw some berserkers at it at the last second here. George can just tank this, right? No problem. You know what? I'm gonna do that because she is gonna die really quickly, I suspect. Oh, I've got this thing. That's nice. Already limit broken. Wow. What the fuck? Lucky. Yeah, I know. Update the UI. Give us some good shit, man. Like, our Arknights has just impressed me so much. I hate to say this, chat, but it's like, I just see so much more of like a future, at least for me, when it comes to Arknights and FGO, and I hope that's not the case, though. I hope, like, I want FGO to get their head in the game, man. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Alright, what does this boss got? Do a rainbow chain here. Like, you know, how do I put this? I don't want to say this in a doom and gloom way. But like, you know, from a channel standpoint, right? Like if I was trying to like be a successful content creator, I need to switch games. Like 1,000,000% I need to switch games. You know, the game has stagnated a lot. You know, it's just not where it's at. Now the thing is, I like Fate and I like my community, so I don't really want to switch games. But like, it's concerning to me that I can see that very clearly. That if I was like, if I was in like YouTube and streaming for just making money, I would have already jumped ship. Like I already would have done it. Like no question. And that's not a good sign for the game, right? And because I want the game to do well, and I like my community and like my regular viewers and everything, I don't want that to be the case, right? Like I don't want that. I don't want to be like, okay, well I'm gonna become a streamer of this game or that game. I just play FGO on the side every once in a while. I don't want that to happen. I can't help but notice that we don't do counterclass damage here, so yeah, if Arknights puts out an anime and it's a hit, it's a big hit, they could get a massive boom from that. Although I was looking at their analytics, they've been getting a huge boom in popularity in this last year or so. Like, especially in China, they're like killing it. Like, they're actually murdering FGO in China. Well, FGO does seem really slow right now, but that's because of the developers switch over and stuff, so I mean, that's to be expected. Alright, let's see. Well, we've already almost killed it apparently, so not that big of a deal. Yeah, I was looking at various months in China, and like Arknights beats FGO all the time. Like, actually Arknights is like normally in like the top 5, sometimes even #1 in like in a really good month. But yeah, it slaughters FGO in China. And it's beat FGO in North America several times too. FGO is not a big name in North America though, like it's just not. Like Arknights has been growing in NA from what I've seen, and FGO is shrinking. Yeah, I will say the devs of Arknights are really good. I mean, they're surprisingly good. So, I mean, they deserve a lot of the success that they're getting. So, and I hope they keep it up. I hope they don't become complacent, because they've really been impressing me. Like, not only did they add the roguelike, but they're adding another roguelike, right? But they're still doing, you know, good event stages, and they're doing really good replayable content and everything. So, I'm like, damn. They also seem to care a lot more about their North American version than FGO does. FGO just does not care about their North American version. Okay, I think it's Shadow Servants, and then it's Attila. We'll see though. I know I say this a lot, but I think there are potentially some really good things coming for FGO. With them buying out the dev team and all that, I really think this could translate to really good stuff. So I mean, yeah, they could. Honestly, I would actually say that we're almost guaranteed to have good stuff coming down the pipeline if it wasn't for their issues with hiring. Their issues with hiring is actually the #1 thing that scares me, because if they just can't hire the right talent, they're just not going to be able to make the changes that need to be made. But like with what they said in that interview, I'm like, they're completely on the right track. But the thing is, even if you want to make changes and improvements and stuff, if you don't have the staff that can actually do it and give... Because Nasu and the writers are not going to have any of the right ideas on how to fix the gameplay side of stuff. Natsu's a terrible game dev, right? He's a writer. So they need people on hand that actually know how to like if they're like, okay, we need to make the game better, we need to fix these things, you know, they need someone else to give them the solution, right? But if they're struggling to hire quality staff, I don't think those people are going to be on hand. I actually like the less rerun thing. However, it only needs to be accompanied with, you know, them doing a better job with main interludes. I actually think reruns are horrible for FGO. I mean, they're terrible. They take up so much time. They're so boring if you've done them before. It's shit, right? And if you want a catch-up mechanic for new players, that's fine. But first off, you have to have new players to begin with, which they don't have. So you need to fix your new player problem before reruns are even going to matter, for God's sakes. And then a better way of accommodating new players is doing what Arc Knights does, right? You have all the old events just there, and they can just play them anytime, and they get a lot of the welfares they can just obtain and stuff. That's a better way of doing it, right? So make your main interlude system actually good. Don't make it complicated. Don't do all these weird things with having to like buy it with rare prisms, but then it doesn't cost any rare prisms. Fuck all that stupid shit, man. Like, there is so much wonk in not Arc Knights, FGO, that they need to just throw that shit out, right? And a lot of what happens is they're adapting to old bad design, right? They put main interludes in the rare prism shop, so they always have to put them in the rare prism shop because they don't want it to be like, well, what if we add new ones and they're just there automatically? But then people won't look in the rare prism shop to get the other ones, and people won't understand why some are in the shop and some aren't, right? So what you do is you just take all of them out of the shop. Like, all of them, right? CCC and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, that kind of, like, simple wonkery, you know, should not be the reason for bad, you know, core game design. Like, absolutely not. Yeah, actually, North America censors a lot of stuff. They're really inconsistent, though. Like, here's the difference, and this is a very relevant difference between Chinese censorship and North American censorship. Chinese censorship is generally enforced by the government. That's a pretty big difference. Where North American censorship is normally like the publisher in North America thinking that it will like make them look bad, or they think it'll be more popular or more palatable or whatever, right? It's very different. Yeah, North American censorship is voluntary to try to reach a bigger audience. Now, a lot of times I think they fuck it up and they actually don't do a good job with it. And I think sometimes they actually end up lowering their audience. It depends though. But yeah, with Chinese censorship, they're doing it because of the CCP, right? This is very, very different. So yeah, don't get that shit twisted. Let's see. It's just shadow servants or whatever again. Well, no, the CCP is not China. Like, the CCP is the governing body of China. And in their words, mainland China. Although I guess to them, Taiwan is, because, you know, originally Taiwan considered themselves still Chinese, right? And until mainland China told them not to. And then, so they're like, okay, fine, we'll make a new identity, it'll be Taiwanese. And then when Taiwan became so successful, then China wants to take credit for Taiwan and wants to say that they're still China, right? It's all very silly. But yeah, there's a huge difference between a company being like, you know what, we think this will do better if we remove the anime waifu titties, versus, you know, the CCP mandating certain things. It's so different. Yeah, I don't like censorship really ever. Even when sometimes the censored version I like more, but I just want the artistic integrity, because it's not just about like anime boobs. It's about cussing. It's about all that stuff. I'm not for censorship ever. And if I don't like something, if it's not my cup of tea, I don't need it to be censored to become my cup of tea, right? I'll just play or watch something else. I think that's a way better way of doing it. Because, like, for example, I'm not big on, like, over-the-top fan service. Now, I'm not, like, super against it like some people are, though, right? Like, I'm not, let's say you have a game come out that has just god-tier gameplay, right? I just, like, oh my god, it's, like, Ninja Gaiden Black stuff or whatever, right? I'm not gonna avoid it just because it has fan service. I'm not gonna do that at all. I wouldn't even think of doing that, right? It's just I'm not like jumping from the rooftops or shouting from the rooftops. That's a big difference. I'm not shouting for the rooftops, you know, for fan service either. I'm not like happy. You know, I prefer, you know, armor. I like just because it looks cool, right? But anyway, so like really, and also just in your face, like really in your face fan service can be obnoxious, and it can be like, it can feel so forced and like pandery. It takes away from like other aspects of a work that can be good, right? You might have like an anime that's got a good story, but then the fan service is just so in your face that it just takes away from it, right? So again, I won't advocate to censor it. I'm not offended by it, you know, nothing like that. But I'm not like happy for it, generally speaking, right? Not like what I'm hyping. Not what I'm looking for. That's the better way of putting it. I'm not seeking it out, right? So it's not going to get my attention just because it's a game with fan service in it, right? But censoring it doesn't really, you know, do much for me, right? Even if I think a design looks better when it's censored, you know, what's going to make or break if I want to play the game or not is if I just like the gameplay in the first place, right? Where some people like fan service, and even though I'm not really in that camp, I don't mind. It's fantasy. Right? It's whatever, right? So if other people like it, I don't really care, right? And so if the creator, wants to put in fan service, then more power to them, right? And if that means it's not my cup of tea, then it's not my cup of tea. No big deal. I don't mind that there's fan service games out there, you know, knock yourself out, right? So I don't see any reason to, you know, have creators be, limited like that by censorship and whatnot, so I'm just kind of whatever. And I will say, fans, the internet they'll call anything fan service, right? And some things aren't fan service, right? Like sometimes if a character is, we'll say, aesthetically pleasing, it's reasonable, or sometimes it's even part of the story and things like that. Not everything is fan service. On the flip side, though, you also have, you know, people trying to act like something is deep when it's just booba, right? So there's both. There's plenty of both. But you know, the existence of attractive human beings, I don't think automatically equates to fan service, right? In my opinion, fan service is kind of like putting something in that doesn't belong, right? You have a character that like isn't the kind of character to be like showing off or isn't even supposed to be attractive or whatever, but they just are, and oh, of course they've got a boob window and, you know, blah 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 blah, and then it's not even having a boob window, it's like then the camera is like zooming in on the boob window and whatnot. I remember there was like this one game dev that I don't remember who it was, but it was a long time ago, but it was basically like, you know, if you're gonna make a setting, you know, if it's fantasy, you might as, you know, who cares if all the characters are attractive, right? If it's fantasy from the get-go, you know, whatever. And, you know, fair enough. But there's a difference between all the characters miraculously being attractive versus, you know, the camera's always zooming in on like the character's ass or something. That's actually obnoxious, right? So that is fan service, right? That's like absolutely fan service, and that kind of thing. But yeah, sometimes it does detract from things, and sometimes it's pretty harmless. And to me, it's like, I don't really care. Like, I care enough to be like, maybe to voice like, hey, I like this thing, or I don't like this thing, but I never care enough to be offended or to want to, like, you know, boycott something. Like, I don't really feel that way about, like, anything. It'd have to be awfully messed up for me to ever think something needs to be, like, censored or boycotted or whatever. And I'm sure there are some things. There's a few extreme things that I won't mention because I don't want to get banned off Twitch. But there's some very extreme, you know, grotesque and whatnot things that you could put in something that I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, that's too much. But that stuff doesn't generally get made, so. Wait, did Code Geass have nudity in it? I don't even remember. I know it definitely has fan service, but from what I remember, Code Geass was really weird because it would go for many episodes with absolutely no fan service aside from just the characters being attractive and, you know, everyone's really tall and all that kind of stuff. But then for like 5 seconds or like a minute, they would just like have massive fan service out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck? And then they would have like no fan service for a few episodes again. Yeah, I definitely remember it having fan service, abso-fucking-lutely, but I don't really remember like how extreme it was. But I do remember it being very random, like just very fucking random. Like they would just go for a really long time without it, because they'd have like a an episode string of like a bunch of serious like events or whatever. But then they'd just be like, oh, fan service now. Off memory, I didn't find it to really detract from Code Geass really any, so it didn't really bother me off memory. But it has been a while since I've watched it, so. Generally when I like really like something, I don't watch it very often, because I don't want it to become like mundane. So I'll like wait a long time to like watch it again. See, that scene is not fan service though, absolutely not. That is a character thing, and it's kind of supposed to, you know, give you pause and whatnot. But that is absolutely not fan service. Oh, hi Attila, excuse me. I kind of forgot. Well, I don't know if I should have done that right away, but we'll see. Well, Mash is already almost dead. We're not doing so good on the Robin NP gain front. Did you hit Robin? No? How are you gonna... Like how Robin has invincibility, and then you get NP from being attacked, and she just never attacked them. I think she only attacked Mash for those first 2 turns. And, yeah, Mash fucking died, so... Okay, now I want her to attack David. Give me, like, one... Like, maybe a quick or an art card on David? No, I don't need that. No, see, he's already... No, he's already got his NP, thanks. Oh, game. I wanted to get David's NP to overcharge Robin's, but I think we just take it while we got it. You know, I'm not sure what my favorite anime is. I haven't watched my favorites in a while, so I have to sit down and watch every single one of them to like really figure it out. But it's like Black Lagoon, honestly Fate Zero, I really like Fate Zero. Let's see, I do like Code Geass a lot, like especially the first season, although the second season I do really like, but the first season was really good. What's some other ones? Those are the ones that come to- Oh, Baccano! Oh god, what is wrong with me? Yeah, Baccano is absolutely a contender for my absolute favorite. I would say Black Lagoon and Baccano are probably my tops. Now, I do like Durarara, but I do not like it as much as Baccano. Like, I like it just fine, right? I really like it. But I don't put it on par with Baccano and Black Lagoon. It's not quite on that level. But it is very enjoyable. I would easily watch Durarara over, you know, most, you know, random schlock these days. Yeah, I know the old Berserk anime, it's pretty good. Definitely better than the newer ones. It's just, you know, it didn't finish, so, you know, it was that. Well, how do I put Baccano? It's like, it's ultimately not actually that vague. It just doesn't hold your hand. All the information you need is there. But like part of what Baccano is putting the puzzle together. It's intentionally made that way. But even if you're struggling to put the puzzle together, you're still gonna enjoy a lot of the, like, you know, visual spectacle and just like what the characters are about. You can enjoy like Lad or like Claire, right, without understanding the overall story, right? Those characters are a trip on their own, right? And then what was his name, like Graham, right? Like those scenes are just good scenes regardless of the context, right? But part of Baccano is trying to put together what's happening. It is a mystery, right? That's the thing. That's kind of the point of it. But I love that. I love the mix of these awesome characters, unique setting, great music, you know, and putting the story together and all that. It just comes together as an amazingly unique experience. That's one of my favorite fucking things. Oh, I gotta say, good taste there, because Luck is one of the most awesome characters in Baccano, but he gets very little screen time, so people overlook him all the time. But yeah, Luck is fucking awesome. Yeah, he's great. So Cowboy Bebop, I like, but I would really never put it in my absolute favorites. I do like it, and I appreciate it for what it is, and they set out to make something unique, and they succeeded. You know, it's not just another anime, and like, you know, the opening is jazz and all that. Oh, not jazz, I don't know where we're putting that, but you know what I mean. You know, it's not just generic J-pop, and they, you know, it's a trip. You know, Cowboy Bebop is a trip, and they nailed it really well. And, you know, it's very good. I like it. Yeah, it's funky, right? They really knew what they were setting out to do. But it's not my favorite just because it's like, it's not entirely up my alley. None of the characters like are like my favorite kind of character or anything like that. But, you know, I really like it. You know, I really like Cowboy Bebop, and I very much appreciate what it is. And I have a lot more like respect for it artistically than most things. Right, just because like it's not being a piece of shit. I'll put it that way. You know, Cowboy Bebop is absolutely not a piece of shit. And like another one I feel that way about. It's not my cup of tea at all, but it's Full Metal Alchemist, like especially Brotherhood, right? It's not my cup of tea at all, but it's not a piece of shit, right? The writer absolutely planned what the fuck they were doing, and they were able to. I was really impressed with their ability to like represent characters that clearly did not have the viewpoint of the writer, right? Like there's a lot of characters in Full Metal Alchemist that like clearly the writer does not share their mindset, but they understood the mindset well enough to not represent it like a fucking clown, right? And so like really good on them for that kind of stuff. And you know, it's made well. It's a very good production. There's really I don't have really much objective criticism of a Full Metal Alchemist. I have a lot of subjective criticism for it that's just not really my cup of tea. I actually have not watched Vinland Saga. I should, and I've been told that I would like it, but the people that tell me that I will like it are not the people that actually know me very well. Where most of the people that know me very well, I don't think have watched it either, so they have no opinion on it. So I don't know. I've just kind of been iffy on it just because I don't like the style very much. And also I just don't have a lot of free time. That's actually the bigger part of it. I just don't have the free time. I did see Darker Than Black. I enjoyed it, but it was nothing special. I'll put it that way. I mean, I probably like it more than most of the seasonal anime these days, but it had some good fight scenes. I do remember, like, that one, I don't remember the actual character's name, but the fucking lightsaber lesbian. Some of her fight scenes with the main character were awesome. Like, they were really, a good, like, just good spectacle fight scenes. And I really liked some of the, like, side characters and whatnot, but it wasn't anything, like, you know, I wasn't that into it. I didn't like any of the characters that much, and although they did have some amazing fight scenes, they didn't have very many fight scenes, so... but it's been a long time, so I'd have to watch it again, so... I don't really like Death Note, I'm gonna be honest. I like a few of the side characters, I like the Shimigami, but... I don't really like Death Note, I really don't. I find it kind of pretentious, and I just don't really find it that interesting. I mean, it's okay, and I don't think it's schlock or anything, but it's just... eh. Okay, so Septem's over apparently. Blink and you'll miss it. I mean, yeah, we're done. Thank God for that. All right, we can do the advanced quests. Yeah, the side characters are fine in Death Note, but yeah, I don't really care too much about like the main cast all that much. The main thing with Death Note is it's another one where it's just not my cup of tea. Like, it's just absolutely not my cup of tea, and I'm kind of biased against it because, okay, so like I said, Full Metal Alchemist, not really my cup of tea either, but I was never surrounded by people that hyped it. I just never was, right? So I could just appreciate it for what it was, even though it wasn't my thing. With Death Note, I am definitely biased against it because I was surrounded by people that acted like it was like the best thing that was ever created, and I'm just like, you know, whatever. So yeah, that kind of, but yeah, I mean, it's fine. I do have some objective criticism of Death Note, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But I mean, it's fine, right? I don't have that big of a deal with it, but it's definitely not my cup of tea. I know it's crazy popular though, so I'm definitely going against the grain on that one. Oh, I tell you what, I really do like Iron Blooded Orphan Season 2 though. I'm not sure I'd quite put it on par with Black Lagoon and stuff, but wow, I really did like Season 2 of Iron Blooded Orphans, which was interesting because this is my history with Iron Blooded Orphans. I saw the first season, like the first chunk of it, and I just didn't care about it, and I didn't finish it. I was like, fuck, I just, you know, I don't like these main characters, you know, I don't care about the kids, and they're like trying to be all, oh, adults don't understand, and I was like, okay, whatever, and I just didn't care about it. I was like, yeah, the animation's good, but I was like, I don't give a fuck. And then way later, I finally gave it a second chance, and you know, I kind of just sucked up the first season, and you know, I still enjoy it to an extent. You know, it's got some interesting encounters and moments and stuff. But the second season, you know, that I really like. That yeah, I think it's very, 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 very good. And yeah, it's one of my absolute favorites. It's not quite up there with Black Lagoon. I don't think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, it was almost more cathartic though. Like I loved how. Okay, Chad, if you haven't seen Iron Blooded Orphans and you're planning on watching it, please mute me for the next like 45 seconds because I'm about to spoil the shit out of it. Okay, so I'll put it in chat. I'll say spoilers start, and then I'll say spoilers end when I'm done. So yeah, for the love of God, mute me if you care about Iron Blooded Orphans. Anyway, so the fact that I don't like the main characters very much in Iron Blooded Orphans, and I think they make a lot of dumb decisions, and you know, they're basically joined the mafia, right? They're criminals for God's sakes. The fact that they get their comeuppance in the second season, right? They lose. The show does not portray them as making the right decisions. They make the wrong decisions. They get their ass kicked because of it. Most of them die, and that's what they deserve for what they did, right? That's, you know, and a lot of the antagonists that I actually think are awesome and make better decisions than them, they win and they live. And I'm like, you know, seeing that where the antagonists actually win is actually kind of awesome. And like Galileo has like the best character arc in the series, and it all, you know, he's got like the best, you know, ending and everything. So yeah, it's great. So I kind of just really enjoy it for the subjective stuff there, but I also just think it's good twists and good animations and good fight scenes and that kind of thing. Okay, that's spoilers, and yeah, that's some big spoilers right there. So okay, let's do the advanced quest. There's apparently only one for Septem. I think it's the only one like that. Or every other one has multiple. So that tells me they'll probably add at least one. Oh god, this is gonna be so easy. Like some of these three were all actually quite difficult when I did them at level appropriate. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because at 35 he'll kill us really quick. Maybe it is gonna be harder than I'm thinking. But if I remember correctly, you just kill the ads and he kills himself. I think that's all there is to it. Yeah, actually, I can imagine for some people hearing the spoilers will actually make them want to see it more. For some people, that's actually probably true. Because they really... I'll put it this way, this is not spoilers, so the people that unmuted, this is not spoilers. What I like about Iron Blooded Orphan Season 2 is that it subverts your expectations, but in a logical way. It doesn't just do it to do it, right? It subverts your expectations in a way that's like, you know what, that actually makes a lot of sense. And it works with what like the message of a lot of like the characters are about and stuff, right? So it's like the good kind of subverting your expectations. So what about a certain Mothman? Cairo, shut the fuck up. Also, Cairo, you can't even be smug about this because you don't like it either. Like you don't. Also, I just realized who made that, Cairo? Who made that emote? 'Cause I see you got a new emote there. That's a very you emote right there. Can we colony drop Australia? That's not very nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some emotes made, dude. I got so many ideas, and we have so many emote slots. Like, we have so many. So I need to get on that. Okay, George will be good here, I suspect. Actually, let's start with George. This is fine. We just need a mix of damage and survival, kind of classical stuff here. Alright. So NPs don't matter that much, I don't think. They don't hurt, but they're kind of just there. I don't have a lot of good CEs right now for just doing normal card damage. It's just NP damage. This is Buster, and okay. Well, he's got 2 Buster cards, so. Okay, I'm so not in the mood for this song right now. No, that's pointless because George is, we don't have the Star Absorb skill on Proto Coup. Alright, that'll have to do. So chat, I'm gonna take it. I see we got these Paimon emotes here, so I'm gonna take advantage of my unlimited channel points. 700,000. Yeah, that's not happening. Pyro. It looks like it says Paimon slapped green. that is kind of funny because yeah, they put the username. I'll have to adjust the name a bit. All right. Let's see. Oh, he hasn't made. I guess I think it's random when he creates a clone. No, it's random when you attack him. That's what it is. When you attack him, you have a chance of, like, you know, carving a bit of him off, essentially. And this is a pretty cool background. They've used it from time to time, but it's definitely not one of the most prevalent ones. I think that one event where you could fight like 26 servants and you had like 3 or 4 turns to kill them all, but it was optional. I'm pretty sure that was this background. That was actually pretty fun. Oh, 42k. Okay, I take it back, chat. This might be a bit difficult. I very much take it back. That's more health than I was thinking. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, okay. We may be in for it now. 2 ticks to get his NP. But we should save our NPs for when there's another baddie. Now, I'd like to hit the boss because we need him to... Oh no. Oh, thank God he crit. Oh, we are in so much trouble, chat. Holy shit, we are in so much trouble. Okay, he's an idiot. Unfortunately, we didn't get a crush on the boss. I don't think what card type you do has any bearing on if you get a proc or not. Yeah. Proto Coup is good here. Regular Coup would be better though, because we'd have Guts and a higher attack stat. It's like regular Coup is better or something. I don't think I invulnerability mash, because if she does it to herself, it's not worth anything. Come on. Oh my god, I just NP'd the wrong enemy. I thought I clicked over there to... Oh, shit. Oh, the chat, the weight of the consequences of my actions are more than I can bear here. Just get a death proc, yeah, right. Oh, no. Well, that's unfortunate. At least it procced another golem, I guess. Chat, I'm gonna have to make timestamps for this VOD because the only part that anyone's gonna want to watch, and rightfully so, is the advanced quest. Chat, I think we're gonna lose. I'm gonna be honest, this isn't looking good. $57K though, that's nice. And you'll probably get a proc here. Give him the anchor, boys. I like how they made him debuff immune so you can't use dots on him. And at this, you're supposed to do this so early in the game, no one would be able to use dots anyway. That's a little mean of them. I think the end is nigh. I might level up Coup for this stage. Oh, that was close though. Oh, lucky. Stop doing defense up. Let's see, we will do that. Damn it. Trying to at least hit the other one once. We are getting so lucky right now with all these NPs hitting the evade. Imagine if I leveled my skills. That would be good. Okay, there's no point. No, we should attack this golem. I was about to say we can just kill it with if we get his NP, but we may not get his NP. Also, it may not do 42k because we're level 32. Much rainbow. $50 health. He's probably not gonna get his NP. Like, we didn't even crit, and we're attacking berserkers, Okay. Yep. I think we're dead. The end is nigh. We had a good run, chat. This is definitely harder than any fight in Septem, I can say that. The thing is, having fights of this difficulty in Septem would be fine. Like, this is totally doable at this level range. And people are going to be summoning OP supports, so... Like, that's why I'm saying they need to spruce up the main story. We'll fight until the bitter end here. Hard mode? Yeah, that'd be interesting. Don't know why I put the crit in the front, but... Well, it would have been nice if we could have gotten one more kill there. Hey, our defense buff just saved our lives. Never mind. Did I just get attacked 4 times? I feel like I just got attacked 4 times. Huh. Okay, hold on. So you're supposed to be level 35, so we'll go to 35. That's fine. He got super success, but you know, whatever. Koo, could you just bail me out real quick? We're having a heck of a time over here. Always come running back to Koo, chat. Yeah, I know it's 3 from the main golem, but the other guy like attacked as well. Yeah. I'm dying. The golem hit me so hard. Anyway, you know, Koo's my favorite character, and then he's insanely good. So, you know, it's pretty easy to justify leveling him. Now, unfortunately, Koo's fashion is a little bit more, suspect, but... I think everyone's had that moment in a fighting game where you lose to a player, but only because you're not on your main, and that gets you to switch to your main. You're like, if I just knew how to, you know, punish properly or do enough damage, I would have won that. Like, I played better on fundamentals, but I suck with the character, so I lost. I think everyone's had that moment at least once, that at least has played a fighting game. And then he leaves, yeah. Difficulties of playing an alt. Wait, this is the wrong menu. Look at those 2 buffs waiting to be had. The thing is, when you level Baldy, see, you get to do this, you get to, you know, get his buffs eventually. Oh, wait. No, you don't get to do that shit. And look at that, chat. It's empty. How did that happen? At least Pyramid got one. It's still, it's Baldy and Taiga. They still need it quite a bit. I love fighting games, but I just don't have the time for them, and I'm getting older, so I don't really play them anymore. But they are really fun. And I still watch them, because I know I played them enough to know how they work, and so I can watch them and enjoy them. Yeah, I'm a boomer. I could still play them as a boomer if like they're all I played, or I just played them like a lot, but like I don't have the free time to dedicate that much to them. And although I like them, I don't like them enough to dedicate like what little spare time I do have to them, so just don't happen. That's fine, you're not gonna be able to play every game on the planet, so. If they ever made a Fate fighting game and it was like kind of good and like not like fucking unlimited codes bad, I would probably play it some. I don't know if I'd play it like a lot, but I'd probably mess around with it some. Although I guess it depends on the roster. I could see them doing a Fate fighting game where just like I don't care about anything that's playable. Yeah, like Mash and Artoria, I don't like either of them. And also, I don't like Melty Blood. Well, I don't like Melty Blood in terms of the way they've done it. I like Melty Blood Actress again more than the new one. It's not even close. I like it mechanically more. I like the roster more. Like, also, I'm gonna say it, chat. I think Neko Arc is horrible for the game. I mean it. I think she's so bad for the game, and I've actually lost almost all interest in watching the game because of her. Because she's played so much, and she's just LOL random bullshit. It's just not fun to watch. It's just dumb. It's just like, okay, great, there's a bunch of random horseshit happening on the screen, and I want to play a fighting game, thanks. It's like, I don't care about it. Like, I immediately lost interest in that game the second she got added, and she's really common, right? So it's like every time you see her in the game, it's just random stupid bullshit. And it's like when there's two of them fighting, you can't even tell what's happening. Unless you like main the character and you know everything, it's just like, it's just random bullshit. Like, she should be a boss. She should be like the story mode boss with all that random crazy over the top bullshit. She's so bad for like an actual competitive fighting game. Like, it's just terrible. So yeah, honestly, I like Actress again because first off, it has better mechanics. I'm just gonna say it. It's just a better fighting game. And it has Shiki in it, and it has roast beef in it, and it has, you know, the vampire dude, right? They're cooler than every fucking character in the new one. And none of those three are in the new one. So yeah, I really don't care about the new Melty Blood. The only thing I like about the new Melty Blood is it visually looks nice, right? It's got good sprite quality and all that. So, you know, good on them for that kind of stuff, right? Like the, you know, where Actress again is a pretty damn old video game, so the sprite quality on the characters is lower, right? But aside from that, I just think Actress again is a way better game. Alright, let's see here. Wait, did I not fix his thing? I did, I just didn't fix all the other stuff. Alright. Let's see. Well, definitely Ku and Proto-Ku. Now, if I want to like really give myself an edge... Oh, hey, Proto-Ku actually has more attack stat right now. Now, when they're both max level, Ku has more. But one, he's 4 levels higher, so that's a big part of it. But also, I think Proto-Ku actually has a better like early game stat growth. So he gets most of his stats really early on. So for like a level like 50, he's actually like way ahead of Ku. But when they're both 70, then Ku is better. Okay, I think George is worth. I do think that's worth. I want George to live as long as possible. This is where a certain forbidden craft essence would be really helpful, or its cousin with the Vade on it. But I don't think I have either. I guess just defense up. Maybe it buys us a hit. Yeah, he's more likely to do Bruiser Buster stuff because he's got the higher attack stat. Nash might not be worth it, but we'll see. Fuck, not enough team cost. Maybe that's not worth it then. Oh, the desperation, chat. Oh boy, alright. Alright. So, if you can Brave Chain, you want to do that. And if not, you want to impede Gan. Brave Chain means more opportunities to land the crush. Oh, that's not good. I might evade George because I know he's going to get all 3 hits out of it. Because he has taunt. Also, I haven't gotten my art cards on either Lancer yet, so that's great. Hi, Beastly. We are dying. Round 2. Chat, you know how I said I was gonna give George evade because he was guaranteed to get like value out of it because he has taunt? Remember that? So he basically just ate our evade. So what we... using it right now would have been better because we would have stopped this MP. Although we can probably kill him. We can definitely kill him if we rainbow chain, but I want this art chain. But killing him is probably better than that. Fuck. Alright. Maybe we get a crush here. Nope. Okay, well now George is still alive. But that's fine. I can rainbow chain and get the extra attack. This will surely give me a crush. Ah, okay. Got on the last hit. So we hit him 5 times and we got 1 crush. Yeah, we got a few things for channel points. Alright, definitely NP time. Might as well do... No, I should save the attack up for someone that's like not NP5. I think he's NP5. Yes, NP5. Rainbow chain, I guess. We're not that panicked yet. That was a minute ago. This looks so much better though. The double coup thing I think is gonna win this for us. I assume we get golem cores from this stage, and that's actually good. A lot of early servants need those, and I have like fuck all right now, so... Crap. Well, I gotta do this. Bad timing right there. Actually, I think we go for damage. I think we want to kill this one with normal card damage and then NP the next one. Please don't NP coup though. Like George or Proto coup. I don't want to lose all that health value. You fucker! You absolute fucker! Okay, guy. Because he gets so many actions per turn, we could have died there. God damn it, game. What a dick. That's what I get for using that evade earlier, though. That really screwed me over. If we lose, I'll save the evade. I forgot how to talk for a second there, excuse me. It was the shell shock from that, like, 8k damage or whatever. My favorite YouTube video is Tom yelling for 12 hours. Oh my god. That yell really is amazing. Boy, knock that off. We don't need any of that. We don't. Okay. Do this. Boy, bringing in the rabbit cancer. Okay, got a crush. Can you get more than 1 crush? I don't know. Yeah, I want to get rid of maybe some of the point redemptions that kind of just dilute it, and then add some more like fate stuff. Like the goal is to you don't want people to like spam them and use them for no reason, so you have to like kind of be tricky with the channel point costs and everything. So it's a whole thing. We're not even using Canis. I might do the attack up here just so we get some hits on the golem to get another crush. That seems good to me. Like if this one-shots, we get to hit the golem 3 times. Please don't insta-death because we actually want the star gem and all that. So far, this is going so much better than the previous attempt, so I'm hopeful that we got this. Our back row is pretty weak, though. Well, that sucked. I was very unlucky that Q died that soon, considering he has PFA and Guts. It was really that evade mess up that really got me. Hopefully we crit. I want to kill this one the normal way and then NP the next one. Lancer died, indeed. Fuck, I should've just used her invulnerability while I had it! Gotta do 14k. It does not have a defense buff. I can give myself the crit chance at least here. You don't have a buster card. Quick card is probably the next best thing to put in first place. We're so close. Like one or two more. This is actually pretty fun though. Might as well invulnerability ourselves even though we missed out on the other stuff. There's no Brave Chain. Incredible DPS ahead. I wonder if anyone has beat this guy with a flat damage setup. Because you can't do dots, which is the best type of flat damage, but you've got Angra, and then you've got like Divinity and Covering Fire and all that kind of stuff. You got Waivers thing. Sadly, you can't get, shut up chat, you can't get Lancelot's, because they actually just buffed Lancelot's debuff, so he gives you more flat damage up, but it's a debuff, and the boss is debuff immune, so that one's no good. Buster Chain? This might actually give us the win. Look how much better this team is, though, than the prior one, and that's even with us getting bad luck with Ku, which shows how much better this setup was. It was actually a misplay in bad luck. Fuck yeah, we got him. Please all be Golem cores. Let's make it like stacks of 5. Damn it. Man, they gave me more hero proofs than that, so I feel like we're getting gypped on this one. And I'll take it, because I'm going to need a lot of them, but... yeah, roll into single target. These Cairo emotes. Oh man, chat. Free Boudica. Incredible. Okay, Pat trying to distract me. So let's see, the next one is Oceanus, and that one's level cap is 45. So we'll try to keep it in that. I am definitely not streaming Oceanus right now, and I really will try to do a lot of it off stream. I mean, I did you know what, 6.5 chapters of Septem off stream, and it's 15 chapters, so that was a sizable chunk. But my goal is to like get up to like Hector, right? Get up to like the first fight with Hector, and then start the stream there. And then you have Hector, and then Hercules, and then Hector again, and then the Demon Pillar, right? That won't be too bad. Or maybe like the bosses right before Hector, you've got like, you know, the Yuri Pirates and stuff. We might just start it right there. That could be decent. I probably won't level up though to 45 until after we beat Oceanus, because I felt like we were a little too strong there. Now, I don't want to do a lot of summons because I want to get like... wait, do we have Asclepius? Because if we don't, we should roll for him right the fuck now. I don't think we have him. I take it back, it's time to roll big. Because the thing I would not roll for is Lost Belt 4 to get Asclepius. But if we can just get him now, fuck it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's rolling time, boys. By the way, like, as a free-to-play, this is completely worth it. Like, even if you miss out on a waifu one time, it's like... it is so good to get this guy. And hey, we could get Hot Wheels, that'd be nice. I'm gonna go right to the SQ. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Now, the other thing to save for would be Bedivere, but because we've got Roland and everything... Oh, hey, Jufu, that's nice. But because we've got Roland and all that, we don't have to really use Bedivere, so... Not the 5-star CE that I was looking for. It has some uses, though. Jufu's good. It's always nice to have Jufu, so I'm not complaining. I want one of our voice line redeems to be when she's saying, I'm leaving. I really want that. I think that's going to be good. I can do it. I just need to... I know how to make them, so I made the Canis one and the Doberman one, so I can make one for that. I just gotta get off my butt and actually do it. So I like how I keep getting coup on my ult accounts, and I haven't gotten them in like 1,000 and a bunch of summon tickets. Ridiculous, dude. Oh, that's good. I can limit break it now. Always happy to get Billy. Oh look, another Jufu, and still no doctor. Alright, that's terrible. Oh, there we go. Now I want to get preferably one more copy so we can go over 100% NP in case there's like an NP drain gimmick or any of that nonsense. An MP5 is nice, but an MP2 is generally good enough, and I probably don't have the SQ to get MP5 unless I get really lucky. But honestly, we don't have much else to roll on. I'm happy with the servants that we have to play through the story with, and we don't, and as much as I like Bedivere, we don't need him on this account, because he'd kind of be a killjoy for Roland if we did. So I might as well just go all in, see what happens. Of course. Not quite what I was looking for there. Also, Ash, mod check. Hot Wheels, you know? Oh, that's good.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to use the elephant. She is pretty good, but I doubt we're going to like have the XP for that, but we'll see.
You're not that guy.
Getting that CE a lot, what the hell? Okay, nothing too noteworthy there. We'll do the summon tickets and then we'll just start saving again. God damn it. Well, that's something. I might use her. She's good for farming, and she just got buffed, so that could be fun. Man, where's my Hot Wheels? Like, I never get Hot Wheels, dude. Like, I don't have any of my accounts.
Emotional damage.
Guys, actually, it's a elephant account, apparently. Oh, we just didn't know it yet. Chat, why can't this do you realize how little SQ I just used? Right? Like, why can't that happen? Like, let's say the ad, you know, Butch Cassidy, and he's a 5-star. Not gonna happen. But let's say they did. There's no way I'd get that kind of luck, right? Although, I guess I did get that kind of luck with Gundam. Well, no, I didn't. No, I spent like 700 SQ and some summon tickets. So, yeah, no, I did not get that kind of luck. Like that was pretty ridiculous. Like, NP3 with that little is kind of nonsense. I think the best luck I've ever had, though, was Lion King. That was fucking crazy. Oh, hey, we didn't have him yet. I had to pick her as my free 5-star, and I just casually get her over here. Yeah, you deserved it, though, with Arc, because you had been waiting for Arc for, like, you know, the entire time, so... That's like when Beastly got, it's other 2030. It's not as good, though. But that's like when Beastly got Fujino on his NA account, like, super easy. That was kind of deserved. He had all the faux items and grails and everything just sitting there ready to go. Yeah, the new 2030 is not as good as old 2030. It's fine, but it's not as good. There we go. I like that. I'd like to get enough copies of... Chat, I like how I have NP5 Asclepius on my main account, and I have no fucking coins for him because they don't give them to you retroactively. Seriously, fuck them for doing that, dude. Like, then you have all these other fuckers. It's not even fair, right? Because you have other fuckers that are just now trying to get Asclepius, and they get to get his, like, his passive, right, for the starting NP, which makes him way better. It's fucking bullshit, because like then you can use like Cope Scope, or not Cope Scope, Ilioscope or Sakura Scope, and he can turn one NP, right? Or I have to use K-Scope, right? It's so bullshit. Like, I had him NP5, and I get 0 coins, right? Like, what the hell? Where, like, literally this account has more coins than my main account does. And I threw like over 500 SQ at Asclepius on his original rate up, right? I fucking hate that, dude. They should have at least given people the 3 stars up to NP5, right? I get why they didn't do it beyond NP5, because then you just instantly get everything if you've been playing for a long time. But like up to NP5 is completely fine, and that's not even that much help, right? But then you wouldn't feel like you were getting ripped off when it comes to like Bedivere and like Asclepius if you rolled on them back in the day. Where now you're just getting ripped off. I think it's super fucked up. Look at this! Look, oh my god, I think this account can actually get Asclepius' second passive, and my main account can't. Like, fuck this game, dude. Also, we've gotten so many Mefs and Jinkes. Oh, I'm mad now, chat. Hey, look. Mephisto. Yeah, we didn't, like, get any... The only 4-star we got was her. We didn't get any of these. That's a quad rate up, though. Alright. Let's see the damage.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Alright. Oh, Billy's on NP5. I don't know if this account will use him or not. We don't have too much in the archer slot at the minute. Guess we'll see. He'll probably get leveled. He's pretty useful. Oh yeah, we got Zenobia. I guess that's something we could use. NP1 though. Oh no, we said we were going to use Gozen, Tomoe Gozen. She was going to be our archer, that's right. We'll level her. I just forgot. You know, Paris and Robin though, like, Jesus, if you just grail them, they're so good. Like, Robin especially, but Paris is pretty solid too. He's a little bit more niche, but... Oh wait, is she NP2? Oh damn. How about that? I like how I have NP6 Bizette, and I have NP3 Blood Axe. Alright, where is the doctor? Wait, is that right? That's the locked one. Okay, yeah, I think we got it. We're NP4. Let's see, Sanson. Sanson's only NP3. Gotta use some of my FP. It's just, oh my god, FP is, like, managing the inventory when you use FP is just awful, dude. It is such a bad experience. Alright, let's check our coins on Asclepius, because I bet you he's got 125, that's nice. But I bet you I've got more than I do. I think all I have on my main account is just the bond levels, and that's it. Yep, Dude, I want this passive so bad on my main, and I don't have it. And there's like no way to get it, and it's really hard to justify rolling on Asclepius when you already have him NP5. Seriously, dude, fuck them for the way they did the coin system in 3 stars. It's just so bullshit. Yeah, Bazette's totally fine. Yeah, Bazette's good to go, because she's limited, and we got NP6, so... Did I already buy her stuff? Wait, what UI is this? Yeah, I think I already bought her passives. Oh, maybe not. No, I didn't. That's weird that I didn't do that. Well, might as well. Okay, Actually, though, I think we do need... If we wanted to go to 120, I do think we would need another one. Maybe we skip out on this one. I like this one, though, because we'll use her to fight Avengers. But I don't know if we buy the first one. I mean, it's good for soloing, obviously. I mean, that still leaves us with a lot of coins. And oh wait, we can still get Bond. Yeah, we can still get Bond. It's fine. We'll just do it. Because yeah, we'll get enough from Bond that will be set. And we're going to use her a lot, so getting the Bond won't be too big of a deal. Good luck leveling those anytime soon, though. Yeah, she counters Avenger, so... And we're not going to have a Moon Cancer, and so she'll be our go-to killer for that. Yeah, this is gonna be fun when we get to like Gwen and all that. It's gonna be a good time. Go ahead and level her some because we want to remember that we're supposed to use her. Yeah, we can use her against Lobo when we do all that stuff. Alright boys, I think we will wrap up there. That was a pretty long stream, but I really enjoyed that advanced quest actually. That's... Do you see what I'm saying, chat, though? Like, look at the difficulty of that, right? Like, I've been doing all the advanced quests at the appropriate level when you unlock them, and they feel like pretty satisfying, fun fights. They're not super hard, and, you know, the main story needs, like, that level of difficulty. Give you like 4 or 5 boss fights around that difficulty throughout Septem. It's gonna be way better, right? Cut out a lot of the filler, and like it'd actually be fun. You could actually make Septem and Oceanus and all these things fun, right? Just adding in like a nice healthy chunk of those boss fights. Maybe someday, probably not anytime soon, but oh, I'm glad Septem is behind us though. But yeah, I'll do a lot of Oceanus off stream because no one wants to watch that. But I will see you guys later. Probably no bonus stream today just because I'm we streamed for so long there, right? I think that's fine. And but we'll probably play some Arc Knights tomorrow, mix it up a bit, and I'll just try to autopilot Oceanus here and there. But take care, everybody, and I guess we have Guda soon. But let's raid Cairo, because why not? All right, take care, everybody.